Hello guys, welcome to Mystikcon 2021. As you probably heard, live from the Netherlands and all over the place, because we have many speakers all from different places. Yeah, I'm locked in my room, so from my room, live from the Netherlands, I am presenting you Mystikcon 2021. I hope you all have been looking forward to this and hope you're all excited because we have amazing speakers today. You will see in a few hours. The first one will start in about 10-15 minutes, so I need to wrap this up. But before we start with the live event and the live talks, I will have a short introduction because what is Mystikcon? Who are we? Well, we are a small community with people who love cybersecurity, from pen testing to blue teaming to red teaming to reverse engineering, malware analysis, everything you can think of. And we are all people who just love to talk about cybersecurity. We all love to work on it in our free time. And that's why we are giving this live conference, because we want to return something to the community. And everyone is of course free to join our community and be part of it. Everyone is welcome. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, yes. Well, you can see on the presentation left from my head, you can see all the talks today. So we will begin with Donovan with basics of antivirus. That will start in about 10-15 minutes. Then we have hardware hacking for beginners. We have creating your first DevSecOps pipeline with open source. Blockchain and smart contract security. Kubernetes hacking. Attacking Active Directories for profit and fun. OSINT. Then we have a special session from TJ Null, community manager from Offensive Security. The talk from Mr. Breadcrumbs about Kutsu and the basics of fuzzing using WinAVL. That one has been replaced with another talk. Then we have Mr. Reboot also with a surprise session, so stay tuned for that. Then we have server-side template injection, and of course we have how red raised the bar to better blue. And the last talk, chain web exploit, cross-site scripting, and cross-site request forgery. There is some change with the timing because some people have switched it on the last place because of time zones. But the talks are still there, so don't worry about that. Let me go to the next slide. So for all who have been watching social media, LinkedIn, Twitter, all the other platforms that we have been spreading and sharing our conference, we have also a CTF that is running at this moment. While I'm talking, it is already running. It started last day, 20 November, and it keeps running till the end of this day, till the end of this conference. Now, you can win offensive security voucher. That voucher is, you can get an OCP course, 30 days of lab with a free exam attempt. You can get Rastamouse Active Directory courses, second prize. Third prize, Rastamouse C# course that he recently published. And the last prize, but not least, Unhack the Box voucher, which you can spend, for example, ProLab, Offshore or Dente, whatever you want. It's all up to you. It's your own choice. So if you want to try it out and perhaps win one of those amazing prizes, you can go to Mystic CTF. It is hosted on TryHackMe. If you do not have a valid URL to join our Discord and talk to one of our technical guys. They will help you if you have any problems. And then, last but not least, this is the last slide. Then I will not bother you anymore with boring talks of my side. Of course, I want to thank all the sponsors this year, because we have some amazing sponsors this year. We have Offensive Security, 0 Point Security, and Ordina. Those three companies, they have helped us a lot with organizing this conference, and of course with the great prizes that we are giving away for the CTF. So again, thank you for those. Thank you to our sponsors for helping us out and helping organizing it. And I think that was my last slide. So yeah, as I told you, it was short. So this was just a short introduction. The real talk will begin in 5 minutes. So I will not bother you anymore, any longer. So have fun and have an amazing day today. For any questions about anything, every talk is about 45 to 50 minutes. And then there's 10 minutes, 5 minutes time to ask your questions in the chat on YouTube or on Twitch. And yeah, I hope you all have fun. So see you all in 5 minutes. Then we will start with the first talk, Donovan, Basics of Antivirus. So see you then.
Okay, welcome everyone for the first talk for Mystikcon 2021. My name is Donovan and I will kickstart the conference with a brief introduction to antivirus evasion. Perhaps to give an idea on the overview for today's talk, I will perhaps start by discussing the historical context of antivirus evasions before dwelling into several basic pieces of tradecraft that are fairly well known today. Rest assured that this talk is targeted at beginners. So for those who are new to the topic of antivirus evasion, as well as C# and or PowerShell, don't worry, we will go through these in a digestible manner. But before we begin, I would like to introduce myself. Who am I basically? In my 5 years of InfoSec experience, I have been in the government before, and then I went to a boutique consultancy, and now I'm in a multinational corporation. Basically, I go different places. What's interesting though is that I started out InfoSec not having much of an InfoSec background. In fact, I started off with a physics degree today, but today what I do, I pen test, I do risk assessments, I do trading even. And I guess to transition me from a physics graduate to an InfoSec professional, I guess I have to thank Offsite for helping me do so, as it was the OSCP that got me into penetration testing. Outside work, I do other things as well. For one, if you have been to VonHub before, you might have seen some of the work that I have done in the digitalworld.local series, where I have some deliberately vulnerable machines that you can try to hack. They are not too difficult, so I promise you that for beginners, you will have some fun in learning hacking them. And outside cybersecurity, I do a bit of podcasting on my own show to not talk so much about InfoSec matters, but also about other things that we are concerned about. The live stream is called Very Clear Cut. And of course, like all other humans out there, we do human activities such as sports. And I also do quite a fair bit of reading and walking around in nature. Having said that, you attended today's talk not to learn too much about the human part, but about the antivirus evasion part. So I'll just bring everyone through how we should approach today's talk. First things first, today it will be a high-level overview of antivirus evasion. We are targeting the beginners. And so what we are going to do is to describe the concepts behind antivirus evasion. We are not aiming to develop fully undetectable malware for today. In short, in the AV evasion parlance, we call them FUD. Okay. The next thing you have to take note is that the subject of antivirus evasion evolves with time, meaning to say, as and when attackers find new ways of bypassing antiviruses, AV companies will update their signatures, they will update their behavioral engines, and then what happens is that the attackers realize that their old techniques don't work anymore, they invent new ones. So what we do today, it's only going to be a skeleton of the basic idea behind antivirus evasion. In fact, for any AV evasion article or talk you attend, the techniques that are presented there and then do not necessarily work the next day, right? But what we hope to do today is to set you some fundamentals that will be able to help you research on perhaps other areas of AV evasion you would like after this talk. But before we talk about anything, one word of warning that I need to highlight to everyone. And that is that whenever we create malware, we should always do this in a safe lab environment, meaning to say we don't put actual pieces of malware into places we don't really want to see them turn up and in. Bad things happen, basically. Since I said I would begin with the historical context, let me just start by showing what we mean by old tricks. So a long time ago, if you have ever done any sort of antivirus evasion before, you will know that you start off with a Metasploit payload, you use MSF Venom, you generate a payload, and then as you can tell expectedly, if you try to upload it on VirusTotal, you see that many security vendors will stop this. Quite simple. So in an old school trick, people would say, okay, why not let's encode the traffic, right? And then here we basically make use of a ZOR encoder But as you can tell, we didn't see much improvement. 45 to 43 in the AV evasion world is not very spectacular. So what went wrong here, right? You must be wondering. Actually, there are quite a few problems. First problem we have is this. We probably don't want to be testing any sort of AV signatures or VirusTotal, especially if you're doing research work. Number one. Number two, for that one-liner that you see, if someone can follow a tutorial to do so, chances are everyone's doing it. And if everyone is doing it, eventually AV vendors will catch on to this quite fast and will flag many parts of the executables that are generated as suspicious, and that's not good. And as you can see, besides the encoding that we do, we made absolutely no effort whatsoever to conceal the Metasploit payload that we have generated. And last but not least, we left a file behind because clearly, as you saw from the screenshot, we decided to output an executable file. All of these are not very good. What can we do to improve this? First of all, let us talk a bit about the VirusTotal part, and let's explain why it's not so good. First of all, in any sort of research work that we do, we don't really want to disclose our work until we are sure we can get a hit somewhere. The unfortunate reality of VirusTotal is that they retain the malware samples on their servers, and this is searchable with MD5 hash, which means if you can search this, anyone on the internet can, which means your adversaries, and which basically means you compromise your OPSEC. This matters for both attackers and defenders, meaning to say if you're an attacker and you happily upload your weapons, quite clearly the defense is alerted to this. And if you are the defender and you notice some of these samples and upload them to VirusTotal, you have just signaled to attackers that are searching VirusTotal that their exploit went somewhere, right? Clearly, this is not a good idea. We want better options for this. There are better options, thankfully. First option that you can go for is to test your samples on a local machine, meaning to say you either get a physical machine or a VM, and then you test it with an actual copy of the antivirus you're targeting. Of course, as we all know, this can be a bit expensive, especially if you're an independent security researcher. You probably won't be purchasing 40 AV engines just for your lab. It's a bit expensive. What we can do, however, is to make use of another service which we call Anti-Scan-Me. And what we'll do today is to use this as a basis for talking about some of the samples that we're going to be describing for today's talk. The nice thing about Anti-Scan-Me as compared to VirusTotal is that Anti-Scan-Me does preserve OPSEC for us. And interestingly, what we found fairly fascinating is that despite the fact that these payloads are rather elementary, we noticed that we still managed to evade some security vendors somehow. But that's really not the objective for today's talk. We want to try harder. We did this check on Anti-Scan-Me with the very same payloads that we showed just now. And as you can tell, there was no improvement whatsoever. And so we clearly must try harder, as we mentioned. The first question that we will probably ask is this: can we still use MSF Venom? And the answer is, well, it's powerful. And yes, we can still use it. We don't actually have to write this all from scratch, but we can do something different this time around. In other words, we can use the Metasploit payload differently. How do we do that? So if you remember when we ran the MSF Venom command just now, and then we generated the executable, we basically let Metasploit do all the work of building the executable for us. But what if we use Metasploit to only generate some shellcode, and then we build the executable ourselves? And that is the objective of the next part of what we're going to be discussing. But before that, what do we mean by building the executable ourselves, right? Basically, we will write certain calls, certain function calls to call these Win32 APIs ourselves. And of course, we use this because, first of all, it's inbuilt in Windows, which means that these calls that we're going to be doing are going to be legitimate, that's for sure. It's quite fast to implement this, and trust me, it may look intimidating initially, but we will be able to find many code snippets that other people have online that we can use for our own purposes. And of course, clearly, they have legitimate uses. Well, without further ado, let's talk about building our own executable, just so that we can bypass antiviruses. First up, what's the idea? The idea is this. Remember, we talked about Metasploit and we talked about MSF Venom just now. And what MSF Venom will provide for us if we ask it to output the file as an executable is that it will provide not only the shellcode, but it also provide us the template and the stager. And of course, over a period of time, these stages and templates make it to signature databases of AV vendors. And so eventually this gets caught even without running the MSF Venom executable itself. But what we can do is to build these parts separately. Basically, we build our own templates. We can encode our shellcode, and well, we can basically build our own stager as well. But what do we mean by this? By the way, this, if you want to find where this Russian doll picture comes from, which is really quite apt, you can view the link at Black Hills Info Security. As we go through the talk, you will see I'll be referencing many different sources. So feel free to take down these links as they will help you greatly when you want to digest this talk after the presentation. First, I would like to introduce what we call platform invoke. We call this pinvoke for short. And pinvoke allows us to basically import functions in various DLLs. So we'll be calling system DLLs like user32.dll in this particular example. So for this very simple elementary example that we have here, what we are trying to do is that we are basically calling a message box function, and we are basically asking it to pop us a message box. Quite simple, right? And the pinvoke API is largely contained in two namespaces, the system namespace and the system runtime interop services namespace, which you can see in the Microsoft article that you see in the screen, right? And you'll see this quite often when you do such research. And here's a very simple code snippet, basically. So let's try to understand this, right? First up, when we call the message box function, we have unmanaged types. And then, as you can see in the first box that we have, we see that when you call message box, you have 4 different parameters that you need to provide the message box call, right? So what we now need to do, since these are unmanaged types, we need to convert this to managed code.
Recording in progress.
And that is why we make use of this namespace system runtime interop services to basically convert these such that we are able to switch this to that of a managed type, right? For example, you can see that if you search up the uint unmanaged type, we can translate it nicely to a small uint, as you see on the right side of the screen. But it is not always that straightforward, okay? So it sounds a bit tricky because some of these types are not well documented. We tried to check for these and we had to follow some guides to get us there. And often we will have to read different references like MSDN to check how we can marshal from unmanaged to managed code just like this, just so that we can build one simple DLL import statement, right? All this effort just to call a message box. So you must be thinking, hey, this is quite hard. What's he talking about? Why is he going through all of these? The good news is it isn't so hard. We don't need to keep on referring to MSDN and the translation table from unmanaged type, unmanaged code to managed code just like this. There exists a wiki which we can use. And in this wiki, basically, it contains a listing of signatures that we can call these Win32 APIs from code written in languages like C# and VB.NET. And we will basically repeat the same example, but using pinvoke just to show how easy it is. So a pinvoke, we just search it up, right? And then we'll search for the arguments in excess of MSDN, check how these work. And if you look at pinvoke, it tells you the exact C# signature that we can use to put into our C# executable, right? So this is definitely much less tedious than the little bit of pain that I introduced to you just now. Now let's upgrade from a simple message box to a standard C# shellcode cradle, okay? So what we do, okay, we will basically go to pinvoke and you look for 3 different functions that we need to import, right? We need to import virtual alloc. Basically, we need to assign some memory. We need to allocate that. And then we need to execute this, and we need to execute this on the thread. So we create the thread. And because we realize that it's shellcode, right, we don't want this shellcode to just stop executing or crash, after that. So basically we import wait for single object just to make sure that our shellcode doesn't crash after we send a command. Of course, right? Because if it crashes after it receives a command, that defeats the whole point of code execution. All of these look good. And if you try to write this and pass it to an AV engine, virtual add log is fine. People do that. Create a thread looks fine, and wait for single object. I'm sure legitimate programs do use these. All these look fine. But wait a minute, we didn't talk about the shellcode, and that's the problem. So the template is fine, but the shellcode is still not okay. And that's the reason is quite simple, because you can just use MSF Venom to generate raw shellcode. And eventually AV vendors will catch up with this and will still catch you anyway. Now we need to obfuscate this. We need to try harder, right? Basically make it difficult for signature-based detection to trigger. It sounds difficult, but in reality, some of these ideas are the simplest ideas you can think of, and they work. For example, you can reverse the order of the shellcode. You can try to encrypt, decrypt it. You can make it with very simple ciphers, right? You don't need to go into AES 256. So of course, we have seen such samples. Even a simple, humble Caesar cipher does defeat some antivirus engines, as I'll show you later. Okay. But the idea here is that once we talk about obfuscating shellcode, frankly speaking, the sky is the limit, as we will explain later on. Encoding ideas, however, are not new. Just because they're so simple, many people have done this before. And an example of some good work that other people have done before, it's over here in this screenshot from a certain InfoSec contributor. He's Dutch, just like our Mystikcon host. And he has uploaded quite a bit of code snippets he has built while doing the Pen 300 course. We're not going to dive into every single code snippet, but you can take note of this and Google it, and you can read it for yourself. But the idea is that we'll be borrowing some of his code today to briefly explain an obfuscation idea. So the idea is quite simple. We have some plain text shellcode that we generate with MSF Venom. And one way we can do it is simply to XOR it. And basically the XOR cipher requires a key. And if you want to recover your shellcode, you just XOR it again. That's the interesting property with XOR, right? And so and you can just basically take this, right? You have your shellcode. You basically tell this program to basically encode it with the key. And then when you stuff this encoded shellcode into your template, and when you want to run it, well, you have a decoding stub and you can recover your decoded shellcode in memory just fine. It sounds too easy, but XORing payloads can work at antivirus evasion. Another idea is a Caesar cipher, and this I extracted it from my own LinkedIn profile, which I did while doing the Pen 300 course. And what we have here is exercise where we were supposed to build a certain executable and then try to obfuscate the shellcode. And as you can see, there were, when I did the Pen 300 in March 2021, as you can tell, just by implementing a Caesar cipher to obfuscate our shellcode, we can drop the detection rate from back then. It was 14 out of 26 to 9 out of 26. So you can tell that such simple tricks do work. Sometimes it sounds a bit depressing, even if you're an antivirus vendor, because it just looks too simple to be true. But now we have talked quite a bit about signatures, right? We can obfuscate the shellcode, but we can't obfuscate the behavior, because eventually shellcode is going to execute in memory, is going to be doing certain things that don't look normal. Like for example, if you attempted to run it off a certain folder, right, which normally executables don't run from, that's clearly anomalous. So now we need to think from the behavioral perspective, because clearly AV vendors today have gone beyond signature-based detection. First, we must understand how AVs work if we are to defeat them. And typically when we talk about catching behavior, AVs tend to run an executable in a sandbox or an emulator environment. And the idea is this, because users want their files to be checked fast, the emulation is not likely to be complete. There will be differences between emulation and that of running on the actual host itself. And what we will do here is to understand whether we are in an emulator or we are in the actual host that we want to target. And if we are in an emulator, we will basically find some way to stop the antivirus from the executable from actually executing itself, so that the behaviors don't get run, and hence the emulator doesn't trigger a detection. Now, this is not new though. About 7 years ago, there was a WikiLeaks paper that showed how you could deal with the AV emulation system. I'll just quote a bit from the paper that says that this paper says that the Windows System API is so big that AV emulation systems just don't cover everything. And that's true. Some things are not covered. So what you can do, one way of going around this, is to find some API that is present in the Windows system itself, but you don't expect it to be present in an emulation engine because it's hardly going to be called under most normal circumstances. In 2014, this WikiLeaks author discovered that one such API they can call is the virtual analog X NUMA API. And the idea is that basically, if you run this code, it works on a regular machine, but in an AV emulator, because the API doesn't exist. And if the API doesn't exist, it cannot run. And if it cannot run, well, what happens is that it's not going to work. But you can make use of that difference in behavior. You write a conditional in your C# code, and basically you are able to bypass this check in an emulator. Not too difficult. Another old trick that still works today is sleep. And the reason why sleep works is unfortunately because of us users. We users like to demand for AVs to scan our files quite fast, because if they don't scan it quickly, users tend to complain, right? And then they may decide not to exercise due diligence anymore. They just switch off the antivirus, and all hell breaks loose after that. The bad news is this. If we want speed, and if an executable is deliberately going to be stalling us, what do? So some emulators, well, they may decide that if they find a sleep statement, they will simply just skip it. But that means it doesn't sleep anymore. But on the physical host, it sleeps. So you can make use of a simple sleep check, right? To basically check that if, a certain time that it takes to run a certain thing, it doesn't seem to tally up with what was the expected behavior because it didn't even run the sleep command, then, well, you simply don't run the executable because you realize that you're in the emulator environment. So this is another very simple way of defeating emulators. Now that we have briefly talked about C#, you realize that we haven't quite solved the other problem just yet, right? And that is, up to now, we have been working based on the fact that we are going to be compiling an executable, and this executable is going to be on disk on a victim machine. And that's not really the best way of doing things nowadays. Which brings us to the next section. Well, we can write executables in C# and it's quite easy to do, but we don't really want to be leaving files on disk. Can we improve that? And to improve that, we shall introduce some PowerShell trickery. The first question to ask is this, and this is perhaps a setup, right? Can we port our work that we have done from C# to PowerShell? And the answer is yes, we can, but there are some caveats. So we can try to port our C# tradecraft over in PowerShell, and that's not too difficult to do. And there are many other ways you can port C# work to other kinds of scripting languages, like for example, .NET to JScript. You can generate JScript malware, but we will not talk too much about that today. We will strictly confine things to PowerShell for today's discussion. Okay. So here in this simple screenshot, we have some PowerShell that calls the same APIs that we did when we wrote our C# shellcode runner initially, right? Of course, as you can tell, when we try to get this to run, we were caught by Windows Defender, so clearly we need to try harder. But then you realize one thing. If we just copy this outright, can we improve this? And the answer is yes, we can, in quite a number of ways. The first way we can try to improve this is perhaps to go fileless. And one key advantage that PowerShell has overriding just C# executables is that we can go fileless. And the way to do this is basically by loading PowerShell through a technique which we call reflection. And there are a few parts to this. First, you basically host some PowerShell malware somewhere else on another server, and you make use of the victim machine to call that PowerShell, and you load it in memory, right? And because it's purely in memory, there are no remnants left behind on disk. Of course, I will not go into the final aspects of memory forensics for today's talk, but the idea is that we want to avoid leaving file artifacts, okay? And the good thing about PowerShell tradecraft is that this is a subject of active research. And in fact, if you talk about finding PowerShell equivalents to many of the executables that penetration testers use today, don't worry, you'll find many of such portings already done. Like, for example, you can find the PowerShell version of Mimikatz, for instance, right? That is being shared open source for us to all benefit from as attackers. I will just begin by first talking about what we mean by loading script remotely, right? So the idea is basically you write some PowerShell, you invoke IEX, and basically you write download string, and you basically call where your script is located. It can be a text file, but as long as it's PowerShell, it can be interpreted. It will interpret that and attempt to execute it. Very simple example, but clearly we want to do more. As we mentioned, we wanted to avoid writing to disk, and so we use a technique called reflection. To be fair, I'm not going to go through the whole chunk of code here because reflection is quite well covered in many other places. And I'm sure if you have done any sort of offensive security kind of course that involves antivirus evasion or planning to do one, they will cover reflection in great detail. So I won't talk too much about this just yet. But the idea is that you can get some reflection code online, not hard to do. I think many people who did Pen 300 that shared their code snippets will be able to share that as well. And then basically, instead of allowing artifacts to be loaded, you basically make use of reflection calls to avoid that issue. And of course, because of this capability, unlike C#, PowerShell malware got really popular. And it got much, much more popular than one might expect, because PowerShell does not only run in PowerShell, right? PowerShell also runs in, surprise, surprise, macros. You can, well, write some VB script to call PowerShell in an Office document, and then you can basically do whatever PowerShell trickery that you used to do in a PowerShell prompt through an Office document. So you don't have only just one fileless vector of delivering this. You can make use of PowerShell tradecraft through starting off with a spear phishing attempt. You send an Office document, etc. You con someone to click on it and try to run it. And well, quite a lot of intrusions have happened because of that. These got quite popular in around 2018 or 2019. So yeah, pretty much still popular, and it's a standard tool in offensive security professionals toolkit these days. And there are many PowerShell tools, as we talked about, and some examples you can find, like PowerView, PowerSQL, Mimikatz, etc. I won't talk too much about this because we've already covered this already. But the fun is not so simple. There are defenses, obviously. And there are defenses because, well, attackers try to exploit PowerShell. So Microsoft came up with some mitigations, like constrained language mode, which we call CLM. There's also AMSI that actually has the capability to scan inline. So if you try to run some PowerShell inline, as I'll show later, you might run into some issues, okay? And of course, just as their defenses, we also talk about ways to bypass these quite soon. Maybe I'll just show CLM in brief. So constrained language mode, basically, it's not exactly a security feature, but rather it's a feature to stop users from invoking certain function calls they're not supposed to, right? So for example, in this case, when you look at the first line of this screenshot, you see that I check for the language mode in which this PowerShell prompt is executing in context of full language. We echo a line using write line. It says hi. we then set it to constraint language mode, and when we try the same thing again, it stops us because basically only core types are supported. Okay, so if you run some PowerShell malware, it's quite obvious that we'll be calling some of these functions that we are not really supposed to be calling, but we can circumvent that. Unfortunately, the answer to this is also open source. So for the defenders, bad news for you, CLM really doesn't protect you from anything. The solution to bypass CLM is basically the use of what we call custom run spaces. And I will not go through this in too much detail because there is a GitHub link just for this. And they even tell you exactly what to do step by step. So I will recommend this as homework, right? To go through the GitHub Cradle that is being provided. And then you can see what they do in there to basically run what we call a custom run space. And by means of that, you're able to bypass the constraint language mode. And in this case, you see what we used to be stopped at downloading some PowerShell script to run on the system, as you can see from the command on the left screenshot, right? We initially were stopped by the constraint language mode. Once we run the CLM bypass together with this and invoke this PowerShell command, it works just fine. And as you can see from our remote web server, we get our script all the same, right? So CLM really is not a security mechanism you should be relying on. Next, AMSI. AMSI was quite interesting. It was developed in 2015, and the idea is that Microsoft knew that different people would use different AV engines to try to secure their systems. Some people use Windows Defender, but some don't. So what they did was that, okay, they will come up with an interface, vendor agnostic. And what we do is that we'll have some ways to scan inline, right, to check whether PowerShell that's being executed could be malicious. And if it is, then we will stop said execution from happening. Interestingly, there's a very simple way just to check whether AMSI is enabled by running this, by just typing AMSI utils, okay? And if it works, basically AMSI is enabled, AMSI will just tell you this script contains malicious content and has been blocked by your antivirus software. If AMSI is not enabled, then it will run, and depending on what you can get out of it, you either get execution or that basically PowerShell says it doesn't understand what you're talking about. Okay, so AMSI utils a very simple way to test to see whether AMSI is or isn't enabled. But how useful is this? So in 2015, Microsoft did lots of hard work. In 2016, Matt Graeber did lots of hard work as well. And basically, there was an AMSI bypass, and it was quite short. And this bypass set the stage for many, many other bypasses. And as you can tell, if you're relying on inline PowerShell check just by signature, you know that this is not going to last very long. One very simple example, in fact, quite cute, of AMSI bypasses is the use of concatenation, right? So remember earlier on, we mentioned that we make use of AMSI utils as a dummy string just to check whether AMSI will run. So if we try to run that, clearly in this prompt, AMSI is enabled. But if we try to do some sort of concatenation, in this case, using various symbols, you see that we are able to go around it, right? And I say it's signature based, right? Because as you can see, the times where AMSI caught AMSI utils was simply because of the existence of the string. Doesn't matter whether it's in quotes or it isn't, right? But once we apply some concatenation magic, we bypass the AMSI check. So in short, AMSI really is there not so much as a security feature either. It just adds another hurdle for the attacker, but no big deal in most cases. In fact, today, AMSI bypasses are quite trivial to the point that you can even go to a web page quite aptly called amsi.fail just to get yourself an AMSI bypass if you're too lazy to build one yourself. Right? So basically, long story cut short, not a good defense. Now let's move into a slightly different angle, and let's talk about PowerShell obfuscation. Just as we did in C#, we want to obfuscate PowerShell as well. And this time round, what we are going to do, we are not going to go through everything, but what we are going to do is to make use of a certain piece of malware that was circulating quite a few months ago. Actually, it's about a year ago, called Lemon Duck. And if you want to have a good preview of what Lemon Duck does, my recommendation is to watch John Hammond's video on this, which I will show in the next slide. If not show the whole video in the next slide because it's an hour long, but the link will be given to you in the next slide, where he basically does some reverse engineering on Lemon Duck and to show you what some of the tradecraft goes behind, well, a piece of malware that spreads in the wild. You'll be quite surprised because some of the tricks that are being implemented are in fact the tricks that we talked about in one of the earlier slides where we talk about reversing the code, or we talk about trying to put in some sort of cipher to obfuscate the signatures. But we will introduce a few more interesting tricks in the next slide. Okay. One trick that you can do, which is quite interesting, is to make use of environment variables to produce letters for use. Now you must be thinking what I'm talking about. So think about this for a moment, right? Chances are, if we have a antivirus engine or maybe an EDR that has AMSI capability, it checks, it actually checks your PowerShell for certain suspicious commands. And clearly, out of the blue, if someone runs IEX in PowerShell just like that, it's a bit strange because normally users normally don't surf the web or download things using an IEX cradle. No one does that, right? Usually they will use a web browser, and based on that web browser, they will surf to that link and download it. Oh yeah, if you're a Linux user, maybe you will curl it, but that's the whole idea, right? So anomalous behavior, very strange. Now, you can make use of environment variables to generate these letters so as to reproduce the exact same string. But when you pass it through a signature-based detector, chances are you're not going to be detecting this. And in fact, if you try to write signatures for this, it's a wild goose chase because there are going to be many different ways of producing essentially the same string of text, right? So one of these simple tricks is basically the use of environment variables, which is basically well, something that is legitimate. You get some letters out of it, and then, well, you concatenate all of these to form the string of choice. And concatenation, as you can tell from earlier slide, works. But I think the greater point that I want to highlight beyond just talking about the techniques is this. Often when we talk about offensive tradecraft, we tend to view it from a very just a purely attacking perspective, meaning to say, as pen testers, we normally ask ourselves, how best can we attack? But often there is some value in looking at the other side of the story. So in the case of antivirus evasion related work, especially if you're doing AV research, it is good. And in fact, I'll recommend this to, from time to time, look through what people do on actual malware samples. Basically, they do some reverse engineering. They look at some of the techniques that people put together in these samples. And then based on that, you can incorporate some of these techniques into your own malware to defeat AV engines. And the whole idea is that even if we don't think it's entirely useful, it's good to pick up some basic reverse engineering, or at least know how to interpret what people do when they do reverse engineering work on malware samples in the wild. Okay. Now, this technique is particularly powerful for PowerShell-based malware because unlike C#-based malware, as you can tell, this is a scripting language. And because it's a scripting language, we don't really need to deal with issues like decompilation. So essentially, we can just take this piece of malware and start to unfurl it. We don't need to do some decompilation and too much debugging to understand what it really does. If you follow what John Hammond does in this video, you can tell basically he was just approaching it from the perspective of, okay, there's a piece of PowerShell malware, great. Let's see what it does. Let's try to read this. And if we can't read it, let's try to look for telltale signs to suggest our next logical step to take. And in about an hour-ish, he went through unfurling about 5 to 6 different layers of obfuscation of this piece of malware, which is quite a few. Clearly not something that you will do in a tight pen testing engagement, but the techniques will probably be useful. You'll also be pleasantly surprised to know that sometimes the techniques aren't even novel, but the combination of techniques put together helps evade quite a lot of AV products. You clearly realize that there is probably too much to learn. And from this talk, as you can tell, I did pretty much rush through a lot about AV evasion. As you can tell, I only scratched the surface, right? Because all I gave you were cradles. All I gave you were some places that you can look up for more reading material or what you can do about antivirus evasion. And how do we learn all of these in a short time? But some of us might take the approach that maybe we want to learn this through a structured way. And so I'll spend a bit of time to talk about this. A word on courses. There are many different courses out there that teach, okay, antivirus evasion. However, the antivirus evasion topics don't really by themselves stand alone in most of these courses, because if all I taught you was antivirus evasion, you won't suddenly become a better operator. You probably need to combine that with other infrastructure penetration testing techniques. And so that's usually where you will see some AV evasion come in. And there are a few options out there in the market. I don't go through every single option simply because maybe tomorrow someone will come up with their own course, but there's some good ones, right? Raster Mouse has a good one, CRTO, Certified Red Team Operator, and his approach is basically operator-centric. The idea is that it gives you a C2 framework, and he'll tell you teach you how to use the C2 framework to perform actual engagements, and for you to be able to verify that you have indeed done a good job in the form of, evading the various defenses that are present on the system. Very practical, and some of my fellow colleagues and ex-colleagues who have taken CRTO love the course very much. Okay, so the second one is Offensive Securities PEN 300, and I've taken this myself. It takes a more theoretical approach, meaning to say OffSec takes a more first principles basis, so they will take some time to go through the ingredients that you need to write a basic like cradle, and then from there you build up that cradle to make it more powerful, have more features to basically evade antiviruses, etc. And you can tell that the way that this talk was done was somewhat in that flavor, right? Where we start off with a basic cradle and we talk about some improvements that we can do to set cradle. Okay. Then the idea is that because this topic can be huge, especially since quite a lot of the Win32 APIs are not actually documented very well. And in fact, we have some InfoSec enthusiasts whose job is to uncover unknown things about the Windows operating system itself and to see whether we can abuse some of these undocumented DLLs and API calls for, well, building malware, right? Elan Security also has a course to do this. I will not talk too much about this one because I personally haven't taken it, so it's a bit hard for me to comment, but I've heard good reviews about this one as well. Okay, and this is just a shout out for those folks who wonder whether you can get this course at a discount for today's conference. We have a Capture the Flag event that will end in a few hours. But we don't have too many people that have submitted flags so far. So if you get in and you can root the machine, you might stand a chance to win free course. In fact, either the Raster Mouse CRTO or offsite voucher that if you already have the OSCP, then I guess you can discuss with them whether you can maybe get the course for free. I don't know. Maybe you can ask them. Well, but in short, the path to fully undetectable malware in fact begins from basic techniques. And well, today you might find that what we talk about is too manual, it's too laborious, and maybe we want to do this automatically. There are many ways to do this. You have heard of re-evasion, perhaps, bypassing antiviruses. You can use the C2 framework to help you. Raster Mouse will be very happy to teach you how to use Covenant. Well, and if you're really, really, really free and you have plenty of free time, maybe you can build your own C2 framework. I'm not kidding, because we know someone who does that, right? Thank you so much for listening to this talk. Free to answer questions. You can ask questions in the conference, of course, by replying in Twitch, of course, or YouTube. If you are a bit shy, you can of course drop me a direct message on my LinkedIn profile. So thank you very much for today's talk. I guess I will open the floor to questions, right? And we shall try our best to answer them, right?
Yes, now it's time for the questions.
So not sure if we have questions.
Yeah, it's time for the questions. If anyone
Yes.
has questions, then it's the time to ask your questions. So you guys have 10 minutes. So yeah, if you have any question, put it in the chat and we will come back to it, or our speaker Jonathan will come back to it.
Yes. Anything so far? I'm quite sure there are questions because what we have done today, it's really scratching the tip of the iceberg. Right.
Yeah, there's much more to cover.
Yes. I was told that since I'm the first speaker, I will just make it easier as a warm-up. So you'll be all pumped and ready when the subsequent speakers come up with their own different exciting content. We have CICD, we have people talking about OSINT and things like that. So we have lots of diverse topics to cover for today's conference.
Yeah, you're totally right. There are many other great topics coming. So yeah, but for those who are watching, it's now the time to put your question in the chat. It can be any question. Perhaps you want to ask our speaker Donovan about his age.
Yes.
Or
age, I'm a bit old for you guys now. I'm 30, but you know, InfoSec has been evolving so rapidly that we have seen 18-year-olds take the OSCP, pass it, and then in 19 years old, they go do the OSWE, they pass it, they post it on LinkedIn, and we're like, oh my goodness, so young.
That's true.
Times have changed. Young people nowadays are very good.
I think there are no questions.
No questions?
You have done a very great job. I think they all understand, and they are all now going to do OSWE, and they all pass because they understand everything.
OSEP, you mean? Because that's for the pen. That's the pen 300.
Yeah, they are all going to do OSP. OSCP. Yeah, sorry. I need that.
The aviation one. OSCP, I think, just does elementary work when it comes to this topic.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. As there are no questions so far, so I think we can wrap up this talk and go to the next one within 7 minutes. I want to thank our speaker Donovan, of course, for his time and his great talk. I really enjoyed it. I hope you
are most welcome. I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today in front of a live audience from all around the world. On my little knowledge that I have, and in reality, as you can tell from today's talk, I borrow knowledge from pretty much the entire InfoSec community, and that's what we all do. Knowledge sharing is good for our community, as one person can't simply master all the tradecraft that is out there. We need help from everyone.
That's true. You can know everything in our job, so yeah, it's nice to share each one's perspective and knowledge with each other. And I hope you learned something today from Donovan. And again, Donovan, thank you for your time and your amazing talk. And for those who haven't been watching this entire talk, it has been recorded. I will try to upload it to YouTube so you can watch it back later. If some parts are not clear to you, you can always watch it multiple times again. And again, Donovan, thank you. And we will be back in 5 minutes. So see you all in 5 minutes.
For those who want to trouble me, they can also poke us in the CTF chat on Discord. I am there, as you can tell. But don't ask me for flags. I can't give you any.
No, don't ask for flags. Also, do not try to OSINT flags. Do not go on the dark web, because our flags are not on the dark web. I hope.
Yeah, we didn't put any on the dark web last I remember.
Well, guys, see you in 5 minutes. And
all right,
Donovan, thank you. Okay, guys, it's time for our next talk. That's about hardware security for beginners. This talk will be given by two speakers instead of one, so they are going to share their screens in between the talk. Yeah, give them a warm welcome. So here they come.
Hey, hi guys, this is Sunil, and along with me, I have Kunal here for this presentation on hardware security. So, our primary focus is on providing the basics about how hardware security, OT security, and a comparison of IT security. And we do have a couple of small demos along the talk. So, I'm just passing over to the Kunal. So, hope you guys enjoy this talk.
Yeah, hey Sunil. You want to go with your intro first, Sunil?
Yeah. So yeah, my as I was saying, my name is Sunil. So I work as security consultant at Deloitte. All my social media handles are like vegan hacker. So you can ping me on any of the social medias. And I'm mostly into automotive security, web application, Android, the client, threat modeling, and things like that. So yeah, over to you, Kunal.
Okay, Sunil. So hey guys, my name is Kunal and I'm working as a security analyst at KPMG. And over internet, people know me by name Sentinel920. I have a few certifications related to information security, that is OSCP, CNSS, AZ900 and AZ104. In my day-to-day job, I perform the recting assessments, OT security assessments, cloud architecture security, and also I've been building vulnerable machines for offensive security PG practice labs. And yeah, that's it from my side. So we both wanted to give a disclaimer before starting. That is, all the opinions that we are going to present are our own, and we are not representing our firms here. And this is only for the educational purposes. So the demos, and the presentation. If you are learning something out of it, that's really great. But please don't try to harm other people learning from this. So the agenda. So this is my agenda, and Sunil will cover more on the hardware security stuff. So I will be, first of all, like we'll be starting with the operational technology. And now many people are familiar with the information technology, that is IT. But when it comes to OT, very few people seems to understand the ins and outs of the OT network. So we'll start with the explanation of the operational technology first. Then we will start discussing the major difference between the IT system and OT systems, because IT system is not life threatening, but OT systems, if anything goes wrong in the OT system, it can be a life threatening as well. So after that, we'll see different type of hackers. So different type of hackers in the sense that the different type of hackers that can attack your OT environment, in the sense the insider, the outsider, the well-funded with advanced tools and similar type of attackers. Concerns in the OT security. Next will be the concerns in the OT security. We'll be talking about uh, the current scenarios that are there in the OT security, and then we'll follow with the ICS systems. So ICS system is a subset of the OT security part. So we're discussing more about the industrial control systems and how they work actually, and then we'll talk about the, as a pen tester, what should be our approach when we are doing pen test on this kind of devices. And lastly, we have a demo for a virtual plant. Now, of course, I can't show you the actual plant. So what we have done is we have created we have copied a virtual plant simulator that will simulate the actual bottle filling factory that will fill the water bottles with the water inside, and that will be doing to the sensors. So what we can do is we can it is running on the Modbus protocol, so we can fill and stop the water by giving the commands to the sensor. So we have a Python script that using that we can send commands to the Modbus protocol. So next is what is the OT? Now here we will be talking more into what is operational technology. So OT monitors and controls devices and processes of the physical system. Now hardware, it can be considered as a hardware or software that can cause a change in physical world. And these devices, if they are altered, it can be life-threatening as well. So some of the examples of the OT can be the chemical plant, water pump, bottle factory, etc. And we'll see in the demo the live presentation of this as well. So the first is the more specific towards the difference between the IT system and the OT system. So IT systems are, we all know, more specific towards the data-centric computing and operations of them, while the OT systems are makes changes in the physical world. So if you are a part of the IT, you're mostly into managing the data and focusing on the productivity, while in the OT system, it can make an effect in the physical world. So this is productivity versus the product. So in the IT system, the world of manage, it is known as the world of manage, and the focus here is on managing the data and protecting the data. While in the OT system, it is the world of control. So here it focuses more on controlling the equipments in the sense the plants, the controllers, etc. So that is the productivity versus the product, and we'll see further into this as well, that what equipments are there like sensors and plants, controllers, etc. So this is the difference between the IT and OT. In IT, you focus more on managing the data itself, while in the OT, you focus on controlling and operating on the equipments on those control using the controller devices. So next is the CIA triad model, which all of you might be familiar with from it is really a famous model from the CISSP. So CIA model stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Now, for those of you who don't know, I will give a brief about all the three. So starting with the confidentiality, it means to keep your data confidential. What integrity means is any unauthorized party should not be able to modify your data. And last is the availability, that is your data should be available when needed. So in IT system, it majorly focuses on the confidentiality, because IT system focuses more on managing the data, and the data should be confidential. While the OT system focuses more on the availability rather than the confidentiality of the data, because data should be available at time when needed. So its OT system is completely opposite of the IT system, because they can have a serious effect on the real world if taken down. For example, an electricity plant. So if it gets taken down, then the electricity around the nearby areas would be gone. So that's the reason that availability is given more focus in the OT systems compared to the IT systems. So next is type of attackers. Here we'll be discussing about various type of attackers that can do serious harm to your OT environment. Now this list is pretty identical to the IT environment as well. So the first type of attacker is a script kiddie. Now he knows few things about tools. Firstly, this script kiddie relies on softwares or scripts written by the other people and has little to no knowledge about how to modify them or how to create your own tool. So the script kiddies depend on other people's tool, and their attacks are random and with little understanding of the tools. And if they are able to compromise the environment, then this can cause a serious harm to your environment, because they are not aware of the consequences that can happen in the OT network. Second type of attacker is the clever outsider. You can probably call it as a black hat hacker. So he's an intelligent guy, has limited knowledge on the target, and usually gets in through a known weakness or known vulnerability, finding known CVE, and that's how he gets in. Third is the knowledgeable insider. So this type of attacker is really dangerous one out of the all, because he is the really technical person. He knows ins and outs of your organization, and most dangerous type because he's really good at knowing the ins and outs of your organization. He has advanced tools, advanced instruments, and he can do serious harm to your organization. And the last is funded organizations. So these are similar to the clever outsider or black hat hackers, but they have more advanced tools because of findings, and they can buy more costlier tools, 0 days, and the type of funding they get can be from the government organization or to take down any other country. So now we'll move further towards the concerns in the OT. So we'll be talking more about the concerns in the whole operational technology environment. So the first one is insecure operational protocols. Now, most of the protocols like Modbus, TMP3, ICCP, or IEC are insecure by design. And because these are the protocols that were designed a few years ago while not taking security into mind. These were designed just for the just said it should work. Second is the lack of security awareness among the IT staff, and this is also pretty identical to the IT environment. Default credentials. You can find the default credentials in the IT environment and also in the OT environment. Just the fact that in the OT environment there is more lack of the security awareness rather than the IT staff. So that is the second concern that you should look into if you're into OT. Third is the insecure IT-OT convergence. Now, IT-OT convergence, we will be talking more, discussing more about the IT-OT convergence in the upcoming slides. But to note that an insecure IT-OT convergence can cause an external attacker get into the network and reach out to OT network as well. So, which is ideally not the case because limited internet connectivity is presented in the OT environment. So, if OT is connected to the IT and IT has internet access, and if attacker gets unauthorized access to the IT network, he can easily get into the OT network. So when you are combining IT OT and you are performing the IT OT convergence, it should be make sure that it is secure. Fourth one is the lack of network segmentation. Now, all devices are reachable from all devices in most of the organizations. So that is where the lack of network segmentation comes in. So all the controller devices, like all the RTUs and all the PLCs, should not be able to communicate with each other. Not all of this. So there should be a particular network segmentation in place. The fifth is the remote maintenance of the OT system. And now, because many of the controller devices have enabled the remote access for the operating purposes, it opens more doors to the attackers because of this. And that is another concern in the OT. So remote maintenance should be monitored for the connections. And the last is the network visible to the open internet. Now, this is really the case in the most of the organization, because I'm not getting this, because usually the OT system have zero to no internet connection, and it should be connected directly to the IT environment, and from the IT environment you should be having the internet access. But still there are many organizations who have internet connectivity enabled in their OT systems. So their OT systems, the critical controller devices are exposed to the internet. So if you just do a shorthand search on those devices, controller devices like Siemens RTU or any PLC, you can find many of these devices that are exposed to the internet. Now, next we'll be talking about the subset of technology. Now, as already we have discussed something about the OT, let's dive deeper into the subsets of the OT. And so there is like ICS and SCADA and DCS that are the subsets of the OT environment. So you need to remember ICS and SCADA first, because we will be talking about both of them in the upcoming slides. And ICS is a subset of OT, and the core of the ICS is the controller that controls the plant. So the plant in the sense water pump or chemical factory or anything. And SCADA is just the supervision network. So the full form of SCADA is supervisory control and data acquisition system, and it collects all the data from the ICS, from the production network, and then if there is an alarm or anything going into it, it will be able to collect that. We will be seeing this in the upcoming slides. So let's talk about the industrial control systems. So you need to remember about the controller thing, because the whole industrial control system is designed and managed around the one particular controller. And the controller is particularly not one, but many controller devices. So these controller devices have direct access to the plants, sensors, actuators, water pumps, etc. And if an attacker is able to gain access to the controller, he can easily gain access to the he can run the commands through controller on the plant system. So he can, if he wants to, he can also take down the plant. That is one thing that you should take into consideration when designing the OT system. So these are the different controller devices like PLCs, RTO, RTUs, and IEDs. So all these devices are directly connected with the plant, and these devices give instruction to the plant to operate. So PLC is programmable logic controllers, it is designed to programmable. It is programmable, so it is designed to be programmable. We can program the PLCs, and we can send commands to plant through the PLCs. Similarly, RTOs are real-time operating systems. RTOs are remote terminal units. RTOs and PLCs, we can say both are the same, almost identical, just that RTOs can be operated remotely. And last are the IED devices, that are intelligent electronic devices. So all these are the controller devices that have direct connection with the plant. And if attacker is able to get access to any of these devices, it can have direct effect on the plant. So now let's talk about IT/OT convergence. In the right side, if you see, there is a production network. So in the production network, there is remote terminal unit and PLC. So these two devices are controller devices. These two devices have direct access to the pump, right? Water pump or plant. So chemical, that plant can be chemical plant or water plant, anything. So these two devices are the controller devices. If attacker is able to get to this PLC device, then it can cause a serious harm to the plant. And if it is a chemical plant, then the consequences can be much more than the water plant. So devices that we call controllers have direct access to the plant, that is in the production network. All the data from the production network is going into the supervision network for monitoring purposes. So that is known as SCADA. The main job of the SCADA is to supervision and monitor the data. So it has the SCADA server, the data historian server, the maintenance laptop, and all. So the SCADA network receives alarm from the production network. So let's say if a remote terminal unit or any PLC got down, then it will send an alarm to the SCADA system. So the SCADA guy who is monitoring, supervising using the fancy screen, he will come to know that, okay, this PLC or this controller device has gone out, and then he will be able to take action from this. And when we combine both SCADA and the production network, that is both combined as a part of the ICS system. So ICS again is industrial control system that works around the controller devices. Controller devices are remote terminal unit, PLCs, etc., that have direct access to the plants. And if attacker is able to gain access to these controller devices, he can operate the plant on his own will. We'll see further of this in the demos. Further, the ICS system, on the left hand side, it is connected with the corporate network. Corporate network in the sense corporate IT network. So on the right, that is OT network. On the left, that is the corporate network, that is our IT network. And the IT network is exposed to the internet. So if an attacker wants to get in, he has to cross the firewall and gain access to the IT network. And from IT network, OT network is accessible. So it is generally a good idea to not expose OT environment to the internet because of that. Now we'll talk about pen testing this kind of devices. So devices in the sense, when I say devices, it's controller devices like RTUs, PLCs, etc. So these devices are really sensitive, and we can easily perform DOS attack on these devices and make it unresponsive with just the normal ping command. So if I send a normal ping command, it will work just fine. But if I were to send a ping command with -s switch with 65535, so -s switch is just the packet size of the packet that is going to be sent. And if I send the packet size of this big, it will surely make a DOS on the devices. Next is port scanning. So now if these are like critical sensitive devices, then how should we perform? How should we approach to scan port scanning on these devices? So we can use something called Nmap. Nmap is like widely known network mapper tool, but we can't use the general Nmap command like Nmap and then target, because we need to open and close each TCP connection. Otherwise, it can again, if a TCP port is open, it will keep on listening, and it can make the device really unresponsive. So start with the Nmap -pn. -pn is no ping. So if you use -pn command, it will make no ping request to the device. -st is for the TCP scan, and it will also make sure that all of your connection is open and close each time. You don't want to make the open request all the time and without closing them, because that can harm the device. Next is the scan delay. So it is generally recommended to make the scan delay up to 1 second. And last is the maximum parallelism. So using this particular switch, you can generally make sure that only one parallel scan is running. So only one scan is running. The maximum parallelism is one, so only one scan would be running at a time. And at the last, you can add the target. So this is the general command which you can use to port scan any controller devices. It might take too long because of the scan delay of 1 second and opening and closing each TCP connection. So generally, it's a good idea to search on the device itself and find what ports are generally open on those kind of devices. For example, if I'm doing a pen test, or if I'm doing testing on some particular Siemens device, then I will try to find out the Siemens model number, and I will use Google or any other search engine to find what ports are already open, and what ports that device use. And here I can use a scan delay on that particular port, so saving a lot of time. Next is the pen testing this kind of ICS devices. So the first test case that you should be doing on this device is to test the robustness of these devices. This can be done using packet crafting and fuzzing. This can also be done using ping command, like ping test s, and sharing a huge packet data size. Second is we can perform a man-in-the-middle attack and attempt to record and replay the same data using a tool called MITM proxy. So you can try to capture the data and then replay that data on the same device and see how the device is responding to that. Third is you can test for the logic flaws and try to bypass the authentication, because if the devices have the remote communication open, then in most of the cases port 80 is also going to be open, and if port 80 is open, from there on it is almost identical to the web application pen test that we do. The next approach should be to find known and 0 days vulnerabilities, that is CVEs. So if you already know the model number and the company name, you can just search for them online for any found vulnerabilities or 0 days or any CVEs that are out there, and you can use them to gain further into the network. And last is performing the reverse engineering on the firmware. So reverse engineering on the firmware is possible in multiple ways. Like, first of all, you need the access to the firmware. So the access of the firmware is also possible in multiple ways. So there are like multiple ways you can get firmware. First is through the vendor. You can visit the vendor site and download the original firmware from the vendor if vendor provides. If vendor is not providing, the second is you can extract from the chip itself. You can also perform man in the middle and upgrade your firmware, and using man in the middle you can capture the data and raw data, and then you can extract the firmware out of that. So Sunil will be covering more on the firmware analysis and the reverse engineering part. But if you are performing reverse engineering on a particular firmware, according to me, two tools are more than enough for performing this. One is the FAT and FMT. FAT stands for the firmware analysis toolkit, and FMT stands for firmware mode toolkit. So it is like a collection of multiple tools into one, and these two tools can be used to perform reverse engineering on most of the firmwares, according to me. Next is the PLCs. So we're talking about the PLCs. These are the controller devices that we talked about, and this has direct access to the plant that are out there. So most modern control systems employ a PLC as a means to control motors, pumps, valves, and etc. Right. So these PLCs are programmed to run certain commands on the plants, and there is also something called HMI, that is human machine interface. Again, it's just an interface that lets a human interact with the machine, and when we call machine, in the sense the plant. So we can also say that HMI is basically the touch screen of the PLC. So if PLC is directly communicating to the plant, we can use HMI as a touch screen of the PLC because HMI has certain hard-coded buttons on it, and using those buttons we can start or stop. We can send those commands directly into the plant through PLC. So the demo part. We have a simulator of the bottle factory that is running. And the second is the HMI interface. Now, if we look at the simulator, it is a simulator and not the actual plant, but it is a water filling factory. So whatever, it is a water filling factory, and whatever we want to do to this plant, we can do through PLC or HMI interface. So on the right, we have the HMI as well. So this is the HMI interface using which we can send commands to the plant. So only right now, only two buttons are there, that is run and stop. So if I hit run, the plant will be starting and it will be starting to fill the water into the bottles. As you can see, it started filling the water, and the red mark is the sensor. So once the water level reaches up to the red mark, it will stop sending the water in the bottle, and it will stop it. So that's, as an attacker, if one is able to get access to the PLC, what he can do. So we have a certain exploit script, and all we are doing in the exploit script is sending the client.write PLC tag run 0. So we are sending just one simple command, that is PLC tag run underscore run, and sending to 0. So let's hit the plant running. Now if we just run the exploit, it will stop the plant. So if an attacker has the access to the PLC or HMI, and if he is able to send the packet through the Modbus, he can easily stop the plant. He can easily control the plant. Now the main thing here is that once the attacker starts his script, even if you use your HMI interface to run the plant, it won't be running. The reason is the attacker is constantly sending the stop request through the while loop. So if we look at the command again, we are running while true request equal to client.write PLC tag run, and sending that to 0. So we are constantly sending the PLC tag as 0, and so it is constantly sending the stop commands to the plant. If we change the 0 to 1, now if we again run the same exploit, it will start running. Now again, we have used while loop to run the plant. So if we want to use our HMI interface to stop, we won't be able to stop this. So this is really a concern for in the OT environment. If an attacker is able to gain access to your PLC, then he can do whatever he wants to. This is the next photograph I took from while I was testing on the plant. So the plant is really old, around like 5 to 7 years old, and it is running on Python 2, and most of the libraries are broken. So I had to modify certain libraries and convert them into Python 3, and had to use bash to make it work. So some of the features are still not working, but while testing more and more, I was able to crash the plant. So the HMI sends certain commands to the plant. Now in our case, this particular HMI interface is sending PLC tag run, PLC tag contact, and PLC tag label commands to the plant, and plant is responding to that. But in real world, in real plant, it differs from plant to plant. It depends on how the PLC is configured. Some of the PLC might have different tag tables, so you need to first capture the data of the HMI interface or the PLC between the plant and the PLC, or between the plant and the HMI. So you can get the PLC tag values. Using the PLC tag values, you can control the plant using the Modbus protocol using a simple Python script. So I was just checking through different plant values, and I want to break the plant using the PLC tag contact and PLC tag label. So if attacker gains access to all the PLC tag values, he can keep performing different tag values. And if this is a chemical plant, then it can take the whole plant down, or he can merge multiple chemical components into one, and this can be seriously deadly and life threatening. So this was from my side. Now Sonal will take over from here.
Yeah, thank you, Kunal. Thank you for explaining PLCs and OT security. So hi guys. This is Sunil here again. I'll be explaining about the hardware security. So basically, first question is what is hardware security and why it is important? So unlike software security, right? Like hardware security has much more bigger impact and much more difficult to patch, because like the vulnerabilities we deal with is on the targeted device itself. So example, say if a particular hardware is hard coding the crypto chips, and say some researcher found out these crypto chips are not leaks out the private keys. So in order to change, or like in order to update it, so say to implement a TPM chip and all, like the entire hardware has to be changed. So that actually is very difficult to do. So that's the reason hardware security becomes very important. And like definition of by definition, hardware security is just a process of protecting the hardware against the vulnerabilities on the target device itself. So it can be like implementing TPM chips, or it can be hardening the operating system, hardening the firmware. It can be protecting against buffer overflows and other things. But yeah, the moving on to next slide. Just like how our software security is there, right? So I've been like, I mean, we have just classified it into like 4 different parts, just like the software security. And this is not like official guidelines or anything, just it's kind of my methodology or my convenience, where I've clubbed them together so that the methodology can be flowed in a better way. So usually, like any other hardware hack, any other software hacking goes, the first part and the most important part is information gathering. And just like what they say, is like 80% of your work is information gathering. So that's true for information, that's true for hardware security as well. So I'll be just taking through most part of the most different phases of it. And my primary focus would be on information gathering itself, because that would actually give around a lot of information which we require for hardware security. So information gathering. So example, let us assume like a router, or kind of a baby monitor, or some sort of a some sort of a IoT device or a communication device. So like the way we can gather information is like, say on the vendor page. So on the vendor page, the possibilities are like, we'll be able to get the schematic diagrams, we'll be able to get um, data sheets, we'll be able to get technical documents. So example, in one of the baby monitoring device which I had tested. So there was this document where it is like, it was password protected. And in order to bypass the password protection, there was a simple backdoor defined. So just open and just combine two particular pins together, and that would bypass it. So that was that simple. So it's always very important to go to the vendor page and do a proper recon on all the different documents we can obtain. And next thing is the FCC ID. So FCC ID, so again, like when it comes to FCC ID, as like any communication device, by law has to have FCC ID. So if a communication device has a FCC ID, there will be a lot of documentation pertaining to it. It can be with respect to like the internal images, which can give out information about the ICs, which can, or like external images, or it can be about the SoC chip. It can be some test results. So this information can again help us a lot. And the third important thing is like the support forums. So when it goes to support forums, like say vendor, or like say or like our good old Stack Overflow and all. So what will basically happen is like, some guys in some corner would have had an issue, and so probably the official vendor would have post the way, or like post the backdoor in that. So it is very important to actually properly dark it and find out through the support forums for as a very sensitive information. In many cases, like say the vendor might have not made the firmware public. So say somewhere in the support forum, you would have actually posted it. So that's where it becomes very important. And hardware schematics, designs, data flow diagrams, this can give a lot of information. I'll be covering a little bit more on the next slide. And again, like the previous pen testing reports, so we all know the value of the pen test reports. So in the pen test reports, like we would be knowing like, okay, certain vulnerability was there and it was fixed, and that might not be a proper fix, or like that might be a partial fix or whatever. So that would the device which we are testing, or like the device we are trying to hack, would be running an older firmware. So that will actually give us instant POC to execute the exploit. Another way is, like, say if the vendor which we are testing is on a public bug bounty platform, like say a bug crowd. So if we can search through the publicly disclosed vulnerabilities there, we might get some information. But these are kind of less or limited for hardware, I would say. But still, like, it's worth trying out. So I will just take one small example. So I don't basically own this router, and basically I took this example just for information gathering, and this is a publicly available information anyway. So I would not be hacking into this device, but just explaining about how much information we can gather. So this router is a TP-Link WR845N router. So right off the bat from the Google search itself, I was able to get the FCC ID as highlighted here. So once I got the FCC ID, what I could do is I could just go into fccid.io website, and I could search the FCC. I could search about the router. So there I could get the manual, I could get the internal photos, external photos, and like and other documents pertaining to it. And this particular router did not have any test result kind of document, but it actually gave us like a good amount of information with respect to internal and external photos. So like the next part of information gathering would be to open up the device and see what kind of microcontroller it is using, and what kind of communications are happening, and what is exactly going on there. So basically in this particular router, so it basically has two ICs, or integrated circuits. Uh, so the first one is the Qualcomm SoC. So this is actually pertaining to a wireless broadband modem router kind of IC. So since it's a SoC, maybe there are other devices which are using similar items, and there might be a lot of things on the support forums which can be worth looking into. Like, say, especially when we get into like extracting the firmware, when there's no other ways of extracting the firmware. And the other component which was identified here is a RAM. So RAM would not be a big point of interest at this point of time. So maybe in a very sophisticated attacks it might come into play, but not as of now. And the other thing which actually looks very sweet is this particular 4 unmounted pins which you can see to the left of the device. So this 4 pins, uh like, I mean, basically these 4 pins would be used for programming this SoC controller. And what vendor would do is he would just remove this particular pins, and you would just leave the soldering, you would just leave the holes on the PCB, so that, like, in case of debugging or something, they can just solder these pins and program it themselves. So, but this, for us as an attacker, it would help us a lot in extracting the firmware. So before going on to the next slide, I would just give you a little bit more detail on what these pins pertain to. So the pin you see here is a UART pin. So UART is a serial interface. For the people who don't know what is a serial interface, it is just a way of communication in embedded devices. It can be like, there are multiple protocols and standards there. So one of the standard is UART, and it's a very simple protocol. It has receive and transmit, and data will be going in bits of ones and zeros. So that is on a very simple level, but it can be very sophisticated than that. And UART pins can be used for flashing the controller, so it can be used for programming. And another very important important pin or important interface which is used for programming is called JTAG, and there are like few controllers define it in few different ways, and there's no particular set standard for that. So like say ARM controllers might define it as SWD, IO, SWD in and all, like whereas other controllers might define it as TISO, TISOP and all with a different nomenclature. These are vendor specific. And the next point comes is like it's okay, we identified these 4 pins, but we don't know which pins are this, right? So in that particular context, there are like a lot of tools which are available online. One of the most popular one is called JTAG. So through JTAG we would be able to kind of identify the GPIO pins, JTAG pins, and all the other pins. So most of the time it would be accurate. And there are like other, I mean, if you don't have access to JTAG or something, the other ways you can do it is like buy a logic analyzer or buy a oscilloscope, try to analyze which is sending data, which is, and like, and there are like a couple of pull down resistors which actually is more into another research topic, so I don't want to cover it now. So even without that it will be it's possible to identify, but once you can identify it, you can again use this particular tools like JTAG later, Shikra, Bus Pirate, or Artify badge, etc. And even the programming even the programming modules like J-Link, Segger and all could be used in this particular context in order to extract the firmware out of the controller. So extracting the firmware out of the controllers is like not a very complicated task if the controller doesn't have a sufficient protections in place. But when it has sufficient amount of controls in place, it can become quite challenging. So I would just try to move on to my next slide, and I'll say you what other challenges we might get into. So obtaining firmware, like I was explaining in the previous slides and all, like the best way is to go through the vendor support page, social engineering, or like following like GitHub pages, blogs online, or dorking, or multiple different ways which I had already told you. And other way can be through MITM or the MITM during the OTA updates. So that this can leak out the crucial information about, like say, which data server, or like say it can have the entire zip file in embedded. So these are the different ways which can be taken out. And the other ways I was discussing was through JTAG UART interfaces. So this was the tools I was actually discussing about. And other different ways are like say example, like it's usually the case of very low end IoT devices. So example, like say a baby monitor. So in order to upgrade the firmware of a baby monitor, so like the vendor would have given a thick client application, a very simple thick client application. You download the firmware on the thick client application, and you will be able to flash it onto the device by connecting it to a USB or something. So in that case, we can go through the thick client. We can do a kind of reverse engineering on thick client application or mobile application, and try to find out for private endpoints which actually points out to the firmware location in their servers. So that's another way. And the last method is it's kind of a very complicated method because it involves destruction of the device. So it is like the last resort when all the above said methods actually fail. So this method is actually uh, like say the IoT device or like the hardware device we are testing as a separate external flash memory. So usually this flash memory chips, these flash memory chips or integrated circuits, they communicate via one of the serial communications. So in this case, it will be something like a SPI communication or a I2C communication. So what we can do is we can desolder the particular integrated circuit itself, like the ROM itself, and try to put it onto an external, I mean, try to power it on externally, and then connect it to a Raspberry Pi. And there are certain tools on Raspberry Pi like firmware extractor, which we can run in order to extract the firmware. So this is like one of the last ways of gathering the firmware from the controllers. Moving on to next thing. So I actually wanted to give a demo on Chemo, but like the demo gods don't have I mean, they are not in line with me today, so I was not I won't be able to give you a demo on Chemo, but instead what I'll be doing is I'll be able to show you one not the router firmware, but I'll be able to show you one firmware which is actually publicly available dam vulnerable firmware. So I'll be able to show you like how to I mean what you can do as a part of information gathering. So Kunal, can you stop presenting? I'll present my screen.
Yeah, sure, Sunil. Just a minute. Yes, Sunil, you can please share.
Yeah, thank you. I hope my screen is visible now.
Yes, it is visible, Sunil. You can go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. Thank you for confirmation. Um, so any firmware, it usually starts off with just by running a strings on the firmware. So the firmware I'll be using today is called DVRF, which is publicly available if you just search dam vulnerable firmware. And with this firmware, the first thing anyone will run is a strings command. Strings minus say n6 to filter out all the things with string length more than 6, and it gives out a lot of garbage. And if we are lucky, or like if the firmware is not doing a proper job, we might be able to see certain information which actually can give us a lot of hints. So example, one of the firmware I was recently analyzing, so that was giving out kind of variable names. So that was giving out some variable names as like say private key. So our SSH underscore private key. So then with that firmware, what we could have, I mean, knowing this information, what I could do further is like go to Ghidra or like Radare 2. Both are amazing tools, and then find out for that particular string and try to reverse engineering from that from that point. I was able to get to the RSA private key. So the string running the strings on the firmware is always important. Though this particular firmware, there's nothing like huge point of interest. So usually there are different ways, like n6 meaning like it filter out all the strings with greater length greater than 6. So usually say like if you filter out 10 plus or something, the list becomes small, and then we'll be able to see if there is any valid string or something which will be a point of interest. So moving to another amazing tool we have is binwalk. So uh, say for us to be mounting the firmware, or like say uh, for I mean for a like say to extract the firmware, or like say to get the file system, binwalk is an amazing tool. So just by running the binwalk against the firmware, we'll be able to get certain information. Like here, if you can see it here, like it uses a squash fs file system, and it is a little Indian format, and it has I think somewhere we should be able to see it is a 32-bit architecture as well. So yeah, so binwalk gives us all this kind of valuable information which we can use in like a dynamic analysis. So unfortunately, I won't be able to cover dynamic analysis in this particular talk. And thing, um, other thing about firmwares is like, I mean, obviously firmwares will have to contain a lot of sensitive information, like business logic and all, and there is no other way. So most of the vendors, if they want to keep this, keep their firmware private, so what they do is they do encrypt it. So they do encrypt it using a separate TPM module, and that will be only I mean, that will be only unencrypted during the runtime, and there is no other way to extract it. So this is one particular safety mechanism which people are using, like so I rather industry is using. So like the firmwares would come encrypted. So in order to check if the firmware is encrypted or like not encrypted, to like I mean to extract the firmware into files so that we can analyze it further. Binwalk is an amazing tool, and in my slides I'd given like a couple of references which actually are really amazing articles for further references about dynamic analysis of firmware. uh, like you can check that particular link. And I guess like this is it for my talk. So any questions are welcome.
Yes, so this was another presentation. I want to thank those two speakers for their time and their effort. Yes, so this was and yeah, are there any questions? Because now you guys have 8 minutes to ask questions and they will answer, I hope. Are there any questions? Because now you guys have 8 minutes to ask questions and so yeah. Anyone has questions? I think there are no questions so far. So, yeah, I want to thank Sunil and Sentinel for their time, their amazing talk. I really enjoyed hardware hacking. It was something that was on my schedule too, so it's nice to have a general idea where to start, what to do. I don't know if they can hear me, but if they hear me, then thank you, Sunil and Sentinel, for your amazing talk. I loved the factory you guys built in Python. It's the water falling down. It looked really nice. Perhaps you guys need to teach me how to create that for my own. And yeah, for those who are watching, I hope you enjoyed it too. I hope you learned something and had an amazing time. I see you all in 5 minutes with our next two speakers. They are already waiting. And yeah, so see you all in 5 minutes. Hello guys, welcome. The 5 minutes have already been passed, so the next talk is going to start. It is about creating a DevSecOps pipeline with open source tools. Again, we have 2 speakers instead of 1, so there will be some screen sharing in between the talk. I will not hold you any longer, so yeah, let's just go to the next talk and have fun, and questions can be asked at the end of the talk, as always. So have fun and enjoy.
I'm still seeing the Christmas screen. I think we're good to go, right? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Lalit, and welcome to Mystikcon 2021. And with me is my friend and co-presenter, Karan. We're here to deliver a small talk and presentation on creating a DevSecOps pipeline with open source tools. About us, Karan, would you like to go first?
Sure. No, you go first.
Okay, so I'm an application security guy at Zynga. Basically, Zynga is probably you might associate with Zynga Poker, Farmville, and CSR Racing. So these are the games that Zynga creates. I'm an OSCP and OSW certified guy. I've been part of Mystico since 2019, so it's been second year with the family and second stint at Mysticon. I generally talk about application security, but I'm also into sci-fi gaming, soccer, and whosoever wishes to connect with me, I've given my LinkedIn profile here. And over to Karan.
Thank you. Yeah, hi, I'm Karan. I work at Offensive Security. I'm the Weisfolk Security. I'm a offensive security consultant there. I'm OSCP, OSWE, and CDP certified. I usually work in web application security, mobile application security, and I work with businesses to implement their DevSecOps programs and if they need any consultation in DevSecOps space. In my free time, I like to watch and play soccer, pool, and I love watching sci-fi stuff. I've given my Twitter handle, so if you would like to ask a question, reach out to me, please feel free to do so. Yep. Over to you.
Thanks, Karan. So the agenda for today's conference or today's talk is what exactly is DevSecOps? What everyone has a general idea about it, since DevSecOps has been around for some time now. We look at some buzzwords and other questions around it. Then we look at the maturity model through which we evaluate how an organization is doing when it comes to DevSecOps implementation. And then we look at the tools available for our disposal, the different CI systems. We also look at the benefits of DevSecOps over traditional application or product security models and modern DevOps solutions. And we also look at some of the best practices that also go hand in hand with the DevSecOps model once applied in an organization. And then, of course, we have a practical walkthrough of how the pipeline looks like when it's done properly. So we're going to use only the open source tools. We have no commercial tool. Of course, there's a plethora of commercial tools available, but for starters, for startups or budding organizations which want to implement DevSecOps and shift left, in their approach, I think open source is a nice and an easy venture to walk through and just to get their hands dirty on DevSecOps. Moving on to the next slide. So just the basics about DevSecOps. So DevSecOps is actually according to IBM, of course. So short for development, security, and operations, and that automates the integration of security at every phase in the software of the software development lifecycle, from the initial design through the integration, the testing, the development, and the software delivery portion. So that actually means that whatever stages of DevOps are there, you try to embed an element of security in the pipeline so that you not only strengthen the security posture, but also don't miss out on certain activities that are to be done. Now that it didn't upon the security professionals that we need to move on to DevSecOps. Karan, next slide, please. Yeah. So in the past, the security was also treated as an afterthought by a separate security team and was tested by a separate quality assurance team. And that was not thought from the earliest that we should perform tests from from the beginning, or we should implement testing at every phase of DevOps. That was done at the end of the life cycle. And sometimes security teams would not be aware of the products released, whether their security testing was done or not. So for everything, I should say, from let's say from developing the code or to pushing the application when it was done, and the security team, they were not really notified to perform a pen test when the application was required to be moved to production environment. And then when it was actually identified that, hey, we need to perform a security testing, that would be too late. And in case you want to perform a pen test and you find a bunch of medium or high or even critical level findings, and that is, of course, when we move on to the production phase of the application. And that means it's going to have a lot of overhead over the developers team. And they would first identify what exactly would be the root cause, and they would fix, and then they would check with the security team again, hey, if the security issue is fixed or not, we can move on to the production phase. And that would mean that there are a lot of man hours that would go into just fixing the security issues. Now, what could be done over here is that we could just make sure that we implement security at every phase, so that instead of spending a lot of man hours into fixing the highs and criticals of the security issues, we could just fix them at the earliest stage by identifying that, hey, this is the vulnerable component that you need not to have in your application or the software or the piece of code that you're using, and then probably just get rid of it, or maybe update it, or maybe use the updated version of the code. And then moving ahead, you don't find those associated security issues. So software developers adopted agile and DevOps practices, aiming to reduce the software development cycles to weeks or even days, or in some cases to even minutes, now that the DevOps has grown so exponentially into the organizations. This traditional approach would really become primitive. And if you were actually to compare how the developers would work, this is a pictorial representation of an assembly line, how a car would be assembled. And how the security team would work is actually they will just carve the wheels out of stone. So that would just that would be manually, and so that would just take a lot of time, just to get the security part over. And over to my friend to explain down further about the buzzwords that are associated with DevSecOps.
Thanks, Audit. Yeah, so when we are talking about DevSecOps or DevSecOps practices, or when we're talking about implementing any DevSecOps program in any organizations, we come across these buzzwords, and what we will do, we'll just go through those buzzwords one by one. So first one that we hear quite a lot is SAST, whatever you want to call it. In nutshell, all this is white box pen testing or white box testing or source code review. So in this type of testing, which it stands for static application security testing, whether it's a tool or a person, they would get access to your source code, and then they would go through the vulnerabilities. And they would find, like, if the user input is being sanitized or not, and then based off that, the vulnerabilities would be found. So there are a number of commercial and open source tools available. A few examples that we provided here is one is probably probably cheaper open source alternative is SonarQube. Then you have Veracode, and then there are like millions other vendors that provide similar offerings in this particular space. The next buzzword that we hear quite a lot is dynamic application security testing. So the difference between DAST and SAST is, in DAST, you actually run the application and then the application goes through or runs through a tool. Like example being, say, Burp Suite, you want to run a kind of automated scan, and the application, the scan would be run against that application and it will try to find vulnerabilities. Now you could do authenticated scan and non-authenticated scan, but your application would have to run in DAST environment. So you have like different types of tooling available, and similarly you have open source alternatives as well. So example being Zap, which is OWASP flagship product for this particular testing. Moving on, we have RASP, or what we call is as runtime application security protections. So think of it as, I usually give examples when it comes to RASP around mobile applications. So say, for example, you've got a mobile application and you've got runtime application security protection. Your mobile application could detect if it's attached to a debugger. So if it's attached to a debugger, it might not enable all of its features. So that way, if someone who is trying to reverse engineer your application wouldn't know which features are available, or in some instances, what we have seen is when these sort of protections are available, your application would crash as soon as it will be attached to a debugger or an instrumentational tool like Frida. So these sort of protections can be put in place as well. Moving on, another type of testing which is now making a noise in DevSecOps space, or just in security space in general, is called interactive application security testing. So this type of testing kind of sits between SAST and DAST, but it sort of takes like all the pros from these two types of testings. So what interactive application security testing tries to do is, your application will run, but they are sort of agents deployed on your application servers. So this type of testing is done within the application. So what they try to achieve with IAST is that your application will run in a dynamic mode, and then the agents that are running on your web application server would look at like which code is actually being executed in a given time, or when a user is interacting with this particular window, or when this particular function is being performed. So this is what IAST testing does. Again, it depends whether you want to implement this type of testing in your CI/CD pipeline, because given the nature of this type of testing, it could take a longer compared to SAST and DAST testing. The next one that we hear quite a lot is the software composition analysis. All it is scanning for dependencies, or vulnerability scanning your dependencies, your libraries, your plugins, anything that you're using as part of your code or part of your project or part of your application. So what this tries to do is this tries to find known vulnerabilities in your code base, or plugins or third parties libraries that you're using. And it actually could play an important role when you are deploying your application by actually running a proper software composition analysis scan against them, because if you could mitigate or find vulnerabilities beforehand, it makes it quite easier for you to probably deploy your product in the production environment, because you know that your libraries are up to date. The last bit is the infrastructure as a code, which we hear quite a lot. From traditional infrastructures, the way the traditional infrastructures used to be deployed, in infrastructure as a code, everything is managed through code. Your application, your infrastructure's configuration, the infrastructure deployment, and even destroying infrastructure through code. And it makes it so much easier to share that code among other team members with other teams as well. And every time you need something, you could just simply, like your regular CI/CD pipeline, you just call this code that's there, to spin up a new environment. You've got various examples and various tools available to do infrastructure as a code. The the key players in this particular space is your AWS CloudFormation, you've got Ansible, you've got Chef, you've got SaltStack, and you've got Terraform. Moving on, over to you, Lalit.
I'm still getting used to Zoom now. I don't sometimes understand where exactly are the controls. But yeah, so all right. So now when the organizations decide to introduce elements of security in the pipeline, one of the stages that you would find is that security team introduces SaaS activities when the application is to be moved from build process. So Karan, would you move on to the next slide? Yes, so this is one of the pictorial representations and an actual representation of how, when you're trying to shift left from the traditional approach and when you try to introduce DevSecOps as a practice in your existing application development pipeline. So this ensures that, if we have certain amounts of toll gates implemented, for instance, the build process should fail if the code review process yield has any critical or high severity issues. The build process does not occur before the application developer does not fix them. So this is what I explained about one stage. And if you move on to the next slide, Karan. Yes, so here you can see, apart from build process, you can always include multiple stages or quality toll gates to ensure that you're deploying a better application from security perspective. So for instance, when you look at the develop state, so you could always include some pre-commit hooks and some SDK plugins, like there's find bugs for Eclipse, which you can always include. That not only identifies whether you're performing, whether you're coding for, let's say, a Java application with regards to OWASP top 10 best practices or not. And then when we go towards the right-hand side, we see, from CI/CD server, we see that there's SaaS and SCA, which Karan explained as the DevSecOps buzzwords. And then we move ahead into the staging and QA environment. We see how other toll gates of security can be inculcated into the DevSecOps pipeline. So this is not just rewiring the whole and reinventing the wheel. The stage, the DevOps stage stays as is. It's just we try to introduce some of the toll gates that are already perhaps present in the DevOps pipeline, which most of the times developers include in their own pipeline. So for instance, if the linting is not done properly, the stage would fail, and so the build would fail automatically. So these are some of the stages that we could introduce our security elements into it. And there's almost you could see here that almost every stage apart from build, there is always an element or a toll gate of security that can be introduced into the pipeline. Karan, would you like to bust some myths and questions around DevSecOps? I think that is the next section.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess these are the things, or these are the questions. Well, there are way more questions, but we just try to compile some of them. Like, when you try to implement DevSecOps, or you're trying to implement that program, it's just the perception or the thinking around DevSecOps. So these are the questions that pop up. The first one that always comes up is DevSecOps actually going to eliminate like all of the issues? Like, it's actually not practical, like whether you do DevSecOps or not, or whether you have like $1 million worth of a commercial tool, or you have like 100,000 tools available in your pipelines. It's not going to be possible to eliminate 100% of the issues. The reason being, because none of the tooling that's even commercial is available right now, which could actually eliminate different types of issues that that affect our web applications or mobile applications or whichever application we talk about. So I think the general idea of DevSecOps is to actually catch as much of low-hanging fruit as possible. So you know that those like low-hanging fruits wouldn't form like a high severity vulnerability later on in the in the stage of the or the life cycle of the application. So the whole idea behind DevSecOps is you try to include security as early as possible, and you try to catch as many issues as possible. And again, it does not guarantee that it's going to catch 100% of the issues. So yeah, I think that's probably one of the major questions that gets asked. The next thing is it going to be cost effective? An answer to that is it could vary, but I mean, from my side, or probably from Lalit's side, yes, it is cost effective. The reason being, you've got open source tooling available, right? And you could implement, or you could perhaps build anything that you could build pretty much the whole pipeline using the open source tooling. So you don't have to spend money buying the commercial tooling. The next question that gets asked is it going to keep up with the evolution of my product? Well, yes, because if you're still sticking to the agile development and the way you're releasing your products, or your releases to products, absolutely. Most of the tooling that's available, which is open source, it gets updated on regular intervals. So for example, Zap is OWASP flagship product, so you know that it's going to keep on getting updates. And similarly, all other alternatives that are available for open source tooling, they are definitely there, and they would definitely support your product going forward as well. So other questions that get asked are more around, is it going to be compatible with my CI/CD pipeline, or like, we are using Jenkins, or we are using GitLab, or we are using, Circle CI, or whichever CI/CD platform that you're using? Of course, yes, because the reason for that is because all these tooling is available in Docker, so you could just deploy a container and then you can just simply run a tool. You don't really have to rely on the underlying system that you're using. All you have to do is, as long as you can run a Docker, you could pretty much deploy these tools in your CI/CD environment. So that sort of takes away all the dependencies on a specific platform, and that's what makes life so much easier. And we will see those examples, down the line. Next thing is, will this model keep up with the adaptations or improvements in maturity? And yeah, I think we covered that previously. Yes, because what's going to happen is, first of all, by the time you get to implement these tools in your CI/CD pipelines, you would go through this journey of maturing yourself, maturing your whole security model, the security culture, and how you sort of perceive, shift left, that whole idea. So this has to, first of all, you have to go through those journeys to be able to then implement these tooling in your CI/CD pipelines. And as you grow, or as your application or the infrastructure evolves, you could then look at how you can tune these tools that you have implemented in your CI/CD pipelines as well. So yes, definitely, it would keep up with whatever you're trying to achieve with your products and with your pipelines. Next myth, or what we've heard, or from experience, what we observed is, most of the companies refrain from buying security tools since they're expensive and would want to invest money in a better place where the return of investments is justified. Exactly right, because they don't want to spend money where they can't really see any value, right? So and that's probably one of the myths. And I think the fact is, what we already talked about and we have covered, is that you could pretty much build your whole DevSecOps pipeline, or you can introduce these security tooling inside your CI/CD pipelines with a complete open source tooling, right? So that means you don't have to spend money. You just have to make sure that you've implemented those tools correctly, and those tools would do exactly the same thing that a commercial tooling would do. And then you can observe whether you actually need a commercial tooling, or whether the open source tools are doing a good enough job for you. And the next thing is, when you have the CI/CD pipeline operational, you know, how quickly you pick up these issues is also far better than just doing a pen test end of the day, which, you know, may just be obsolete after 2 or 3 weeks, because you may have like 10 different releases happened since you've done that pen test, right? So that's what the whole idea behind DevSecOps is, and that's what the you know, what the facts are. Over to you, Lalit.
Thanks, Karan. So there are some of the common myths and the questions that revolve around DevSecOps that has been addressed by Karan. So there are plenty of questions that obviously, you know, we would be welcome to answer them during this talk if anyone has them. But these are the frequently asked questions that we all, you know, most of the time we get from our fellow information security professionals or our company peers or leaders who always expect from us as information security professionals that, you know, if we introduce DevSecOps in our existing pipeline, what are the factors that we need to consider, the cost being one of them. So that is why we try to address these kind of questions first for everyone, so that, let's say, if they decide to implement these kind of principles in their own existing infrastructure or in their own pipeline, what exactly they need to answer. So there would be at least a certain consensus around the teams and the security professionals that, hey, we need to address these kind of problems like that. And so moving on to the next slide, we've got the DevSecOps maturity model. No, the previous one. Yeah. So let's assume that you decide to make a move towards shifting left to DevSecOps. You swayed the organization into moving towards the shift left approach. Everyone is on board the idea, and you start implementing the DevSecOps into your existing pipeline. And the next question comes that, hey, we are implementing this solution in our existing pipeline. And so how do we evaluate this stuff? How do we quantify how it is doing? Is it doing well? Is it doing not well according to the general consensus? Or is it, you know, are we at par according to the organization? And obviously, one thing to wonder is, how do we evaluate the maturity of the DevSecOps pipeline that we implement? And so that is why we have this maturity model, which is known as the DevSecOps maturity model. And this was created by Timo Pagel, and this is actually a live project that has been maintained by OWASP. So Timo had the initial idea that, you know, how do we evaluate around the whole DevSecOps pipeline? What could be the levels of maturity that would exist in the maturity model? And then it is backed by OWASP, because, you know, OWASP are the foundation pillar around the application security. So it is just a Google search away, and first thing you will notice is a spider chart with a lot of elements, as we've included in the slide, and you will see that, you know, there are a lot of elements from building to deployment to logging to application tests. These are all practical stages of the DevSecOps pipeline, and henceforth are the stages of the maturity model itself. And under the guidance of this model, the appropriate principles and measures are implemented. People are guided to implement in order to counteract these attacks. So for instance, whether there's any kind of SAST activity that you want to perform, and you want to evaluate these kind of security issues at first, and now you've identified some of the low-hanging fruits, and you want to move ahead and find out some complex issues. So what exactly do you need to do once you've implemented an open source tool? So DevSecOps maturity model is something that you can check out always, and it includes all the stages and all the explanations as to if you want to move on from level 1 to level 2 or from level 3 to level 4, what exactly do you need to perform? How do you plan to mature your existing model? And so the stages tell you how you want to get started, and if you already have, the general idea is that how you want to push forward and migrate to a better situation. And so there are 4 levels of maturity. The level 1 is always the basic understanding of security practices. So we're going to cover the first level here in our practical demo session. This level, the level 1 actually signifies that, for instance, if you're starting off, what are the basic stages that you want to cover in your DevSecOps pipeline? So for instance, you want to include SAST activities, you want to include TAST activities, you want to include the composition or not. So these are the basic ideas, whether you want to perform these activities or not. When you move on from level 1, there is adoption of basic security practices. So, which means that, okay, you've introduced some of the tools, and now you want to mature it and strengthen it further. So, how do you want it? Do you want to train your developers into security? You want to have security champions. You want to have, one particular team defined for one particular state. So there are multiple things. Level 3 and level 4 are also are again some advanced layers around the DevSecOps maturity model. So I think what we are trying to cover here is how you want to start and where do you want to see yourself when you're implementing a DevSecOps pipeline into your organization. And so level 1 is something that we have tried to cover in our practical model. And this is something that we try to communicate what we have, with the audience that we have. And over to you, Karan. I think next up is the practical.
You can cover the different tooling, and then I can do the next slides. Yeah, if you want.
Oh yeah.
You want to cover it?
I think, yeah, I mean, let's just, mix and match whatever we feel comfortable with. So, the DevSecOps pipelines can be built on any CI tool available. We've got Jenkins. We already have shown you how we cover the SAST activities in the tradition, how you first of all implement. And so we had Jenkins in the diagram, and then, we had a SAST activity, whenever there was a quality tollgate failure. And so it would go back to the developer for correcting the issues. And then it would just, rinse and repeat of the existing process. So we've got Jenkins, we've got Circle CI, Travis CI. There's so many tools available. And just for the ease of the presentation, we went ahead and chose GitLab CI. Reason being that it is something that we are comfortable with, and it's fairly, yeah, it's fairly easy to set up on GitLab CI. Yeah. Karan, you wanna explain further?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for that. Yeah. So as Lalit said, yeah. So for this presentation, we'll be using the GitLab CI. So we just move on. Before we actually jump into the practical, so let's just look at some of the DevSecOps practices. So as we talked about the Security Champions Initiative, I think before we implement this program, which is DevSecOps in any organization, it's really important that we have Security Champions Initiative. And those of you who don't know what Security Champions Initiative is, it's actually having security advocates sort of planted in different departments of your organization. And these are the people who are passionate about security, who want to learn about security. These could be developers, senior developers, architects, could be anyone who wants to learn more about security, and they're passionate about it, and they want to be your voice. So what you can do with the help of security champions, you would get more visibility into those teams. So you know what's happening in each department, right? So that's why the Security Champions Initiative is the core of DevSecOps. So before you even get to the practical side of things, like adding tooling and whatnot, and even thinking about tooling, you have to, first of all, you need to change the culture of your organization, because that's how you would actually start to shift security to the left. And I could spend like 2 hours just talking about security champions, but we've got so much other stuff to cover. So how long the tool should run for? So this is like another thing that you need to keep in mind. So before, when you implement any tool in your DevSecOps pipeline, or sorry, the CI/CD pipeline, you need to make sure that that tool doesn't run for more than 10 to 15 minutes. Like the 15 minutes is max. So whether you do DAST, SAST, or whichever type of testing that tool does, your tool should not hold the whole pipeline for more than 10 or 15 minutes, because the speed is the key. So keep that in mind. So what should be the output of the tools? So any tool that you implement, the output of those tools should be in a machine readable format. So the reason for that is, so when I say machine readable, that means it could be JSON, it could be XML type of output from these tools, because it makes it easier for perhaps your other tool to consume that file that's spit out by your tool. Example being, say, your tool spit out a JSON file, it's easier to probably import that into your vulnerability management system. If your tool is stitching out TXT files, the other tool probably wouldn't understand. So you have to make sure that the output of your tools needs to be in a machine readable format. So the next thing is like how to reduce your false positives. Now, this is really, really important, and this is a key here. This all going to depend on your experience. It's going to depend on the tooling. It's going to depend on how finely you're tuning your tools as well, right? So for example, if you're doing a static code analysis, it may find 50 vulnerabilities, like it may say there are 50 XSS, but there may not be any. So you need to make sure that you're tuning your tools right. So end of the day, you don't have to sit there and triage like 100 different tickets that are generated by your tool. So that's really, really important. And that's probably where some of the commercial tooling can shine, but then again, it's all cost benefit analysis type of thing that you have to do. How to manage vulnerabilities. So there are various toolings available to do vulnerability management. Again, since we're talking about open source here, you could perhaps kick off your vulnerability management with Defect Dojo. Again, that's a OWASP flagship project, so it has like support for so many different tools. So we will highly recommend that you would go ahead and start reading up on Defect Dojo, because rather than paying for a commercial tooling, just start off with open source. Now, this is what our pipeline is going to look like, and I'm just going to demonstrate that to you as well. We've got like 23 minutes, so I just want to rush as much as I can. So what you're seeing here is we've got 4 different stages in our pipeline. So we've got a build stage, we've got a test stage, we've got an integration stage, and we've got a deploy stage. You could have 10 different stages, that doesn't matter. You could have as many different stages as you like. And that would vary from organization to organization. So what we're trying to show you here is like what different type of tooling we have implemented at each stage. So the build stage here, we are just building the application to make sure like there is some sort of artifact there for us to do some sort of testing. So in the build stage, we are running a tool called Retire.js. So what this tool does, it's gonna run software composition analysis, and it's gonna find vulnerabilities regarding any outdated JavaScript libraries. So that's what this particular tool is going to do. The safety is another similar sort of tool that's going to find known vulnerabilities in Python dependencies. So anything that's available in requirements.txt, if any of those dependencies are vulnerable, it's going to spit out that output that, okay, these are the vulnerabilities that it found. And then we've got another stage, which is the test stage, and we've got a tool implemented Bandit. So Bandit is a tool that can do static code analysis for Python code base. So that's why the name of what we try to do is we try to give a little bit of a suffix here, so you could actually see what sort of the tooling it is. And then we've implemented TruffleHog. So what TruffleHog does is it detects all the secrets that you may have accidentally committed in your code repository. And then before these two things happen, the test job will run first, because it will make sure that the application sort of responds the way it's supposed to be. And then we've got another stage, and here we are just simply running an nmap scan, and then we are running another tool called sslice. So this tool would do things like check the application for any outdated SSL protocols, if it's using, say, SSL version 3, or if that application is vulnerable to Heartbleed or something like that. This tool would pick it up, and this tool would also see if you're using TLS 1.0, 1.1, and then highlight those as well. And then here we're running ZAP for just a dynamic application security testing. And then the last, once all of this is done, and then we've got a deploy stage, and then we can deploy the application to the production environment only if we happy with the output that these tools have generated. Yeah, so I've already sort of talked about the tooling that we've implemented, so I'm not gonna go through these tools again, but as you can see, we've just talked about what these different toolings that we have implemented. So now let's move to actual demos. So let's pray to the demo gods quickly. And here we've set up, so this interface that you're seeing is GitLab. So we just simply created a private repo for us, and we created our own GitLab runner where all of these jobs would run. And what you're seeing here is we have deployed a vulnerable Python application, which is available for you to go on. It's available in GitHub, so you could just simply go and explore. That's the name of the application. So when you are working with GitLab CI, this is the file called gitlabci.yaml. This is the file that has everything that your GitLab would need to run your CI/CD pipeline, right? So here, I may zoom in a little bit so that may be a little bit easier on the eye. So here we have defined different stages that we want to run, as I demonstrated that I showed it to you previously. So we've got 4 stages. We've got build stage, we've got a test stage, we've got the integration stage, and we've got the deploy stage. And here we are defining each and every job, like what job would run under a particular stage. So for example, as Lalit was explaining, if you want to do a static code analysis, perhaps in a build stage, that job would take place, and then that job will create some sort of output, and then someone would have to look at that output or need to sign that off before your application is released, right? So similarly, you could have 10 different type of tooling implemented in a particular pipeline. So this what you're seeing here is one pipeline that we have built. And another thing that you probably want to keep in mind is probably when you are really new to your DevSecOps journey, or when you're talking about maturity level 1, you don't want to fail the builds. The reason for that is because as a security person, if you're implementing your security tooling and you start to if you start to fail the builds, it's going to create so much work for your development team or DevOps team, and it's going to create so much backlog. And for that, you don't want to fail the builds. So even if your tool finds something, you don't want to fail it. You just want to say, okay, you found something, we're happy with that, but move on to the next job. So that's what you want to achieve in your level 1 maturity. And as you grow and as you mature in your DevSecOps journey, you can then start to fail jobs because you know that your tooling is tuned, you know that it's not going to generate any false positive. So you have to keep that in mind as well, because when it comes to practicality, DevSecOps is like, it's because then you have to tell your managers why you are not releasing in production, and what's actually holding you back. So yeah, so as we were demonstrating, so here you can see we've got the build stage, and we are just simply building the application here. That's what the code that what it's doing. And then similarly, we are just simply testing once the application is built. We're just testing the application, and then we start to implement our tooling. So here we have implemented retire.js. And as you can see, I probably don't have time to go through one by one line, but you could, the name is pretty straightforward. We're using the base image as node, Alpine, and then we're just installing retire.js. And then we're just running the retire.js against the vulnerable application that we are hosting in our repository. And then that retire.js will produce some sort of output, because the output is really important when we're looking at the tooling. And that output is stored here. And then we would see when this pipeline runs that it will generate its output. Similarly, we're running safety, we're running bandit, we're running truffle hog, and we will show you each tool's output. And you can see, and here we're running nmap. We are scanning this IP address for open ports, and we are storing the output of that as well. And then we are running sslies against my website, and then it will produce some sort of results as well. And the last, we are running OWASP Zap. Here we are pulling a Docker container, and then we are running Zap in a container, and we pass the baseline parameter. So it's only going to run the baseline scan against our website. And then whatever the results of Zap is will be stored in this output. And as you can see, a keyword here, allow failure _ is equal to true. That means even if Zap finds vulnerabilities in this particular stage, it will not fail our build. It will move to the next phase of the pipeline. And once our pipeline is done, I'll just show you. This is how the pipeline would look like. So as you can see, each tooling that is embedded inside each stage, you can have 5 other tools that you want to implement, and this would look exactly how or whatever you have implemented inside each stage. And now, if you want to see what retire.js found, you can simply click on it. And behind the scenes, you can see all the commands that we passed in the gitlab.yaml file. Those commands are being run on behind the scenes on our GitLab runner. And it is finding vulnerabilities. And then what is artifact? Artifact is the output of the tooling. So here you can see on the right-hand side, that's the output of the tool. We can click download, and it will download the artifact. I can just chuck that on my desktop, save that. And I can show you exactly what that artifact sort of looks like. So I've just extracted it. And that's the output of that tool, which is retire.js. So this would highlight, or this would find vulnerabilities like, whatever we are running. If there is any known vulnerability, as you can see, there are a number of vulnerabilities that are medium. I just opened it up in Chrome, but may look better in Notepad++. Similarly, we can go back and we can perhaps look at, say, nmap. And here you can see I scanned my IP address, and these are the ports that it found are open. And similarly, we've got the artifact. You can directly, we just didn't have enough time to actually showcase that, but you could directly upload the results of these tools in Defect Dozo. So you then can go online and you can have a really nice looking a vulnerability management dashboard where you can see what those vulnerabilities are and what those vulnerabilities actually look like. We can also probably look at Zap as well. So I'll just show you the output of other tooling. For example, sslies, we can look at Zap's output. So here you can see Zap scanned. We've used the baseline scan, so it's fine. It found like, okay, cookie does not have any HTTP flag set, right? So you can see with this sort of stuff, like see how automated it is. Like with all that 8 or 9 line of code, it's gonna keep it's going to find like some of the, the low hanging fruit for sure for you. And when you start fixing these things, for example, if you implement HTTP only cookie flag, well, that's going to prevent your cookie being read through a cross-site scripting attack, So you could actually then, you're fixing more things, then the impact of cross-site scripting is reduced, So you can see how DevSecOps is actually helping you. Similarly, if your cookie does not have a secure flag set, that means your cookie can be transmitted over an HTTP protocol. So if you have this set, that means it guarantees that your cookie will only be sent over an HTTPS protocol. And as you can see, you have like so many benefits. That's the ZAP's baseline scan, like transport security header is not set, and all other stuff that it would find. And then you can tune ZAP's profile to find more advanced issue. You could specify username and password, and you can do an authenticated ZAP scan. So, it's all of those options are available to you. While time permits, I may show you bandit scan, what that scan. So as you can see, the bandit is finding vulnerabilities in the Python code at the code level, like it's doing a static code analysis. So bandit found 3 issues that I can probably show you. So here it says it found an issue starting a process with so it found a potential command injection. Then, as a security engineer or whoever is triaging these reports, then they can look at it and go, oh, actually, yes, it is user supplied input being passed to an eval function or something like that, which would lead to code execution. In this case, os.system. And similarly, the next one is it found a hard-coded password. So that is a true positive. So you can see these toolings would help you a lot when in an automated fashion when it's implemented based on what your requirements are. So yeah, so this is like, probably like a 20,000 foot view of what the DevSecOps pipelines are and what those pipelines look like. We will share our slides. I'm more than happy to provide you the YAML file that we've created. And I think it's probably around 124 lines of code. And yeah, what we just did is we just pulled together all these tools, and these tools are running, yeah, just as desired. Yeah, that's me. Thank you. Any questions? Happy to answer.
Yeah, this was another talk from 2 people about DevSecOps. Yeah, it's really nice. It was so familiar to me as, yeah, it's exactly what I am doing in my job too.
Sure.
It's really nice what they showed. The demonstration was really nice and well explained. Thank you for showing that. I like the interaction and yeah, everything you showed, and you also explained the code, because perhaps there are some people watching right now who doesn't understand this code, so it's nice. Yeah, they understand it.
Yeah, sure, definitely.
Yeah, for those who are watching, if you have any questions, now is the time to ask questions. We have about 7 minutes left before the next speaker comes. So if you
don't be shy, just ask away. We've got 6-7 minutes.
Well, exactly what he said. Don't be shy, just ask. Type your question in the chat on YouTube or Twitch, whatever you are watching this. And yeah, let's give them some
awesome
minutes.
Sure.
I mean, of course, we could answer all these questions offline if someone is really shy and doesn't want to ask questions here.
Yeah, definitely.
That's the purpose of leaving our communication methods on the first slide about us.
I'll just bring up the...
Yeah, I have one question, it seems.
Sure.
Yeah, someone is asking, where would you store all the output?
Where will you store all the output? That's a really good question. Do you want to take that one, or?
You go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, when it. Okay. So first of all, I probably will just go back to the GitLab. Yeah. So the output that is being generated by the the tooling. So in our example, we're just using one GitLab runner. You can actually, so which means like the output that these tools are generating are being stored on that server, but you can get really granular. As I was saying, you can push this output to a vulnerability management system like Defect Dojo. And it's entirely up to you how you want to control where your data gets stored. So if you're like concerned about the data security and all of that stuff, GitLab gets really granular to that sort of stuff. So I guess there is no problem for you to like tie or put controls around these artifacts that are being generated, like for example, the output of these things. But I guess the key here is in DevSecOps or the pipelines that I worked with in the past is the output going into a vulnerability management system, right? So again, I'm giving you an example of Defect Dojo because that's an open source tool available. And all that does is it's going to give you like a nice representation of all your vulnerabilities, and it's going to have a project name as well that, okay, these vulnerabilities belong to this project. And as a security engineer, there are a few plugins available within Defect Dojo. You could assign tickets to people. So you could say this vulnerability is assigned to this person and they are working on it, or this vulnerability has been triaged and someone is working on it. But yeah, so that's where the output would go in terms of the storage. But yes, there would be a copy left on your runners, the runners that are responsible for the workload where these jobs are being run. But then definitely you can put security controls around that. I hope that answers your question. No worries. Sure.
Well,
Yeah,
should
you
I
go,
answer
Alana.
this one?
Yeah, sure.
So I think the answer is as straightforward as it could be. Like if you want to make it difficult, you can make it difficult. So there's no stopping if you want to, if you want to add so many tools like Karan has said. So you could add just like 10, 20, 50 tools to one particular stage to introduce multiple toll gates. Of course, it is going to make a big menace. Like I mean, every particular toll gate is going to take some time, and considering that it's taking like 10 minutes per toll gate, like per tooling that is implemented in the toolkit, in the DevSecOps pipeline. So it's going to take around, like, for instance, 100 minutes if you are adding up like 10 tools at least. Yeah. If you're adding at least 10 tools, it's going to take 100 minutes. So that means it's more than 1.5 hours. So if you want it to be as difficult as you want to, you can make it. But if you want to make it as easy as possible, you can just reduce the number of tools. Of course, when you say like how large the development team is, it's also a subjective question. For some companies, 150 members in a development team would be not too many. And for some teams, 10 developers would be a lot too much because of the size of the project, the lines of codes that are required and that are in a product. So it all totally depends upon how big or small your project or your product is, and what exactly are the requirements, or what exactly is the purpose of the product. So for instance, if it is like a finance related product, so it's got its own advantages or disadvantages, and its own compliances, how you want to test out. There are multiple regulations that you want to check and verify. So it's all subjective. So it all depends upon the product, number of developers, and the effort required to maintain that product.
Yeah, I think just last thing that I had in my mind, it probably gone completely blank, is what sort of maturity level you have as part of this whole DevSecOps program as well, like whether you have a buy-in from the management and all of that. So that's probably the first thing that you want to clarify. And the second thing you want to probably check is how many people do you have who actually understands the output of these tools? because you don't want like one person who has to manage like 50 developers, of all of these tools just by himself or herself. Like you want to make sure like how many people you have to triage all of these issues, because when you're implementing the stuff, you have to have people who understand these tools and they have security background. I think that's also important as well, because if you're running like 50 different tools, you've got to have at least 4 or 5 people who understand what these tools are spitting out. But yeah, I think with that we are probably over with our time.
Yeah.
And yeah, I hope we answer your question. Thanks.
Well, yeah, it is indeed time, but yeah, it does not hurt to take a little bit longer to answer the questions of people. So I hope, yeah, it answered your question, Riyad, if I announce it correctly. And I don't see any more questions, so I think those are the questions. And of course, as the speakers mentioned, if you have any questions and you had no time to ask them now, then you can always contact them on Twitter or LinkedIn or whatever social media platform they want you to reach to them. And yeah, I want to thank the speakers, of course, for their contribution to this event and their time, of course, as it takes a lot of time to prepare something like this. And yeah, we are going to the next speaker. He will start in about 5 to 10 minutes. And yeah, I see you all in 5 to 10 minutes then.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks everyone.
Hope you have a great day. Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
So, guys, welcome back. The 5 minutes have been passed. That means that the another speaker is going to start. But unfortunately, the speaker who is going to talk now, or should be talking, has no power. Where he comes from, the city runs out of power, so he has no computer available right now to do the talk. So instead, he recorded his talk, sent me the video, and I'm going to play the video right now of his talk. So questions cannot be asked at the end, as he is not live, but you can always reach out to him on social media to ask your questions there, if you have any. So I want you all to have fun, enjoy the next talk, and yeah, enjoy the video.
Hello everyone, I hope you're having a great Mystikcon so far, and welcome to my talk, Chain Web Exploits, Corsair Scripting plus Corsair Request Forgery. So before I go further, I want to tell you a bit about myself. I'm Jonas Toure, a Mystikcon member from Sierra Leone. I studied computer science, and I'm a cybersecurity researcher and a software engineer. I usually play, or I like playing CTF, CTF from Try Hack Me, Hack the Box, Offensive Security, Practice Lab, especially. I go online by the name Jarek Montana, and here is my LinkedIn profile. You can search, or you can contact me on LinkedIn through this URL, or you can just go and search for Jonas Toure, then you'll find me. Okay, the inspiration for this talk was for beginners to have a basic understanding of Corsair scripting and Corsair request forgery, and also to be able to chain these exploits or these vulnerabilities and to be able to exploit them. So the objective of this talk is for beginners to have a basic understanding of Corsair scripting and Corsair request forgery. You have basic understanding of Corsair scripting and Corsair request forgery, and you will to also have a basic understanding of how to chain these exploits, these vulnerabilities together. So we start with what is Corsair scripting, because it's a general, and so we say Corsair scripting is also known as XSS. It's a web security flaw that allows an attacker to compromise user interaction with a vulnerable web application. So we say if an attacker can compromise a victim with privileged access to the application, he or she may be able to gain control over the application's functionalities and data. So we need to understand how does this vulnerability work. So we say attacker can use Corsair scripting to hijack victim's browser and hijack their interaction with an application. So an attacker can also carry out an attack by modifying a request if the web application is vulnerable to Corsair scripting attack. So the user supplied inputs execute JavaScript code. For example, we have here in the request below here, the script gonna display a message box with test Corsair XSS. So we have a URL here which takes a parameter. So we're gonna test it if we insert the script text here. So if the page returns back the script tags and pop up a message box with the XSS. That means the page is vulnerable to cross-site scripting. Then you can go ahead and find your suitable crafted payload. You can go to Google and search for payload or things, or you can just go straight to GitHub and do the same thing, search for it. You can have some nice XS payload there which you can use to test. So we say cross-site scripting using scripts in attributes. So we talk about here, we're not only gonna use the script tags to exploit or to test for XSS vulnerabilities. So we can, there are other tags which can also be used to do the same process, like the body tag and with the unload attributes. You have the other attributes like mouse over on mouse over attribute and on air attribute. So you can use these also attributes to find to exploit cross-site scripting. And there are more attributes which you can use, but you can just do research on your own and you can find suitable attribute that you can use or payloads you can use to exploit one of these vulnerabilities, or this to exploit cross-site scripting vulnerability. So you can use also again encoded URL schemes. So if we need to avoid our web application filters like WAF bypass, something like that, so we can try encoding string characters. Example like here A, like this alphanumeric string, UTF-8 characters, and you can also use them in image tag, as you can see here, the example above. So there are also numerous of these encodings which you can find out there in the internet. You can use them, they will be fun too. So we use again code encoding, like we encode our payload with base64 script, or we say base64 encoding, and you can include it in a meta tag, just like what you're seeing here in the example, so that you can eliminate the need for the alert, because many web application firewalls use to bypass this function here, this alert function. So you can just base64, or you can use any other coding which you can use to encode your payload so that you can bypass the WAF. So actually you can take this method is greatly detailed in RFC 2397 document. You can search for it, you can see details about it. So now we go ahead and talk about the types of XSS tags that we have. We have mainly 3 types of XSS. We have the reflected one, which you said malicious script comes from the current HTTP request. Then we have the stored, where you have the script come from the database. The malicious script comes from the database of the application database. Then we have DOM based cross-site scripting, where the vulnerability exists in client-side code rather than the server-side code. So we're gonna talk about each of these mentioned vulnerabilities in details. Yeah, so you can have a basic understanding about these vulnerabilities. And yeah, so we talk about reflected cross-site scripting. we said reflected cross-site scripting is when an application receives data in an HTTP request and includes that data within the immediate responses in an unsafe way. Yeah, then cross-site scripting, this reflected cross-site scripting also relies on phishing emails, certain or obscure URLs, which you can use to see, you can send to the targeted user. So when a victim visits the link, the script automatically executes in the browser. So before you can exploit a reflected cross-site scripting, you must trick the user into sending data to the target website. Like you can often do that by tricking them into clicking a link, a malicious crafted link. Your payload, you send them a link with your payload, and when you click that link, then you're gonna get them hooked. So here we have simple code which just echoes out whatever you passed in the URL. Echoes it out at the page. So whatever you search for, it's gonna echo out on the page. So how we're gonna do to test if this page is variable or not is just by, for me, I'll just usually I usually test for this reflected vulnerabilities with HTML tags. So here we have this hello tag, hello in bold in HTML tags, bold HTML tags. So we're gonna see if this we're gonna test if the page is doing some filtering, if you're gonna filter the tags. Now if it's filtered tags, we know it's not variable. So how are we gonna do that? So when we supply this input here, this little payload, HTML tag, if the hello comes back in bold, that means the page is vulnerable to reflected. But if the hello does not come back in bold, that means the page is doing some filtering, which is gonna filter this HTML tags here. So we go further, we talk about stored cross-site scripting. We said is when an application receives data from an untrusted source and store that data in its later responses in an unsafe way. Yeah, so attackers are these stored XSS attacks, or those where the injected script is permanently stored on the targeted server or on the target server. So the victim then retrieves the malicious script from the server, and when it requests the stored information, so this house vulnerability is gonna trigger. And we say stored cross-site scripting is also sometimes referred to as persistent or second order cross-site scripting. So if you heard somebody, or you may hear somebody you call that say persistent cross-site scripting or stored cross-site scripting or second order, sorry. So don't be in doubt, it's the same thing, stored cross-site scripting. So here we see how it works. Okay, so this is also a simple PHP code here. So it's gonna load whatever the latest searches from a database, and it echoes whatever thing you search for, your last two searches. Okay, so as you see, this code here is not doing any filtering, so you can just by inserting your payload here or injecting your payload here in the field where it's received in the input field, then the payload will store in the database, waiting for victim to retrieve that data. When the victim wants to retrieve the data from the database, then it's gonna load your payload, the malicious JavaScript code. then the vulnerability will be exploitable. Now we talk about DOM-based cross-site scripting. We say DOM-based cross-site scripting is when an application processes data from an untrusted source in an unsafe way. So usually by writing the data back to DOM. Yeah. So that's how DOM-based cross-site scripting arises. We say DOM-based cross-site scripting is also similar to reflected. Yeah, but attacks are executed entirely in the browser. For DOM-based, the attacks are mainly executed in the browser. So we're gonna look at of code, some example code here, which an application uses some JavaScript to read some value from an input field and write that value to an element within the HTML. So here is it. This code is not doing any filtering, and it's using it's vulnerable to DOM XSS. So you can just find your suitable payload which you can use to exploit this vulnerability. Now you might be wondering, like, what can XSS be used for? So an attacker who can exploit a cross-site scripting vulnerability is able to warn a personate or masquerade as the victim user. Number 2, you can carry out any action that the user is able to perform. Yeah, and you can read any data that the user is able to access. You can capture users' login credentials, and you can perform defacement of the website, and you can also inject Trojan functionality into the website. There are a lot of things you can do, but these are just a few things that I can get top of my head. But there are a lot of things you can do with the cross-site scripting vulnerability. So the impact of XSS vulnerabilities. The severity of an XSS attack is usually determined by the application's nature, functionality, and data, as well as the compromised user's status. Like in this web application where all the information is public and the users are all anonymous, the impact of this vulnerability, if exploited, of this web page, if compromised, is not great. The impact will not be great because everything is public. But if an application holding sensitive data such as banking transactions, email addresses, or healthcare records, then the impact will usually be serious. Yeah. So and also if the compromised user is admin or has any admin access, has any elevated right within the application, then the attacker will have those rights too and can take control of the vulnerable application and compromise all users and their data. So we go again here. You might heard about this vulnerability, and you don't know how you can find those vulnerabilities. So the ways you can find the vulnerability is by using XSS vulnerability scanners, which are out there in the wild. You can search for them, and these scanners can find a majority of these vulnerabilities and in a fast and reliable way. But you cannot rely on them also. You cannot only rely on them because sometimes they can give you false positive. So you need to manually know how you can test for those vulnerabilities too. So you can manually test for those vulnerabilities for reflected and stored vulnerabilities, It usually entails entering some simple unique input such as alphanumeric strings into every entry point in the application, identifying every location where the submitted input is returned in the HTTP responses, and testing each location separately to see if suitable crafted input can be used to execute JavaScript, or if it's vulnerable, yeah, something like that. So after going through all these tests, if it is vulnerable, then you can then establish the context in which the application or the XSS vulnerability happens and choose an appropriate payload for it, how to exploit it. So, and same with goes for searching for DOM-based cluster scripting, but DOM-based cluster scripting are normally in the URL. They arises in the URL parameters. It follows the same pattern how you search for stored and reflected. You can just enter some alphanumeric in the parameter. So you use the browser developer tools to search the DOM for this input, then test each place to see if it's exploitable. But you can also note that some DOM-based cluster scripting are very hard to find. They are difficult to detect, but they are there and they are exploitable too. So we done with cluster scripting, and now we're going to talk about cluster request forgery, which we commonly known as CSRF. So if we be using CSRF throughout the talk, you should know that we are talking about cluster request forgery. So we say CSRF is a web security flaw that allows an attacker to trick users into doing things they don't want to do. Like, it allows an attacker to partially bypass the same origin policies, which is not intended to keep, which is intended to keep websites from interacting with each other. So you can also ask what the impact of this CSRF attack. In a successful CSRF attack, the attacker makes the user to accidentally do an action, something that they don't want to do, like to update their email address, reset their password, or make a money transfer. So for example, the attacker may be able to obtain full access of the user's account depending on the nature of the action, right? And if the compromised user also is an admin inside the application, within the application, then the attacker may be able to take complete control of the application and functionality. The attacker can also be admin. So this is the reason why these vulnerabilities are very, very bad, and they are existing in the wild. Many modern web applications are vulnerable to these attacks. So you might be wondering how these CSRF work. There are three critical factors must be met for a CSRF attack to be successful. One, we say an activity that is relevant. So the attacker has a cause to instigate an activity within the program. So this could be a privileged actions, like changing other users' permissions, like changing passwords. Also, you can induce a user to change his password and it can delete another user. It can do a lot of things. So the second one is here, session based on cookie. So you can steal users cookies also with this attack here. So it's very bad. See, the activities until sending one or more HTTP requests, and the program exclusively depends on session cookies to determine who made the request. So there is no alternative way to keep track of session or validate users. So you see, and last one here is, so the request that carried out, we say the request that carried out the action do not include any parameters whose attacker cannot determine or guess. For example, when causing a user to change their password, the function is not vulnerable if an attacker needs to know the current password. It is not, because yeah. So you might see this, you've seen this vulnerabilities here are very similar, right? Some people just think it's the same thing, but it is not the same because they are different, and the vulnerabilities are different. So we will see here how they are different. Okay, so we're gonna talk about them now. So we say Corsa scripting here allows an attacker to execute JavaScript within a victim's browser, right? So whilst for Corsa request forgery here, it allows an attacker, or it tricks an attacker or a victim, sorry, it tricks a victim to perform actions they don't want to do. Yeah. So in general terms, the consequences of this excessive vulnerabilities are more severe than the CSRF vulnerabilities. So we're gonna talk about this two again. We're gonna compare them. We say CSRF frequently applies to a subset of the action that a user is capable of performing. So many applications implement CSRF defenses in general, but overlook one or two actions that are vulnerable. So we say a successful XSS can, on the other hand, can normally induce a user to perform any action that the user is capable of performing, so regardless of the functionality in which the vulnerability exists. And which, if you have a XSS vulnerability, you can exploit also a CSRF vulnerability with an XSS vulnerability. So that's why XSS vulnerabilities are more and more severe than CSRF vulnerabilities. So we say in the other hand here, CSRF is one-way vulnerability. That is, the attacker can send requests, but it cannot retrieve the responses. Whilst XSS is two-way. The attacker can inject, let me say you can send the request, then you can receive response. So, and the attacker can receive the response of XSS vulnerability to like anywhere. Like if I'm the attacker, I will use I will want to retrieve these responses to my external domain. So I want to send them. I will be able to send the responses to my external domain, which I have control over. So you can. That's why this XSS vulnerability is two-way, because you can send a request and you can also choose where you want to see the response. So here is a chain, how we chain the XSS and CSRF. So for this lab, we use Hack the Box for this lab here, and the machine I'm gonna choose, the target machine, is CrossFit, because CrossFit has the same vulnerability. Yeah, if you've solved CrossFit, you will understand what I'm saying. So if you want to follow along with the talk, you can go and check out the CrossFit on Hack the Box and start it up. You can find the cross scripting vulnerability and you can chain it. You can follow along to chain it with CSRF. So at the top is the response that we get from the payload that we send, and you see the response here. We choose where we want to send the response. So the response came back to our server. So now we have this JavaScript payload which will tell the victim browser to go somewhere within the web application and process back the response to us. So this is what this payload is doing. So we're gonna tell the victim's browser to go to a site, ftp to a page, to a domain. FTP is a subdomain in CrossFit. If you've solved CrossFit, this is a subdomain, ftp.crossfit.htb. We tell the victim browser to go there and install this page for us. So now if the payload executes successfully, you see this response that we get at the top here in a base64 format, because we tell the response to come back to us as a base64 format with this B2A function. So we're gonna issue out this XML HTTP request. Then we get back our page. If you decode this page, this base64 here, you'll get a page which will go to accounts, create, account/create. And because that's why I'm saying, if you've solved the CrossFit box, you will understand what I'm saying. So now let's just assume we've got this page here, this account create page/create page, and we see this account/create page. Okay, so we wanna go through it again. We wanna browse through it and see what it has. So we tell their browser again, we're gonna modify our payload a bit with like this one here. So we tell their browser to go get us this page and return back to us responses. So now we've got the response in base64 here, and after we decode this response here, this is what we have. We are presented with a page which links to ftp.crossfit.htb/accounts, just what I told you, what I was talking about earlier. Now this page has we have problem with this page because we cannot send this we cannot get the request without sending the token plus the username and the password. So we're gonna modify again. This is where we're gonna chain the exploit. We're gonna modify it again to steal this CSRF token and send it back to us, and we send we're gonna send it again with the username and password. So for this attack to execute, to work successfully, we're gonna modify our payload here to 3 requests. We're gonna issue out 3 requests. So first we're gonna issue the request which will go to this page, this account create page, because since the first request at the top here, which is the request 1, is gonna go to this account create page. Then we're gonna parse the document because we need this token here. We want to grab the token, so we parse it and we grab the token. As you see, the get element by name. We've got the token, return the value to us. And what we're gonna do again, we issue out the second request, which we're gonna send the username, which is generic, and the password, which is password one bang, plus the token to the ftp.create.htp/account page. So then we're gonna set a color type header, which is application www.url encoded, application from URL encoded, and we're gonna take the response and send it back to us with the third request. So what we're trying to do here is we trying to create a user with with this payload here. If the payload is successfully executed, we create a user with the username generic and the password one bang. So this is how you're gonna change this exploit, this Cosa scripting plus CSRF. So here we'll come to change them and get our user. So if you really you want to try it out, you can go HTTP and choose the course fit, and you can solve it out with this. You can follow along with this payload. You can make your own payload and you can solve it out, right? So we've talked about this XSS a lot. I know we need to know again how we can prevent ourselves from this vulnerability. So the one way how we can prevent ourselves from this vulnerability is disabling we know it is critical to disable HTTP trace support on all web servers. An attacker can steal cookie data using JavaScript even if the document.cookie is disabled or the client does not support it. So when a user pastes a malicious script to a form, asynchronous HTTP trace call is triggered, so which collect the user's cookie information from the server and send it over to another malicious server, which collect the cookies information so the attacker can mount a session hijack. So this is easily mitigated by this disabling HTTP trace support on all web servers. Then we're gonna look at the other way which excessive vulnerability can be prevented by by consistently using secure coding practice by ensuring that all input that comes in from a user form, search fields or submission request is properly scripted. So you can properly filter them so that you can keep off from the vulnerability. Developers can prevent their application from being misused by attackers. Yeah. So far so good. We wrap it up with this, and I hope you like this talk, and I want to thank you all for watching and listening to me, and thank you all for joining this Mystikcon conference. And it's a I don't know how to say it, but I just want to thank you all again. So till see you next time. Thank you.
Well, this was the talk from John Rick Montana. Unfortunately, yeah, as I said at the beginning of the talk, this is a recorded video as he has some issues at home. He has no power, so yeah, without power you cannot start your computer. So yeah, he sent this video instead. So John Rick Montana, if you can hear me, probably not because of your power issue. Thank you really much for this video. The talk was really amazing. I hope the people who are watching here, watching you, liked it too. Unfortunately, yeah, normally we go into the questions, but yeah, I cannot answer all questions instead of John, perhaps some. But if you want to reach out to John Rick Montana and have some questions for him, you can contact him on social media. I hope he is right and hope his power will be online soon. So take care, John. Best wishes to you. And we go to the break for like 10 minutes. And the next speaker will start in about 10 minutes. So thank you all for watching so far. And see you in 10 minutes. It's Christmas music. So we are going to the next speaker. It's about hacking Kubernetes 101. Yeah, so enjoy the next talk and remind that questions can be asked at the end of the presentation. So keep your questions till the end. Have fun and yeah, let's go to the next talk.
All right, so hi everyone, what's up? Well, first of all, many thanks, Melvin, for organizing the conference. I know it's, well, a ton of work, so congrats. And well, also thank you to all the sponsors and to my teammates of Mystikcon for well, making this conference possible. And of course, thanks for letting me talk about my weird stuff, weird Kubernetes stuff. So this is the title of the talk, Hacking Kubernetes 101. This talk is intended to be a, well, more or less beginner-friendly talk, just to well make people a little more aware about these well the security issues and the way to fix them in this kind of environments, which are well nowadays more popular than ever. So well, first of all, I would like to introduce a little bit myself. I'm Daniel Monzon, well, star code yeah, in Telegram and Twitter and so. I work as a full-time pen tester from some time now. Also, I like to hand CVs from time to time. With Melvin, I do it, well, we used to hand them as well. Also, I like to write some security tools. Well, this is kind of a thing I started recently. Well, the NX Spawner is just one of them. So, well, enough for the for the who am I. Okay, so let's start with the talk. First of all, for those who don't know Kubernetes or what's Kubernetes for, etc. Kubernetes, it's an orchestrator. I believe it was developed by Google, if I don't remember wrong. And well, the main idea behind this is to manage containers. Well, to automate deployments. Well, a lot, a lot more stuff. So, and to scale, yeah, to scale many stuff. Well, Kubernetes, it has a well, they have a lot of different uses. So this is here. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but okay. Here in the left, it's the schema of a typical Kubernetes environment. Okay. Each of these nodes, well, first of all, it is the schema is divided between the master node, which is like the one containing well all the main components. Without this, none of these can run, and these are the worker nodes. In well, the actual containers, the you know the deployments you can do, etc. They are run here on the master nodes. So let's talk a little bit about the components of the master node first. So here, what you can see, etcd is well, a distributed storage in a key value format, which is used by default in Kubernetes environments. So all the interesting stuff, this is like the MySQL or Postgres for Kubernetes. You can think about, yeah, it that way. Well, the rest of the stuff here in the master node, it's the scheduler. The scheduler assigns the pods to the nodes. Here are the pods. As you can see, a pod can contain more than one container, but normally there's just a container per pod. So, you know, the scheduler just assigns the pods to the different nodes. The API server, as you can see here, it's like the heart of the Kubernetes environment. It talks actually to everything, and almost everything talks to it. This API server, well, as you can guess, it has an API, and it's one of the things to be aware of if you want to harden a little bit your environment. More stuff. The Cloud Controller Manager. Yeah, this Cloud Controller Manager, it's optional in case you are running your cluster on the cloud. For instance, there are services like Google Kubernetes environment, and I think AWS, I remember, it has also a way to host your cluster there. So this is the way it interacts with the cloud. And also the controller manager, which this just waits for the nodes to be active. The jobs, it creates service accounts, a lot of stuff. Okay, and here you have the worker nodes. The worker nodes, in each node there is an agent called kubelet that is running, and it has an API too that we will check out later. The kubelet, it interacts with the pods, and this kubelet API, it's also a very typical way to compromise a lot of containers. Also, this advisor, it's like a metric thing, which is also exposed, and we will see it later as well. And the kube proxy is the component which is actually responsible for exposing services to the internet. And in the at the low level thing, the container, in the runtime it used to be Docker, but now it is containerd because Docker it is built on the top of containerd, so it was a nonsense. The service thing, that I mentioned before, that kube proxy is in charge of, is exposing services, which are just a set of pods to the internet as a network service, as a typical TCP port or whatever. And we will see later why is exposing services not always the best idea. So as an introduction, enough, I think. So let's start with the possible attacks. So these are the external attacks which are possible. The main ways to compromise the cluster are via the API server. If this API is exposed to the internet, there are a lot of chances that you can use it to compromise the cluster. The exposed dashboard, that it's more typical than you would think. And in fact, many enterprises have been compromised because of this. The kubelet API, which I mentioned before, and just what I told you about compromising internet-facing services. Okay. From the attacker perspective, what we are, what we would look for is all of this. This is a list of all the ports, which are default ports in a Kubernetes environment. The API server, as you can see, it's a very typical port, but you need to check this is the API server, of course. The etcd, which is one of the hardest to compromise from the outside, but it is still possible. The advisor, the metrics I told you, the API server, this minikube thing. Minikube is a way to contain your own cluster within just one machine in a, well, I think it was VirtualBox, using VirtualBox. And also, well, this is another port without HTTPS. The kubelet API, this is very typical, and this is useful once you are inside inside a cluster. It's useful to scan the, well, everything to look for this API. Because as I told you, well, it's a little bit complicated to harden, at least one by one. Also, yeah, another kubelet API.
Hello,
the
everyone.
proxy thing. This is almost useless normally, and these two things I think are optional. So that's it. Okay. So first of all, this Kubernetes thing is not something I invented today. This is something, well, that it's starting to get well, more popular, etc. And even Microsoft has created a Mitre-like attack matrix, I guess we could say, specifically for Kubernetes environments. So here you can say you can see all, well, these are not exactly all the ways, but many of them, yes. The ways you can get initial access, for instance, the cloud thing, these images in registry. This is something, well, I will talk about in the last slides. Well, an exposed dashboard, an exposed API, etc. Ways to be persistent. For instance, well, a malicious container. Well, this is another thing we'll talk about later. A Kubernetes cron job, which it's an object in Kubernetes which runs a command in a container every certain amount of time. Well, a lot of stuff. As you can see, this is something well, which is becoming more popular, and there are even well, very recent books which have been written just for this purpose. And there's also like OWASP-like method for this as well, in case you are you like methodologies and and all that stuff. Okay, so what's this? This is a Kubernetes dashboard. This is very typical. Every time you launch well, you create a cluster, and so this is created as well. This you can control, obviously, if you expose it to the internet or not. In, well, a lot of occasions, you will find that this dashboard isn't even protected with a simple login. So you can just go right away, and you can go to workloads over here, click on pods, and directly execute code in a pod and get a shell just like that, for instance. And you could even automate this to, well, to make the cluster, whoever's cluster, your botnet, for instance. So this is a very bad practice. Okay. So to interact with the kubelet API. All right. Well, maybe I should have explained the other. Well, there is a command line interface tool very known, which is kubectl. That's the general one, but this one, this kubelet CTL, it's designed to specifically talk to the kubelet APIs. Well, as you know, there is a kubelet agent running in each of the nodes, in each of the worker nodes, and it's very intuitive. I mean, it's very easy to use. Or you can even, well, talk to the API using curl or wget or whatever. Okay, So for instance, you can see here how to get information about the running pods. This is a big info leakage in case this is not protected. And here with this API call, you can just directly get a shell into the, well, not get a shell, but execute commands inside a container in the node. So it's not, very good idea to leave this unrestricted. Also, you can check out the logs. The logs, there, it's just logs. I mean, you can find there whatever is being sent without protection, the tokens, cookies, IDs. For instance, there's also the token. Sometimes you can find the token which is introduced once you launch the kube ADM command, which is the command you use when you're creating a cluster. Okay, very bad idea to leave this open to everyone. Also, the etcd API. This is the one I told you. It's really difficult to compromise because you need normally a certificate authority and many stuff. You need these two files. Obviously, if you can manage to disclose them via, for example, a directory traversal in expose service or whatever, then you can just exploit this remotely. Or even if you are compromised, whatever service, and you end up with a shell, with a reversal, maybe you can use do some tricks in case you have had the luck to land on the master node. By magic, you can also launch all of these commands. As I mentioned before, this etcd thing, it's just a database. It's just a database, and you can dump all the information in the database, like with this command. And with that, we will see a little bit later why this database in general, it's, some of the stuff which is stored in this database is not secure by default. And we will see a bit later this stuff. Okay. Okay, it's filtering the files. Perfect. Okay. So post exploitation. Once we are in the with a shell, no, inside a container which is in a worker node, then we can start looking around, finding a way to compromise the whole cluster. Normally, you will end up just in a worker node, right? So there may be a lot of other pods, a lot of other containers, a lot of other worker nodes, and the master node, which is the key one. And we want actually to compromise all of them. And this is a little bit of the commands you would use to do a little recon inside the Kubernetes cluster. First, you will check cgroups to check if you are in a Kubernetes cluster. And once you have confirmed it, you can go for this. This is a bad thing which is enabled by default. Yes, and that's that thing is just the service for default service account token is mounted in every container. So normally you could just check out which stuff is mounted and get the token. And with this token, you can use it to communicate to the API server. And if it has, well, it depends on the exact privilege, but maybe you could use it also to communicate to the kubelet APIs in case they are restricted in some way. Okay, so more stuff. We want to communicate to the API server, but we don't know exactly how. We could try to do it with curl, but it is a little bit of pain to trying that. So we would try to locate the kubectl command, and if we cannot find this binary, we could also manage to download it into the reversal we have. Also credentials, SSH keys, database, etc. Normally, the containers, because they are containers, many developers think they are secure by default. So because we are in a container, you cannot escape. I don't care if you get credentials or if I get an SSH key. This is, well, a really common thing and a bad practice, okay? Because it's very, sometimes, for instance, the network configuration with the, I think it was host network, I don't remember exactly the name. There is a parameter in the manifests used to deploy pods, which, well, actually let you communicate to the network of the worker node, and that's often misconfigured. So you know, SSH keys, all that stuff, whatever you are storing in the container, assume an attacker is going to be able to use it somehow. Also, well, use Kube Hunter or some of the tools. Well, we will see later which of the tools I use normally for this. Also trying to exec to the rest of the pods, modify deployment in case we want to create a malicious deployment, replica sets, gain persistence with cron jobs. Well, and as a normal network pentest, scanning whatever we have well, in our network, etc. Sniff traffic, that's also important. And also just enumerating the privileges we have. First, the idea is to gain get the token, which I mentioned before, this one, and then with the auth CANI operation, we can see exactly what permissions we do have. And there are a lot of ways to compromise a cluster with a misconfigured permission, with cluster role bindings, cluster roles, and a lot of stuff, a lot of stuff. So enough for the theory. This is an example of post-exploitation enumeration. So let's check it out. Okay, so we are root in a container, which is actually, many developers think that's useless. Of course not. Okay, so we confirm we are in a Kubernetes environment. This is what I mentioned before about the service account token. Yep. So there you go. It's just a JSON web token. So we don't have kubectl in the machine. which is a pity. But as I told you, we can just go to a writable location, like temp, and we can just download it. Okay, perfect. So with executable permissions, and now we can start enumerating which permissions we have by default. We could also try, well, by default we had a lot of permissions. We could also include the token. We have discovered to check exactly the permissions the token has. We could also use automated tools. Those ones, I will show them later. You can do a lot of stuff from here. So for instance, you can list pods. And this permission is critical. And yes, we can create pod as well. This create pod operation is a very typical way to compromise the whole cluster once we are inside. Okay. We could also list the nodes, I think. Yeah. So this nodes thing, we need to specify the namespace thing to get the result, I think. Get nodes. Yeah, okay, perfect. All right, so that's what an attacker would normally do after compromising a container. Okay, so about the etcd thing I mentioned before, why some of the stuff which is stored there is insecure by default. I was talking about secrets. Secrets are, well, as you can see here from the Kubernetes docs, they are just values, which are base64 encoded strings, and you can get them as plain text, and you can get, almost everything, from passwords to API keys to whatever important information that is stored there. You can get the list of the secrets with this operation here, and then you can get the exact values of the secrets with this. Okay, let's have a look. All right, so there we can list the secrets, and we can get exactly the details of the secret with this command. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, so this, yeah, that's it. So that's the base64 encoded secret. So here you can see why this is completely insecure by default. Okay, perfect. I think it's, yeah, nothing left. Okay, let's see. So I need to introduce here the concept of namespaces, because here what we've done is list the secrets and get the contents of one of the secrets in the default namespace. When you create a Kubernetes cluster, you create the default namespace, and well, some others are created, but then you can create some more. These namespaces are just virtual clusters inside a physical cluster. Well, not necessarily physical, but you get the idea. Okay, so here you can see the names, all the namespaces which are public in this cluster, and here are the same ones we got before, which are the ones in the default namespace. You don't need to specify it by default. It gets this command. Without this, you get the default values, the default namespace secrets. And then if you specify a different namespace, you can get the secrets of the other namespaces. For example, we can get here API keys, etc. Which is something which is well, very bad practice, is allowing almost anyone to access the secrets in the cube system namespace. The cube system namespace is a special one because in the secrets of that specific namespace are stored the tokens of service account with very high with very high rows assigned, with very privileged row bindings. So a very bad idea. Once you get it, almost game over for the Kubernetes cluster. So for the internet exposing thing, there are many ways, many objects in Kubernetes which allow you to expose stuff to the internet. There are Ingress, there are many others. The two main ones to expose a set of pods as a network service are these two, the node ports and the cluster IP. The cluster IP, as you may have guessed by these internal IPs, it isn't exposed to the internet. It just it listens like a network service internally, and it is very typical. And the node port thing are the ones actually exposing stuff to the internet. So once you are inside the cluster, you should also check which node ports are active and try to compromise them to get to different pods, etc. Okay, so access to the machine node from a pod. First, you can try to find bugs in the pod, but that's weird. But what you can do, for example, I think I mentioned before the create pod permission. You can. This is first of all, this file here. It's a manifest used to declare to create a pod. Okay, so here if you have this permission, you can just mount the host. Okay, so the worker node file system, you can mount it inside this folder. So once you create this pod, you can get a shell into it and just read, for example, this etc password file. Also, there is a field which is node name, which lets you specify in which node you want to create this pod. This is a very good way to compromise the cluster, because you can specify here just the name of the master node. So once you are in the master node, you have access almost to everything. So you can do this and get access to the file system of the master node. Okay, so more stuff over here. Here you can see with this very long command. Here we are just getting the manifest of a pod. Okay, in this case, this is the monitor deployment thing. And then we're getting these fields, which is the privilege one, the host process ID, host network. This host network is the one, the field that I mentioned before that lets you communicate with the network of the worker node. Host path, etc. So here you can see it's all enabled, everything set to true. So this is a terrible, a terrible configuration. So the way to restrict all this stuff, well, the old ways with pod security policies. Now I think they've changed it, but I'm not sure. I think this one is the old one. And you can also, well, as another way to harden this a little bit is to enable various admission controllers. This blog post from Bishop Fox, it's very like, well, it just makes different examples of how multiple combinations of these settings can lead to different interesting things for an attacker. So if you have privilege equal to true, if you have host IPC, host network, well, all of these ones have, well, some useful, it's just loot for for a pen tester. So okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, more stuff that can be attacked on a Kubernetes environment. You can attack Helm, which is the package manager for Kubernetes, well, the most known one. This one, well, it's not uncommon to attack it. Also, if you are in a cloud, in whatever cloud, if you are in Google Cloud or if you are in AWS, wherever you are in the cloud, you should know all the, well, all that stuff that you are using in the cloud, can be used in some ways against you. For instance, I think you could try to query the instance metadata thing in a worker node, because actually, for instance, in AWS, the AKS, the Elastic Kubernetes Service, I believe, it's just a lot of EC2 machines. So you can get credentials querying the instance metadata service and leverage that to compromise, I don't know, IAM accounts and whatever, a lot of stuff. So you need to take this into account. The C advisor thing can also leak some information. So, well, this is the thing I was talking about, the instance metadata thing. In AWS Elastic Kubernetes Services, and also in compute, I believe they're called compute engines. Well, like the equivalent to EC2, but in Google Cloud Platform. So the same metadata thing Google uses. Okay, so from the defensive side, you have different authorization modes to restrict access to several things. You can restrict the stuff from each node with the node authorization. That one, I've never seen it in a real environment. The attribute one as well, I think it's rare. The role-based access control, that's the the most used one, as far as I've seen, and this role-based one, it's you need to configure it correctly. I mean, for instance, developers tend to they tend to give the cluster admin role to almost every service account just in case, and that's a horrible practice. So there you go, and the webhook one as well. There you can check it out in the documentation, the official documentation. Okay, so hardening stuff. Now that we know how to break a Kubernetes environment, we need to also know how we could harden this. We could try, as I told you before, to put in place some admission controllers, which are just stuff which are between whatever calls the API server and the API server. You can establish network policies, obviously. As well as establishing network policies, you need to check the host network field in the manifests of the pods manifests. Also, you should disable the automatic mounting of the service account token. You can encrypt secrets. You don't need to leave them just there as base64 stuff. You can, there's a feature to encrypt them at rest. And also, disabling all the anonymous access to everything. Disabling the anonymous access to the API server, to the kubelets APIs, etc. And here you have more stuff you should check out. If you use role-based authorization, you should check the roles, the existing roles, the role bindings. The role bindings, they are just objects, both the class, the role bindings are just objects that assign a role to a specific account. And the cluster roles, it's the difference between the cluster role and the normal roles is just that the roles only give you permission in a certain namespace, and the cluster role, I believe, it gives you permissions in the whole cluster, so all the namespaces that exist. So what I was saying before, do not assign this without checking out which account you assign it to. Do not grant this verb, the escalate one, to almost any account. Also, you should not specify the privilege through field in the pod manifest. And also, you don't need to run containers as root. There are many containers which are run as root just because that's easier and you don't get permission errors and so. But you can also specify the run as user and run as group fields in the pod manifest to restrict a little bit the permissions it has. Also, if you don't need to write the stuff, you can declare the file system of the container as a read-only file system. A lot of stuff. Do not enable the insecure port thing in the API server, or otherwise you will expose it to the internet. There are many stuff. For instance, this is all the stuff you need to check with the Kubernetes dashboard. Don't never use these flags, the skip login, the authorizer settings, or otherwise you will find that someone has been messing around your dashboard in Shodan. There are a lot of these environments in Shodan, and I think also you can find them with Google Docs and a lot of stuff. Also, this is a little bit old, but check the images, obviously, and don't only harden the configuration of the Kubernetes, also check the images you use for your containers. Well, disable the impersonation, obviously. Review the jobs and the cron jobs. The cron jobs are, as I told you, a very good way to get persistence. So check those as well. Check the node ports, the ingresses and the load balancers, but as the most common object to expose stuff are node ports, check your node ports, the ones you have enabled. And well, and this is just stuff for the for OS level. So okay, so tools of the train. Okay, there are many different tools. These ones are the ones I knew some time ago. There are many others. As I told you, this is a growing topic. So there are many more tools coming out, not every day, but well, you understand what I'm saying. So this is a list of some of them. The ones I personally use and I like are KubeStriker and Kubiscan. This one is very easy to use. You just run a Docker container and almost that's it. So very good way to get an initial checklist done for a pen test in case you are in a pen test and you need to to pen test a Kubernetes environment. Okay, so that's it. As you can see here, there are what you can see here are all the objects that exist in the Kubernetes environment. So we will see bindings, we have seen namespaces, nodes, pods, secrets, service accounts, services, but there are a lot. There are a lot of objects, and there are surely many ways to take advantage of many of them. So this is a growing field, and I invite everyone who likes all this stuff to get deep into the internals of Kubernetes and and find new ways to break this thing. So this is a little bit of a challenge. So well, that's all for me now. So any questions? And hope you like the talk, of course.
Yeah, thank you for your talk, and of course, it was really nice. Let me switch. Yeah, it was really an amazing talk.
Thanks.
I was not really familiar with Kubernetes, but now, yeah, I'm more familiar. So thank you for that.
Don't worry. Many thanks to you for organizing all this stuff.
I'm happy to help, and yeah, thank you for your time and contribution. Yeah, we have 9 minutes. If people have any questions, then now it's the time to put your question. Put it in the chat from YouTube or Twitch, whatever you want. And yeah, we can answer your questions right now. Yeah, if you do not want to put your question in public, then you can also reach out to Daniel in private on social media. But yeah, you can also ask it right now in the chat if you want. Else we just go for a short break, and the next speaker will start at 3 o'clock, or that's of course Dutch time. I have no idea what time it is there for you who are watching. So I don't see any questions so far. Let's give them 1 more minute.
All right.
Any question is allowed. You can perhaps ask some questions about the speaker, or you can ask everything about Kubernetes. I don't see anything popping up yet. I think it was very clear for them that they don't have any questions.
Yep. Perfect. Perfect then.
Yeah, let's give them 10 more seconds. Then we just go to the break, and the next speaker will start in 8 minutes. 5, 4, No, okay. I don't see any questions. So I want to thank you all for watching to this amazing speaker. And yeah, Daniel, to you, thank you for your time, your contribution. Thank you for the amazing talk. It seems it was clear. And yeah, I wish you a great
Many thanks
Sunday.
to you, Melvin, and thanks everyone for for watching.
My pleasure to help you. And yeah, I wish you a great Sunday. And for all,
Same.
for all the people who are watching, we are right back in 7 minutes. So see you all in 7 minutes.
Perfect. Bye bye, everyone.
Yes, everyone, welcome back. The time is up, the break is done. Hope you all enjoyed the toilet or getting some food because the next speaker is waiting. The next talk will be about attacking active directories for profit and fun. So it will be a nice talk and wish you all good luck and enjoy the talk. So here comes our next speaker.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to all of you who are sitting in different time zones. So today in this presentation slides, we are going to talk about some Active Directory attacks. All right. Okay, so a bit about me. My name is Abhisar Pandey. Also, people know me as Mr. Grep. I'm CRTP certified. Have done a couple of certificates like CS Practical, CNSS things. Apart from it, I'm CTF player, CTF developer, occasional bug hunter, and of course, red team enthusiast. All right. So let's talk about the agenda of today's session, right? So the session will be revolving around some basic concept. We'll be deep, not too much deep diving. We'll be just looking over the intermediate part of some attacks. All right, so we'll talk about the overview of Active Directory. We'll understand the protocol it is used. All right, we'll talk about the how authentication works, especially Kerberos and MTLM authentication, because it is important to discuss here, right? So after that, we'll be going through the attack life cycle, and then we'll be talking about recon methodology, like what are the things for the recon we have in Active Directories with privileged user, without user, just if you are just in a network, right? Then we'll be talking about stealing user credentials, how we can or how one can attack and steal user credential to get access to the user, right? Then we'll be talking about LLMNR and NBTNS, a bit about NTLM relay attack and Kerberos attack vector, and then we'll wrap up this session with persistence. All right. So if we talk about Active Directory, so according to Microsoft, a directory is a hierarchical structure that stores information about object on a network. Okay. So when we talk about Active Directory, so basically we are talking about three major components, that is forest, domain, and organizational unit, right? Of course, these are also important, but basically first let's discuss about the forest, because this is where it starts. So forest is nothing but a highest level logical structure in the hierarchy of Active Directory. That means the administrators in the forest have complete control over all access to the information that is stored inside the forest, and to and domain controllers that are used to implement the forest, right? So domain partitions are the information that is stored inside the Active Directory into smaller portions so that the information can be more easily stored on a various domain controllers, so that administrators have a greater degree of control over replication. The data that is stored in the directory to replicated throughout the forest from one domain controller to another. Some data that is relevant to the entire forest is replicated to all domain controllers. All right. So other data that is relevant to only specific domain is replicated to only domain controller that in that particular domain. Sounds a bit confusing, but okay. So if we talk about organizational unit, it provides a means for administrator to group resource such as user account or computer account, so that the resource can be managed as one unit. This makes it much easier to apply group policy to multiple computer or to control the access of many users to a single resource. Okay, so organizational units also make it easier to delegate control over the resources to various administrators. All right. So the next we'll be talking about Active Directory domain services. So we can see it provides the method of storing directory data and making this data available to the network users and administrators. It stores information about user account such as names, passwords, etc. Right. So another interesting thing which is we can talk about in here is ntds.dit file. So why it is much interesting to focus on. So the ntds.dit file is a database that stores Active Directory data, including information about user object, group membership, etc. things. It includes the password hashes for all user in the domain. So if someone grabs this file, that means they have pretty much hashes of pretty much every single user. They can crack it offline, right? So by extracting these hashes, it is possible to use tools such as Mimikatz to perform pass the hash attacks, or tool like Hashcat to crack these passwords. The extraction and cracking of these passwords can be performed offline, so they'll be undetectable. Okay. Once an attacker has extracted these hashes, they are able to act as any user on the domain, including even the domain administrators also, you know. Unless these hashes does not changes, they will have persistent access to the system with that particular user or a group of users. Though copying this file is not that easy, but an attacker can utilize tools such as VSS admin, PowerScript, etc. to steal ntds.dit file. Okay. So let's talk about group policies. Group policy is a hierarchical structure that allow. I'm sorry, I didn't able to pull out some diagrams to make it much interactive, but okay, we have to manage it. The group policy is a hierarchical structure that allow a network administrator in charge of Active Directory what we say implementation specific configuration for users and computers. The group policy is primarily a security tool and can be used to apply security settings to users and computers. A group policy allows administrators to define security policy for a user and for computers. These policies are collectively referred to as group policy objects, GPOs, we generally say in short. So these are based on the collection of individual group policy settings. GPOs are administered from the central interface called the Group Policy Management Console. Right. So these objects then link to specific site domain and most commonly specific organizational unit. So let's talk a bit about LDAP, since it is an important part of Active Directory. So LDAP stands for Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, and it is used for directory services authentication, and it makes possible for application to query user information rapidly. Right. LDAP provides the communication language that application used to communicate with other directory services servers. So let's say someone within your office want to do something such as sending email or to a recent hire, or print a copy of conversation with the new printer, right? So LDAP makes both things easier and accessible. An LDAP query typically involves the session connection, request and response, and these includes let's say the user wants to connect to the server via LDAP port, and the user submit queries such as an email lookup to the server. So the server will respond their queries by finding information and deliver it to the user. Then this communication will finish and the user will be disconnected from the LDAP port. So the authentication part is something like this NTLM authentication, if we talk about, right? So the user provide their username, password and domain name at an interactive login screen of the client. So you can say you can see this first. The user requests access to the server, then server responds user with the challenge message, right? So the client develop a hash of a user password and discards the actual password. The client then send the username in the plain text to the server it want to access. Then the server sends challenge to the client. To this challenge is typically 16-byte random number, right? Okay, so then what happens? Then server send client. Okay, so the server sends response to the client, then it sends the challenge response to the domain controller. Domain controller then compares the challenge response to the to the authenticated user, and it gives access to the client. It is echoing me. Can you please? Yeah. So next we talk about Kerberos authentication. So here let's understand the diagram. Like the client sends TGT from KDC. Distribution center has authentication service and ticket granting service, right? So first it requests TGT from this KDC, then it sends back encrypted TGT and session key. Then what happens? The client sends request to this for the access of TGT, and then it sends TGS encrypted key. So now it has this TGS encrypted session key and tickets. So now it can send this to server that, hey, I want to connect to the server. So it sends encrypted stamp for the client validation, and client get authenticated. SPN is something known as service principal name, and it is a unique identifier for the security instance. It is also a very important part. SPN are used by the Kerberos authentication to associate a service instance with a service logon account. This allows a client application to request the service authenticate an account with this client does not have account name. I think something missing. Okay, so see, the AD contains lots of juicy information about resources of organizations such as domain, computer, user group, organizational units, policies, certificate templates used, and so on. So once you are in a network, you can check for protocol that are running if it has a potential weakness available, right? You can run DNS recon, you can get info about LDAP services, you can check the SMB services, local backup, if they are available for you, right? So let's talk about the attack life cycle, how it works. So first it starts with a recon. Now it depends, like if you have like if you are just in a network, you don't have any foothold, so your recon will go in a different way, and after gaining a shell, it will go in a different way. So there are some tools that are performed to do so. So first what we do, we recon about users, we recon about everything which is available within the network, and then once we get the foothold, right, then we try to modify some files, we try to gain some more information from it, we try to leverage some vulnerabilities available, maybe some files which we can modify to gain persistent access. Then there comes privilege escalation stuff. We need to escalate our privileges to the different user, which can provide us a way to gain the domain administrator, right? Our main aim should be to control the domain controller. So after escalating privileges, then internal recon comes into the picture. Then this goes with the lateral movement, then analysis of data. Then again, this is a kind of, you are analyzing the data, you are searching for some modifiable file, some unquoted path, or some services which you can exploit to gain further access. And then you exfiltrate and you gain the persistent access to it with the maybe golden ticket attack, silver ticket attack. All right. So what you can recon in this? So for the recon, domain admin, recon are involved. This is a kind of mixed thing. It is not specific to a single, like when if you are an unprivileged user or privileged user. All right. So recon things we have to, like domain administrator recon, we can do of what users are there, what privileges they have. You can try for like weak password, old password, or maybe some standard password. If any user is using, like you can check for network you can check for group policies, services and service account delegation right, ACLs kind of thing, right? So for the recon, when we talk about recon in Active Directory, the number one thing that pops up in our mind, which is Bloodhound, and it is popularly known for recon. So it comes handy in terms of recon, but you need to have at least user privileges to use this Bloodhound tool. Okay, so Bloodhound basically runs Sharphound ingester and enumerate the whole Active Directory with the normal user privileges and export it into a graph so that it is easy for us to see what are the connection in between two different users, what are the privileges that they have, and what are the access they have. You know, it will show every single information that is collected, like uh, whatever like privileges, accesses, things like that. Sometimes you'll see that there are some user have right to force change password of some privileged users. So you can do so and you can gain further access. So there you got one way to escalate privileges, right? Other way is there could be possibly a user having local administrator rights. So you can be a local administrator by exploiting that particular. Also it shows who is logged in on where, who has admin rights where, like things, you know, what are in what groups the particular user is involved, and all other stuff like that. All this information can be extracted with a normal user privileges. This tool becomes very useful in complex environments also. So after analyzing data from Bloodhound, you can get idea where to proceed next very easily. For user recon, curve root can be more handy sometime if you do not have like foothold. So you can utilize curve root to enumerate what kind of users are there. All right. So there are multiple ways to steal the user credentials, like password spraying attack, default passwords you can try, Kerber roasting thing, social engineering, vulnerable software versions. If you enumerated anywhere present, you can exploit that also. All right. So password spraying is a variant of brute force attack. We'll talk about this first. So it is a variant of kind of brute force attack. In a traditional brute force attack, what we does, the attacker attempt to gain unauthorized access to a single account by guessing the password repeatedly in a very short period of time. So most organizations have employed countermeasures, commonly a lockout mechanism after 3 or 5 attempts. So in a password spraying attack, the attacker circumvents common countermeasures, you know, account lockout by spraying the same password across many accounts before trying for another password. All right. So typically used against a single sign-on and cloud-based authentication using a federated authentication protocol. This attack allows the malicious actor to compromise the authentication mechanism. Once in, the attacker moves laterally, capitalizing on internal network vulnerability to gain access to critical application and sensitive data. All right, so default password, you know, you can do some Google and you can get default password, and then you can try it. Maybe it would work, maybe it would not work. It depends. Copy roasting is in another way of stealing user credential that we'll see in the upcoming slide. All right. So let's talk about LLMNR and NBTS poisoning. Okay. So name resolution is used to retrieve a host IP address by its host name that we know already. Okay. So on Windows machine, the procedure roughly follow the step like the hostname file shares IP address is required. The local host file will be checked for suited records. If no records were found, the machine will move on to the local DNS cache, which archives recently resolved names. So if no local DNS found, a query will send to the configured DNS server. And if it the machine will send multicast query asking other machines in the network for 5 IP addresses. The final fallback when resolving a hostname IP address is using multicast name resolution. This is managed by the 3 main protocol NBTNS, LLMNR, and multicast DNS. The protocol are used adjunctively for the 2 main reasons. The first one is legacy support and compatibility, right? So Now, NBTNS was created in early 80s and is somewhat unfitting with the today's standards. So as the protocol was falling out of favor, Windows machines started implementing NBTNS successor LLMNR. Okay. So on a Windows 10 machine, if we mistype a shared folder name, like in instead of backward slash, instead of forward slash, you type double backward slash file share, like this kind of thing. So this may lead to the misconfiguration and resulting in this series of MDNS and NPTNS LLMNR queries. So notice all the queries are sent to designated multicast addresses. So it is a problem. Why? Because a query to entire intranet, but it will query to entire internet, but no measures are taken to verify the integrity of a response. So the attacker can exploit this mechanism by listening to such queries and spoofing responses, also tricking the victim into trusting malicious servers. Usually this trust will be used to steal credentials. So the common abuse that can be followed, like mistyping, if a user mistypes a name of a legitimate host, usually no relevant host recorded will be found and the machine will resort to multicast name resolution. This is a rather weak use case because the attacker will have to wait for an error on the victim side. The misconfiguring false in configuration on either the DNS server on a client side can lead to the problem in name resolution and force the client to rely multicast name queries. Okay. I think we talked about this. Okay, common use cases, we're done with it. So poisoning with the responder. So responder is an open source tool, Python based, and we can use it to like poison LLMNR. Okay. So first, it will listen to the multicast name resolution queries and under the right conditions, spoof a response directing the victim on a machine which is running. Okay. So once a victim will try and connect to our machine, responder will exploit the connection to steal credentials and other data. So we can see something will go like this. All right. So if we talk about NTLM relay attack, it is like a bit introduction about it. So what happens? An attacker redirects an incoming authentication request from a higher privileged user to another computer. Okay, and the attacker can then use the privilege of the relayed account to access the relay target. So Kerberos attack vector. So there are a few Kerberos attack vector that we can see. Kerberosting is a one ASREP, ASRE posting, pass the ticket attack, silver ticket, golden ticket, and delegation and things. So Kerberosting is a pervasive attack technique targeting Active Directory service account credentials. Advanced the lesser skilled attacker like favor Kerberosting because the technique can be carried out by any of the dominants, not just an administrator, right? So it is also an offline attack that doesn't require any packet to be sent to the target service, traffic that would be logged in and quietly possible trigger alerts. So copy roasting instead take advantage of human nature nearly as much as exploit non-security weakness in Kerberos authentication for Active Directory. So at its core, copy roasting is a password cracking attack in which credentials are stolen from memory and cracked offline. So it is a post-exploitation attack that extracts service account credential hashes from Active Directory for offline tracking. Copy roasting is common pervasive attack that exploits a combination of weak encryption and poor service account password hygiene. It is effective because an attacker does not require domain administrator credential to pull off this attack, and can extract service account credential hashes without sending the packet to the target. Okay. So how it works? Like most attack against Active Directory, copy roasting enable privilege escalation and lateral network movement. Copy roasting is used by attacker once they are established inside an enterprise network and have begun reconnaissance for lateral movement. The technique allows the attacker as valid domain users to request a copy of service ticket for any service, capture that ticket granting ticket, that is the TGS ticket from a memory, and then attempt to crack the service credential hash offline using any number of password cracking tools such as Hashcat, John the Ripper, and others. Okay, so Kerberos attack are possible because of the vulnerability in the architecture of Kerberos and another reliable element, insecure user behavior. Like, okay, so in Kerberos based system, such as Active Directory, the TGS is the user authorization to the request TGS, okay, for various domain resources. All right. So by designing TGS tickets, by designing TGS tickets, which are encrypted with the service account and TLM hash in Windows. So SPN identify service account that are used to encrypt TGS. They can be linked to either host or a domain user account. And Kerberos roasting attack only works against domain user SPN. This is because host-based SPN are secured with random 128 character password that are changed in every 30 days, right? So these long random and short-lived password are practically unguessable even with the modern password cracking tools and hardware. The user account SPN password are different story. These are chosen by human being, may never expire and maybe change on rarely. So given human tendencies, often these passwords are common, weak and easily guessable. Often they are also years old, making it easy for the target of offline tracking. So the elements of Kerberos roasting attack involve to begin with this, an attacker compromises the account for a domain user. The user need not to have elevated administrative privileges. Right. The attacker authenticates to the domain. Right. This is how this thing is. So when the malicious user is authenticated, they receive a TGT from Kerberos key Kerberos key KDC, that KDC which was sending the, if we see this right. Okay, so this was sending that TGC. Okay, where it went, roasting from the Kerberos key distribution center, and then it's signed by its CORP TGT service account in Active Directory. So next, the malicious actor requests the service ticket from a service they wish to compromise. The domain controller will retrieve the permission out of Active Directory database and create a TGS ticket, and it will encrypt it with a service password. So in result, only the service and the domain controller are capable of decrypting the ticket, since those are only two entities who share the secret. Now, the domain controller provide the user with a service ticket, and that is then presented to the service, which will decrypt it and determine whether the user has been granted permission access to the service. All right. So at this point, the attacker may extract the ticket from service, system memory, and crack it offline. So for password cracking, the tools such as Hashcat and then John the Ripper again comes into the picture. So after this, the attacker can easily create a golden ticket or silver ticket to maintain the persistence. All right. So this was all from my side. Thank you so much. And if you want to reach me on Twitter, LinkedIn, you can do so.
Yes, everyone, this was another session. Yeah, if you have any questions, then now is the time to ask them. Yes, this was another session. You can ask anything about Directory, Kube roasting, SAP roasting, gold tickets, silver tickets. Yeah, what else do you want to know? Let's give them 1-2 minutes to type the questions. Of course, if you have any reason to not ask your question in the chat, you can always ask Mr. Kreb directly. He is online on social media. He is on Discord. He has his own server, so you can also reach him there. Or you just put it in the chat and ask it now. You get an answer right away. Let's give them some seconds, 30 seconds. Seems it was very clear for everyone, as I don't see any questions popping up.
Okay.
Let's give them... Now, I don't see any questions. That means that we have a break of 30 minutes, as this session was, it was short. So we have 30 minutes break before our next speaker will come. He will start at Dutch time 60.00, 30 minutes. He will talk about OSINT, so a little bit blue side instead of the red side that most of the talks are today. So can be interesting for those who are practicing blue side. I want to thank, of course, Mr. Kreb for contributing to the event and giving a talk about Active Directory. I love Active Directory. I really love it. It's beautiful once you know it. So I see you all in 30 minutes for the next talk. It's a little bit short, so go grab some dinner, grab some food, go to the toilet, whatever, and I see you all in 30 minutes. Hello guys. Yeah, we are back after 25 minutes break. We are back. The next speaker is ready. It is about OSINT, open source intelligence. So I wish you all a great talk. Have fun and enjoy. So here's our next speaker.
So, hello everyone. Hope you all are having a wonderful day today. Welcome to Mystikcon, and today we will be talking a bit on OSINT for beginners. This session is a primer session where we'll be covering basics of OSINT, its concepts and tools needed to get you started on this wonderful OSINT journey. So, before moving ahead, let me give you a small introduction about myself. My name is Nabila. I'm a security consultant by profession. I have been in this industry since the past 4 to 5 years, working, penetration testing on web application, mobile application, and other upside related details, and OSINT as well. You can reach out to me on the following Twitter and Telegram handles shown on the screen. Next is a disclaimer. Any views or opinions presented in this presentation are solely mine and do not necessarily represent my employer. So this presentation is for strictly education purposes only, and please do not use this kind of information for any unauthorized activity to harm anyone or to carry out any unofficial or unauthorized activity as such. So this is the agenda for today's session. Today, we would be understanding what OSINT is all about, the significance, and how the process of OSINT carries out in place. Next would be the sock puppets. Sock puppets, you understand how to create the sock puppets and how one can make their own performing OSINT or while carrying out investigations against a particular target. Okay, so that's something which we'll be covering in the point number 2. Third would be OSINT and personality. Okay, so in this, we would be understanding the correlation between OSINT and personality and how these attributes of one's online persona can give out a lot of details and a lot of clues to the social engineers that would, further impact us in the long run. Okay, so based on these attributes, they would further craft on their attacks and carry out their respective engagement, social engineering engagement, to lure the victims and go on further with it. And the fourth would be the information to look out for. Okay, so we would be looking into while performing OSINT, what sort of information one should look for while performing this particular thing like OSINT. Like what sort of details are we looking for, like server version or port version, port number, and so on and so forth. So this would we'll be looking into what sort of things we need to go for. Next would be uh, uh, tools used. So I will be giving a brief introduction on the basic tools we will be using in this session and how you can start looking for how you can use them and what sort of information do we get from these tools. Okay. Next would be a brief introduction and understanding of social engineering. So social engineering basically occurs post the information gathered in the first level, that is OSINT. This is often a part of a red team engagement wherein when post performing OSINT and getting the details out of it, social engineering attacks are performed. And based on that, we will also look for the various social engineering attacks happening in day-to-day life further in the slides. So yes, so after that, we would be looking into the psychology behind social engineering. We will be looking into the real cause of why so many organizations and so many employees fall prey to social engineers, and what sort of psychology and attributes do they tap on based on which people readily or employees readily give out details. That's something we need to really look into and get educated with. So so we will be looking into that as well. And as stated earlier, we will be also talking a bit more about SC attacks and as we are in the current scenario, we have all seen or heard many scams and online hoaxes using this kind of attacks. And in the current situations, we often have seen, due to the pandemic, many scams and uh, a lot of hoaxes happening. So due to the fear and confusion still by it. So we will be looking to similar kind of attacks in this session. And last but not the least, we would be having a small demo on Multigo, which is a very well-known OSINT information gathering tool that would definitely be a wonderful arsenal or a part of arsenal in your toolkit for information gathering. So with that, let's just jump into it, the session. Yeah, so this is a meme. It says when you stalk someone so hard, you actually end up fine. So with this, I just wanted to convey is that we all are users of OSINT, since unknowingly we will have been using or used passive OSINT to find out information, be it on the new actor in a Netflix series or finding out all about, a certain potential, significant person you are interested in. So we all have donned the hats of a bending investigator. So in order to maybe catch the red flags of their personality before it's too late. We all have scurried through the social media to find out what sort of person they are, what sort of things they're into, and so on and so forth. So with that, let's get straight to the basics and understand OSINT a little better. So by definition, it means that OSINT is basically open source intelligence, which publicly uses available sources to collect information, that is intelligence about persons or entities. So so these information could be retrieved from social media, newspapers, business documents, publications, internet. Okay? Usually these this kind of engagements are very passive in nature. They hardly touch the target at hand. Public information usually reveals a lot about an organization. Usually is used by a bunch of people like investigators, penetration testers, and security analysis, for different purposes based on their respective roles. In case of a penetration tester or you can say security analyst, OSINT is usually performed during the initial reconnaissance phase, wherein they are tasked to, like perform basic scanning or basic, rough reconnaissance of the respective maybe the scope at hand or maybe some sort of a public IPs at hand. So usually they do it in the initial part of phase, and that is called as agglomeration phase. So due to the vast amount of information available on the web, attackers must have a very clear and defined search framework, as well as a wide array of OSINT collection tools to facilitate processing the data, otherwise they obviously risk getting lost in the overwhelming sea of information. Okay, so further, OSINT reconnaissance can be broken down into the following 5 subphases. Let us see that. So the first, as you can see in the table, in the diagram, first is source identification. During this phase or during the initial phase, the attacker identifies potential information sources about the respective target. Sources are internally documented throughout the process in detailed notes to come back to later if necessary. Whatever information they have gathered in the first phase would be saved and then used in the second phase for data harvesting. In the data harvesting, in this phase, the attacker collects and harvests information from the selected sources and other sources that are discovered throughout this phase. The third would be data processing and integration. In this phase, the attacker processes and harvested data for actionable intelligence by searching for information that may assist in enumeration. And next is data analysis. Here, the attacker performs the analysis of the processed information using OSINT tool. So whatever information we have gathered in the first, third, and second, third stage would be accumulated in the fourth stage, and it would be given to OSINT tools for further processing. Next would be the results delivery. In the final phase, as we all know, findings would be presented and reported for further analysis of the respective organization. So now we'll be talking about sock puppets. You all will be wondering why a certain toy is on presentation. But sock puppets are not a toy, but a very important part of open source intelligence. They are in fact aliases. Okay, they are basically used to create fake social media accounts to research innocent without giving up the real true identity. As stated, sock puppets are basically aliases, fictitious persona profiles created by someone else with a specific goal, with specific goals in mind, and is part of an OSINT social engineering technique. Sock puppets are, yeah. So basically, these type of accounts can be used by anyone, like investigators, detectives, hackers, police, journalists. It can be anyone who wants to impersonate someone else. Okay, so one would be thinking like it's a very simple task. Why have such a complex name and complex methodology? But it is not a simple task at all. Because in order to create a sock puppet, one needs to it needs to be credible and consistent with how the real person behaves online. Despite creating and using it is not going to prove feasible at all. Because the sock puppets has or needs to have a real name, a real phone number, address, photographs, real credit card number, various social media accounts, friends, and so on and so forth. So the purpose would be, in case of detectives or investigators, they would be requiring these sock puppets to create for themselves to carry out certain investigations against certain profiles of us, maybe a certain profile basically, and without being detected or giving a certain clue to the respective person. Whereas hackers or maybe malicious adversary would use it for carrying out their social engineering attacks or any other motives. So after understanding the main purpose of a sock puppet, now you would want to know or to understand how to create one. So for that, one needs to keep in mind that while creating a sock puppet, one should never add it to through your own private IP address. One should never do that. Instead, go for a VPN or a Tor to ensure that anonymity is maintained. Or even better, they could use a public Wi-Fi for account creation. Also, while creating a social media account, one should ensure that the audience which they are targeting should be using the same social media account which you are using, just to ensure that you are in the same uh, you know just to ensure that you are in the same audience level as possible. Also, try to make the account as legit as possible. Like before, while creating an account, do not just jump right into the investigation. Try to create the account at least 4 to 5 months before your investigation or maybe your testing, because during that period, one has to make the account legit and credible. During that stage, one could keep it active by posting or adding friends and making it more real so that once that particular period has completed and you could use that account for further testing and analysis, or to make sure that your account looks real enough to be trusted. Okay, sorry. Okay, so once that is our picture, let us see how we can proceed with creation of a sock puppet. For creation of that, first of all, we need a certain name. So we won't be creating a random names out of nowhere. We have websites for it, which will help us in giving us all the predefined information like your address, phone number, birth date, so on and so forth, which were all fake. So one of these addresses are fakenamegenerator.com. So from fake name generator, you could create a person that never existed with a name, address, mother's maiden name, email address, weight, height, credit card, number, date of birth, favorite color, vehicle number, and all sorts of information you need to be that person. Okay, please remember all of these details are fake and can be used to create a sock puppet. The other website which I have here is elfprint.com. It also serves the same purpose like fake name generator. It will give you, fake details of person, which will be easier to create a sock puppet and use it for your own advantage. Now we have the name and every information of fake person. We can move on to, creation of the online persona that comes with face. With the face, you can get from the above link, uh, this person does not exist.com. Upon every refresh, you would be presented with a new face, but do not worry, this face is not real at all. The website creates fake faces with AI, so the faces created by the website do not exist in the real world. So you can definitely take one of these pictures and use it, for the sock puppet purpose. So now we have done, or we have completed with name and face creation. Next would be, phone number creation, phone number basically. So in this, usually you do not require phone numbers for passive reconnaissance, but in case you need to go really deep into the investigations, then it is recommended to use a burner phones. But then one must ensure that it is not connected to you in any way. A home or a SIM card that you'll be using, like basically a SIM card that you use only for the stock account and nothing else. Because the entire practice of this stock account is to ensure that your real identity remains uh, far from this particular account. You do not want any sort of uh, practices, any sort of hint being given to your real account. So this is the only reason why we're ensuring that we are creating this entire thing. If you want to register yourself using a phone number, you recommended go for a burner phone and use it. Okay, so well, apart from this, there's some last tips. Like some last tips that are recommended. Firstly, to make long-term accounts. Like, don't start researching anyone without making your account long enough. As already stated, ensure that the account at least is 4 to 5 months old, and then post that you could definitely use it as your sub account. Do not use a real person's face, because the first thing anyone would do is do a reverse engineering or reverse image search on it. Try to post things creating or creation on your social media account to appear legitimate and real. So this is just a few tips on how to make your sub account legitimate and pretty normal. So I hope you have understood that. Next we'll be talking about OSINT and personality. So personality basically is made up of the big five attributes, or as you call it, OSINT. The attributes are openness, consciousness, extraversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. Okay. So openness basically depicts the appreciation for art, abstract ideas, adventure, and so on and so forth. Whereas the following other attributes depicts a tendency to be organized, dependable, being self-disciplined, achievement-oriented. Extroversion depicts being energetic, hopeful, sociable, confident, seeking stimulation. Basically, all of these attributes are somewhat correlated to the kind of person you are and what sort of details you're giving out to the world with respect to your online personas. And I think these qualities, often social engineers would craft their attacks and try to lure you with something which you are into. Like, for example, extroversion and neuroticism significantly associates with social media usage. Conscientiousness negatively related to social media gaming and intelligence. They also, as per the analysis, greatly correlates to right-wing conservatism, authority respect, and moral inhibitions. The complete opposite from openness. As already stated, openness is an attribute that is directly correlated to someone who is more open to abstract ideas and open to any experiences. Neuroticism correlates with child trauma, avoid corresponding effects. Neuroticism correlates with bad rhythm, observe times of online presence, and uh, contact accordingly before after. Extraversion has strong correlation with happiness and well-being, whereas agreeableness basically depicts the tendency to be compassionate, cooperative, and agreeable in a sense, and in a way passive, you could say. Okay, apart from that, there are the other dark triad, which is this was a positive triad, whereas the dark triad consists of narcissism. It depicts grandiosity, pride, egotism, and a lack of empathy. Psychopathy depicting antisocial behavior, impulsivity, selfishness, callousness, and remorsefulness. And there are other set of psychosocial characteristics like stress, depression, happiness, insecure, persuasive, and so on and so forth. So based on these characteristics, one can definitely find out a lot about the person and the kind of things they're into, based on which the social engineers will devise their attacks and try to lure the person based on what they are and what they are into. Having said that, let us get straight into what to look for. So while we're trying to, get our tools running, we should be looking into these information to find out more about the target and the scope at hand. So here we have technology infrastructure, IP, hostname, services, network, software, hardware versions, and OS information, geolocation, and network diagrams. These are basically infrastructure related details that would come in handy for many different people, like penetration testers for that matter. And there's database documents, papers, presentations, spreadsheets, and configuration files. Next is metadata, email, employee, search name, and so on. So the last two basically can be, all of these information can definitely be helpful with a lot of tools that we have in today. So let us move straight ahead. Now let's go straight into the tools. So today we'll be covering the following tools: Shodan, OneBook.cz, Harvester, and Multego. So the fourth one, I'll be giving a short demo on it shortly. So before that, let us get straight into the Shodan application. So Shodan, I'm sure many of you all have already gone through it, but just for a starter, Shodan is a very popular SIM tool that is specifically designed for internet-connected devices. Okay, just like your IoT with your games, cams, industrial control system, and so on. Okay. For the explanation purpose, I'm using a Jordan GUI, and it is basically it's very simple to use. You need to ensure that you are logged in to view all of these internal details in testing. So you can use the Shodan GUI of the website, which presents some added functionality. As you can see on the screen, you can view the live camera feeds and many cams and webcams as well. Apart from that, the main basic functionality, the basic quality of Shodan is that it views or it helps visually depict geographically where exactly vulnerabilities are located throughout the world. So if you search for a certain web version or a certain web version, OS version, and just type the country, they'll give you a certain list of all the information. Along with that, it'll give you the number of occurrences that happen in different cities of the country. So it kind of indexes the data and gives you a very, enlarged data information on different based on geographical locations as well. It is very similar to Google. Okay? It is a search engine, but while Google searches for websites, Shodan searches for devices that are internet, that are connected to the internet, basically. Users can perform a search engine using search using the Shodan search based on IP address, device name, city, or a variety of other technical categories. But for that, you need to ensure that they are logged in. Because a free account, it is extremely necessary to be logged in, either as a free account or as a paid account. And as a limitation, Shodan limits its free service to only 50 search results. So that's something to draw back. But then again, we have a lot of information, so we can definitely dig into it. Okay, so this is the picture that depicts after we have done the search. So here you have seen that here at the search bar, written Apache country. So here in this session, Apache is written. Along with that, I specify the country as US and the organization as Google LLC. Based on that, it has given me around default results, and in the left bar you've seen a list of cities in which the occurrences have occurred, and the right is the results of all the servers that have matched this respective query. In order to navigate in Shodan, okay, one needs to use filters just like Google. Like in Google, we have Google Docs. In Shodan, we have filters specific to like country, ports, OS. So whenever you want to find out information about a certain country or based on what OS they're using, you can do so by simply typing Apache or any OS version you want to type with country colon the respective country colon the respective code and the search will be giving similar results and in a very elaborate way. As you have already mentioned, the basic story searches usually are country, port number, network ports, operating system, and so on. One can use these filters in the queries to narrow down the searches. For example, if I want to specify, even for internet connected devices, it is possible to do so. So if I want to find out about Cisco devices in certain cities, in Miami or anything, you can search Cisco and the city colon respective city name. Accordingly, all the results would be in this folder and it will give you results according to what is being queried. Also, in the home page, you can go back and see what sort of recent searches or hot searches are there that everyone is searching. Based on that, you can also find out information based on it. So next we'll be talking about is the harvester. So harvester basically is a tool that's developed using Python. This tool can be used by penetration testers or any security analysis for gathering information of emails, subdomains, hosts, employments, open ports, and banners from different public sources and search engines. This tool can be used in passive reconnaissance and by anyone who needs to know what an attacker can see about the organization. Okay. So this usually, this tool is comes pre-installed in Kali. You can definitely go through it. So the syntax is something like this: the harvester -h-d domain. You need to specify -d space domain you need to search for. Then -g is for Google Docs. -p is for the ports, which I'm going to mention. S is for Shodan. If you want to add Shodan searches as well, you can add that, and so on and so forth. The next slide would be a sample result. So here I've done a subdomain searches basically on Google, the harvester -d Kali org -l 100. So this is the limit of 100 -d in Google. So this has given me the results of Kali.org using Google. This is the kind of results you get in Harvester. Okay, the next is your phonebook.cv. So this respective application gives you details of URLs and domains, and also email addresses as well. This so on just selecting the buttons, the radio buttons, you can just select the domain name and click on search. You'll be getting the details of URLs associated with the domain which you have given. If it's in the wildcard range, you can definitely get the whole range of URLs based on it. And accordingly, they've also searched for email addresses based on the respective domain name. Okay, so basically it's like a tool is used for subdomains and email addresses usually. This tool basically comes in handy in another case wherein one needs to perform phishing and one is given a certain target, say a company name, and you need to find out the official email addresses of that company. So you can definitely use this tool among other tools to find out the email addresses of that company based on which further on you could devise your attack and plan your social engineering attack based on the kind of list you're getting. So this is the kind of OSINT intel we're preparing for our next level, that is social engineering. Okay, so this will be very helpful in phishing, and usually it is being used for retrieval of all the information. So yes, apart from that, let us go straight to social engineering. Social engineering basically is a manipulation technique that exploits human error to gain private information. Okay. In cybercrime, these human hacking scams tend to lure unsuspecting users into exposing data, spreading malware, infections, or giving access to unrestricted or registers. Attacks can happen online, in person, or via other interactions. Scams based on social engineering are built around harming how people think and act based on how things as such. Social engineering attacks are specifically used for manipulating users' behavior. Once an attacker understands what motivates a user's action, they can deceive them easily and manipulate the users effectively. In addition, often the malicious adversaries try to exploit a user's lack of knowledge. Thanks to the speed of technology, many consumers or employees aren't aware of certain threats like drive-by download and so on. Users also may not realize the full value of personal data like their phone numbers and exposing their phone number and other personal information. As a result, many users are unsure how best to protect themselves and how to stop trusting people whoever they meet. Generally, social engineering attackers have one or two kind of goals. Okay? First is sabotage. Either they want to disrupt or corrupt data to cause harm or inconvenience, or number two, theft. Obtaining valuables like information, access, or money. This social engineering definition, we'll definitely have a further look into the next slide with the psychology of social engineering. As already stated, attackers attempt to take advantage of a multitude of psychological traits, this one's carelessness or curiosity, empathy, complacency, and most frequently ignorance. These attributes kind of make a respective victim vulnerable in the hands of the respective social engineers. So let us get straight to the next slide and understand the psychology behind social engineering. So social engineering basically works on the six principles of persuasion by Dr. Robert. The first is reciprocity. We pay back what we receive from others because people are often inclined to be fair. In fact, receiving a gift triggers a neurological response in the area of the brain. If, for example, a certain friend of yours buys you a certain thing, so you would feel obliged to pay them back as soon as possible. That's a kind of that's a kind of thing the person does. But that's how reciprocity is used in phishing. You can in phishing what happens is like an attacker must send an email, okay, stating that they are giving a very free coupon or exclusive coupon to you, and then ask the user to sign up and retrieve it. Without thinking, the user would definitely would give off the details because they're getting something freer, right? They're getting something interesting out of it. So they would definitely fill in the details and fall prey to whatever is the attacker has in mind for them. Next is commitment and consistency. We tend to stick with whatever we've already chosen. Most people value integrity. We admire honesty and reliability in others, and we try to practice it in our very own lives. This is what drives the principle of consistency. People are often motivated to remain consistent with prior statements and actions. So, how would you wonder how or where you could use this kind of attribute in with respect to social engineering perspective? As we all know, scammers often take advantage of people's desire to be consistent. So, in the initial part, they've obviously tried to ask something less instead of asking something more. So when you ask for something less and gradually increase it, people would easily believe you and then would fall prey to that. Next is social proof. We tend to have more trust in things that are popular and endorsed by people that we trust. This is basically when people are uncertain, they look to others to help them formulate an opinion. Even when they're confident of their beliefs, the consensus opinions can be very persuasive. They basically, they depend a lot on social media, and with respect to cultural trends, they kind of go with it. So this is often exploited by the attackers And this kind of need of being in trend, social trend, can be one of the reasons why people often fall for this. Number four is liking. We are more likely to comply with requests made by people we like. Okay, so this means that probably no, you often do not, you often likely to say yes to someone we like, or someone whom we trust. So if they recommend something to us, we would often agree to it and listen to it. So how can this be used in terms of social engineering? When a bad actor or a respected malicious guy or spoofs or hacks an individual email account and then through that email account tries to contact the respective friend or the respective relative, the other person without thinking or without without cross checking would listen to the demands and often wire money based on what sort of info they are asking. So this is a principle of liking. They're hoping that one of the hacking victims won't spend much time typing the email address and just act because they like the sender and they have full trust on the sender. So they won't think twice and often end up, doing fulfilling the demands sent by the sender, which is actually not the sender. Next is the authority. We follow people who look like they know what they're doing. This is, this is a very common thing. People tend to follow the lead of credible experts, like, for example, teachers, doctors, the bosses, political leaders, and so on. Someone who knows what they're doing and who shows that they know what they're doing. So it is often exploited a lot by social engineers because what happens is if using authority figures in order to trick users is very common because once they try to spoof a certain individual's email address and tries to send an email across to the team stating that they need this done urgently and very immediately, then often the people would be forced to listen to them because they are at a certain level and there is no provision to second guess their opinions because because this person they are contacting is at a very big state, I mean, at a very big level, and there must be something that there must be a certain reason, and we all wish to believe that reason. Next is scarcity. We are always drawn to things that are exclusive and hard to come by. It's human nature basically because we all like a certain thing that, or we always put a certain thing at a higher pedestal when it is in limited supply. This tactic is also used in abundance in e-commerce websites because often when we are doing certain shopping or things like that, we often find a certain notification that says this is very only limited in a number or only two left or three left. So we often scurry in that to add this to our cart and get it as soon as possible without thinking. So this is something that often the social engineers use it to their disposal. Oftentimes they would send an email across stating that that please if for example if we have a certain coupon, they will say something like this certain coupon will expire in a day within 24 hours, please use it as soon as possible. So if you don't click on the link, you will get it will get resolved. So obviously the victims would fall prey to it as very early because this particular free thing is very scarce in nature. This is just a gist of the psychology used by social engineers. And the next is the phases of social engineering. So to perform social engineering, we need to follow the following defined steps. Investigation, hook, play, and exit. So the first is investigation. The investigation phase is when the attacker is performing their recon. During this stage, they might choose their targets based on one's position within an organization, ease of access, or they might just choose a wide range audience based on who takes the bait first. So after choosing a target, they will use public information to learn as much as possible about them. Okay, so these sources will include social media, company websites, or even the profiles that provide a wealth of information for them to use. Okay, so the next would be the hook phase. The hook phase involves an initial interaction with the target. So unlike OSINT, social engineering does involve a lot of interaction with the respective target, and along with interaction, a lot of persuasion. They would initially try to interact with the target, ranging from emails to, in-person contact. During the hook, the attacker focuses on spinning a huge web of lies to manipulate the victims at their will. With okay, so this is wherein they start to, try to lure the victim into their own fairy tale they have won, and through that they will try to play as third step. During the play phase, an attacker gains a strong foothold and carries out the attack. So depending on their goals, they will begin disrupting or stealing sensitive and valuable data. In next but not least, the exit phase. So the exit phase points to the end of the life cycle. The social engineer will attempt to remove all traces of their presence and bring an end to their charade. Everything the attackers gained or learned during the process is then used during a new attack, and then used, basically it is used to make to more effectively con another victim. So after all of this, they will just make a quick exit and try to remove all traces of their interactions from the respective things. So now we'll be talking about the different social engineering attacks. Okay, the first is phishing. In this, there would be a hacker emails the target claiming to be a trusted contact. Okay, so in this, what happens is, as we all know, phishing is a very well-known way to grab information from an unwitting victim. So let us see how, the way it works is the cybercriminal or a phisher, he sends a message to a target that's that asks for some type of information or action that might help them with a more significant crime. So this thing which they've asked can be as simple as encouraging you to download an attachment or verify your email address. Okay. So here, something to worth noting is that there are many forms of phishing that social engineers choose from, all the different means of targeting. The different spam phishing often takes the form of one big email suite, but they don't really target a single one. They really target a large group of audience. So this is something to do with phishing. Next will be the spear phishing. Spear phishing usually targets individual users, perhaps by impersonating someone really important or someone trustable or legit. Okay, that's spear phishing. And whaling is quite similar to spear phishing, but here they usually target high-level executives, and yeah, that's something which they do. It also involves, usually these executives would be a CEO or someone really at the top of the board. Okay. Then we'll be talking more about pretexting. Suppose recon, someone tries to be someone else and gains that person's confidence based on what's been learned. The most common, it's like you're pretending to be someone else and would try to go on with the conversation based on what sort of information they've got while OSINT. They will pretend to be someone else and try to, get their work done. And all of this information would be carried out in the first stage of OSINT when they've done initial reconnaissance based on the target at hand. The example would be the most, like it usually involves a plausible scenario like a family or a business crisis. So often they would pretend to be someone who is into a certain crisis or personal crisis and seeking money or a certain benefit. Okay. And they will try to lure the respective victim into wire them some money or do a certain favor that they usually won't. Sometimes people wire money thinking they're paying a loved one bail or settling business account. In order to gain confidence, one needs to have certain information. So the initial reconnaissance, as we have spoken earlier, helps the respective adversary to create a fictitious persona that they are the person which the victim believes they are, and that has a better chance of fooling the victim into compliance. Next, we will be talking about baiting. Baiting is very similar to phishing with the added bait. Okay, Baited is actually built on the premise of someone taking the bait, like something you are dangling something desirable from the victim and hoping they'll bite. This occurs most often on peer-to-peer sites like social media, whereby someone might encourage you to, like listen to a certain song or download a video. Okay, it seems enticing for some. Like if you know if you've already done proper recon on a certain individual, and you know that this person is interested in music, then definitely you would craft your attack in such a way that you would dangle something you dangle something like you can download a new music app or an MP3 just and when the person downloads, in fact that particular payload it will be infused with the respective application or the EXEs you have. So someone might encourage you like to download a video or a music video, and then when you download it, the malware will be installed, so your device would be infected along with that. A proper example would be that a social engineer might leave a USB stick, okay, loaded with malware, but the sticker on the USB would be written like top secret. So this would might lure any unsuspecting employee that this might be a very interesting USB stick and I must use it. So they would just without a thought stick to their respective computers and infect their PCs with malware. So it's a very simple yet effective way of getting into your PCs. In addition to that, the criminal might label the device as well. A target who takes a bait will pick up the device and plug it, as always. Okay. Uh, yes, so as already stated, they would label the respective device as top secret or very important. Without a further thought, we would stick to the respective PC and get it infected. Next would be your quid pro quo. It involves a trade of sensitive information for the promise of services rendered. This attack means a favor for a favor. Okay, essentially it means that I give you this, so you have to give me that, tit for tat. In the instance of social engineering, the victim, needs to send out or needs to share some information like account logins or payment methods, and then usually the end of the bargain, which was shared or promised by social engineers, do not come by. Okay, for example, like one might be on the lookout for a gaming forum, and maybe for a cheat code for certain game to pass a certain level. So, perhaps you would obviously contact a certain person and then they would promise you to help you out with the code. So, but for that, you need to share them money. Only post that they would show you the respective code. But after giving them the money, they would just vanish out of thin air, and then you're being scammed. And that's exactly how this particular attack works. These are just the gist. There are many more attacks in the picture, but for now, I have covered the following most common attacks in the recent page. And these are the references which I have used while preparing this presentation. You can have a look at it and also get to know more about this. Okay, so now I'll be doing a demo on Mertego, which is a wonderful listen tool. So let me minimize the screen and okay, so I have already opened up my I hope it is visible. Yes. Okay, so I have already opened up my instance. Let me straighten it up a bit. Okay, so this is the application which we're talking about is Multigo, and this is a wonderful OSINT tool that will be useful for carrying out information analysis in OSINT based on a person or in a domain. Okay, so in order to install that, you need to ensure that like you have to log in first of all in the Multigo Community Edition. There are different, like different types. Like there is this community edition as well as a paid version. But for this demo version, we'll be focusing on the community edition. So before downloading, this would be present in your Kali Linux as well as pre-installed version. But here I have installed a Windows-based version. So yeah, first of all, you need to log in and perform all of the initial login, all of the initial stages, and then you'll be presented with this respective screen. So in order to perform a network reconnaissance, so now we will be doing a network reconnaissance. So in order to do that, you need to first go into your new graph. Okay. So while doing that, in the left section, you'll find an entry palette that will give you a list of information like company name, device, date, organization. So this is just your input stage. Okay, you can decide whether you want to add a company, a business organization, or you want to add a banner. If you want to add um, you know a website, internet website, or if you want to perform a name. I mean, if you want to do a reconnaissance on a person, a website, an alias, anything. So it's up to you based on what sort of information you want to add and what sort of information you have. Or there's also an email address. So for this stage, I will be doing a domain name because I already have a domain in mind. So I will be also typing your domain and internet domain would become. So you just have to drag over here and rename the existing domain. For demo purpose, we'll be using google.com and click enter. So to further, start analyzing, you need to click on the right click button and you'll be finding certain transforms. So you'll be wondering what exactly transforms are. So transforms are basically connections. Okay, this application is based on various internal tools and APIs that are working all together to give you OSINT-based results. So they are called as transforms. So if I go deep and try to understand this, we will be given certain information based on DNS name, and most of them are DNS. Email addresses, if you want to find out email addresses based on this domain name, you can select this. Or if you want to find out addresses, you can select the same, and so on and so forth. And if you just want to get a collective data out of it all you have to do is select all transforms. Okay. Also, apart of that, there are a list of other, pre-installed transforms as well. But currently, they all need an API key. So for that, you need to, sign up in the respective application and get API key. So for now, for demo purposes, I've already added an API key for sharing, so that will also give us some more interesting information apart from what a default result gives. So for now, I will just run the all transforms tab. This is going to give me snapshot details, and I've already stated the sharing key. I'm going to give it start. Now it is going to take some time, and then it will give me the information based on all the transforms. If I selected all, I will be getting all this information like DNS, related email addresses, so on and so forth. It'll take some time to think all transforms. So as you can see, we have found out the domain and also a lot of email addresses. So this is how your video works. You select all transforms will be greeted with a whole bunch of information with respect to domain, with respect to your email addresses, and other information as well. Also, in the last, we also find certain people's information as well. These are the people that are associated with Google. So we also have managed to find out people information as well. These are the way back into snapshots based on the record data. And we go down. You need to actually go look into all of the information and then figure out which one needs to be further analyzed. Sure. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so this is the kind of information we have. Then okay. Furthermore, you can also like click on the right option. Okay, so now we have got few people left, few people here. So if I want to find information about them, I will also run all transforms tab on them, and I'll just run entity, find entity proportion. Here I'll be typing out specific people. I would be typing out specific entity. I think it's not in this one. Never mind. Let's go straight into it. Let's run the full transform and see. Okay, so further let us observe the information. They have given us email addresses associated with that individual. Yeah. So this is the email addresses associated with that individual. This is how, actual, how reconnaissance is done. Just using one tool. Initially what we used to do is we used to go about using a bunch of tools to find out information based on domain specific or a person specific. But here, using children or using Montego, we can carry out all of this information under one click and get all information and narrow down this based on this information. So this is just a gist of using Montego. I'm sure you can all go back and have a look at it. It's a very interesting tool. And you just have to, go through all of these results and narrow down your information based on what seems more appropriate. And then select, right click and select the information you need further. If you want to find out email addresses, if you want to find out domain name, anything, or your phone numbers. Yes. But then again, depends on the API suite you have installed or not. So based on that, you can definitely further use it. But then again, in community version, it just says that it has less features as compared to your paid one. But it is good to work on. It would be interesting to look for or use this in your arsenal. So yeah, I think this is just a basic overview of how you can go about doing it, how you can go about your way with Montego. It's a very interesting and simple tool. Kindly go through it and let me know if you have any doubts with regards to using it or with regards to any of the session. So with that, I would like to end my session. Thank you so much for having me here. Hope you all have, got to know a bit more about OSINT. And yeah, thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure speaking here and giving my little bit on this topic. So if there's any questions, I would love to take it. Or you can obviously reach out to me on my social media accounts. Always open and ready for any sort of doubts.
Well, guys, this was another session about OSINT. Yeah, if you have questions, then you can put them in the chat. We have 1 minute, 2 minutes left before the next speaker will go. So if you have any questions, then now is the time to ask them. And yeah, if you don't want to ask your question in public, you can always contact the speaker on social media, as she already mentioned, that you can reach out to her. So let's give the people 30 seconds to ask the questions if they have any before we jump to the next speaker. So far, so good. No questions yet. Well, 10 seconds left. Seems your presentation was very clear to all of the people who are watching.
Hopefully.
Well, I see one reaction, someone who is thanking you for the presentation. So yeah, I think it's all clear. So yeah, again, to you, thank you for this presentation, and of course, thank you for the contribution to the Mystikcon 2021.
Thank you so much for having me here. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, for the people who are watching, we will go start with the next session in about 4 or 5 minutes, and yeah, I see you all in 4 or 5 minutes. Hello guys, well we are back with the next session. The next section is about being creative with malicious office macros. Yeah, so enjoy the next talk. Don't send me any Word documents or CTF write-ups with malicious macros, please. I do not accept that. And yeah, I hope you enjoy it. And yeah, let's go to the next talk.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my talk on being creative with malicious office macros. So for you, those of you that do not know me, my name is TJ Null, and I have been a pen tester in the private sector in the US for about, Mystique, I can hear you in the background. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Sweet. So anyways, I've been a pen tester in the private sector for about 8 years now. I'm also the community manager for offensive security, and I teach at a local community college for ethical hacking and Linux fundamentals. But outside of that, I mostly like to compete in cyber competitions and hosting cyber competitions here in the local DMV area and attending security conferences when I can, either virtual or on site. And outside of InfoSec, because you got to have hobbies, right? Hiking and traveling is one of my big things I love to do. Playing lacrosse and playing video games is something I also like to do just to, get myself out of the space that I'm in here now. So what are we going to be talking about, right? Creating malicious macros, right? With Microsoft Office, right? So before I get like into the deep dive of some of the techniques I'm going to be going through, well, and also some stuff that I'm going to be talking about, I have an agenda set in place where we got to understand some history about where macros came from, right? And where we are now. Also places to find macro samples, because there's a lot of interesting techniques that people use, even APT groups, that have a lot of different things that they go ahead and use to bypass antivirus or to make sure that they get their payload onto disk or to memory. And then also try to figure out, how we can build our own. So getting into the history of macros, right? Macro malware, 1995, 1999, they were pretty harmless, right? Back then, it used to just be, you troll your friends. You would write a little message box in there that says, I pwned you, right? And then it started getting a little bit bigger where, some people thought macros were extinct, like no one's doing anything with them, no one's running any malware. But that really then kicked off, from 2006 to 2014. And really, some of the malware that we still see out there today still uses some same techniques and the same exact paths, try to get into, clients and corporate networks that are out there today. So where are we now with macro malware itself? Well, they're still being used in the wild. They're still being used on engagements. They're still being used constantly on malware campaigns. I mean, I recently just saw that Emotet is now back, apparently, from the rumors that had. And they're trying to actually load Trojan TrickBot malware onto the system itself. So, but there's various commodities of malware families like DataBot, GoZ, TrickBot, right? They use these techniques, right, to gain a strong positions in the target network. So that form of malware basically just leaves the door open for other possibilities, right? So we could have, specific groups that have a set of bots, that can be able to run ransomware attacks, right? And also other campaigns, right, to keep their persistence onto those network itself. We still have macros still running simple malware obfuscation techniques. Zor, base64, rot13. I've seen base85 as well too recently has become a big one that people are starting to use, so that AV vendors or, AV for itself, can't be able to detect, the signatures that are on those macros, right? And same thing in Microsoft Office. Some macros are still created with dual versions. Doc 2003 to 2007. Doc and XLS files have a better chance of actually bypassing AV defenses. And then macros that can call Win32 API calls. Those are fun. Those are fun if you ever get a chance to start interacting and adding your own API calls into macros that can actually be able to bypass malware itself. And then, the recent one that we started seeing was XL 4.0 macros, right? You can execute commands in the cell sheet itself. And then what it will do basically is walk you through, or will walk through each of the cells to execute your commands. Now, there's been a lot of different campaigns that have gotten a little bit more stealthy with their stuff by hiding their cells, or implementing characters in, the VBA that go ahead and execute their program or the commands that they want to try to get access to the system itself. So to give you an example of what an XL 4.0 macro looks like, I try to take a simple, basic approach to this. So what it is, basically, all you do is you open up Excel, right? And you go ahead and right click on one of the sheets and you insert. And in the insert, you can actually go ahead and select macro 4.0 XL. And then what happens then is that macro 4.0 XL will go ahead and create a sheet that has a macro built into it. And in the cells, all you have to do is just pop in a few different lines of code that you want, like exe.cmd.exe, put an alert in, return, and then go ahead and save the file. When the user opens that file, right, their command starts spitting out once they enable the content there. So this right here in the screenshot that I have actually depicts Microsoft Office 2021 Professional Plus still using XL 4.0 macros. Now, apparently Microsoft has decided that they said that they are going to be getting rid of XL 4.0 macros. And if that's going to be the case, well, it's still here now. And also versions of Microsoft still probably have it where you can still utilize it. And a recent thing that also came out too that I want to mention is that Microsoft is looking to plan to actually enable and implement JavaScript that you can now run through macros. So anybody who loves to use .NET to JavaScript is going to have a lot of fun trying to run stuff in macros with that. I haven't been able to test any of that yet at this time, but that's something I'm looking forward to do. That's one of my creative techniques, actually. So now that you guys have understanding of the history of macro malware, where we are now with it, at least from what I've seen from my perspective, there could be things that I'm missing, and there's just so much out there for it. Where do you go find macro samples, right? Where do you start playing with them, right? So the one thing I want everybody to keep in mind is that if you're going to be playing with any macro samples, make sure you have a dirty box. Make sure you have a box that doesn't contain any personal or sensitive information, right? If you have a sandbox environment or you use, specific program for your sandbox environment, I would totally recommend using that to go ahead and look at the macros that are out there. So I have a few sites that I wanted to share with you guys that this is what I pretty much use when I'm hunting down like legit macro samples that are out there that, a lot of these malware campaigns use. App.any.run is my favorite. Create a free account. They have thousands of public tasks. You could definitely search, either the file by a hash or by a set of string. And there's a couple filters that I use to go ahead and find macros that are out there. So keywords to filter when you're looking for macros is macros dash on dash open. DDE are still running around. Maldoc and generated doc are key keyword searches that you could use to go ahead and filter out all the different macros and also malicious documents that app.any.run contains that you can go ahead and look through. Virus total is another one, right? Everybody loves to use it to upload through different AV signatures. The other thing too about it is that if you have a specific hash, right, from a threat intel report that you want to look and find that macro malware, virus total probably will have it. ICSSans .edu, their diary has constantly always different posts and talks about some of the macro malware that's out there or stuff that they've seen. And then a lot of people from that community really get together to talk about, okay, how do they, figure out how this macro works? How do they debug it? How do they deobfuscate it? And a lot of those techniques that I read in those diaries are some stuff that I try to implement into my operations or my engagements that I have with clients. And then shout out to malwaretrafficanalysis.net. They have a good source of PCAPs, and surprisingly, why are you asking, why we look at PCAPs? Well, PCAPs are really interesting because what malware traffic analysis has is that he has a load of these PCAPs that you could download and look through and sift through and see, specific macro documents on how they call out, right? And also how they communicate. So in the past, Emotet would run most of their campaigns on the HTTP protocol. Now they're running recently, apparently, HTTPS for their stuff. And Brian has the actual PCAP and an article about that on ICSSans, if anybody wants to look at that, that talks about basically his walkthrough of what he's seen with how this new Emotet campaign is working with XL 4.0. So here is a live image, well, not live image, but a screenshot I took yesterday, actually 3 in the morning from app.any.run. This is one sample that I looked at from an old Emotet campaign. And in that Emotech campaign, you could see the different layers of obfuscation, code class names, right, on the left-hand side that they put in their macro. And then on the right-hand side, we go ahead and see the task of how it runs. So in that task, we see a call going to PowerShell.exe that's using the encode command. So it's running it through base64 to go ahead and execute that command. So we could take that PowerShell command and also decode it to look further to it, but I'm going to get into a little bit more about that stuff from there. And then, as I said before, right, this is actually a screenshot that I had from, I'm sorry, Brad, actually, malware traffic analysis, where he shows how basically Emotet has returned. If anybody wants to take a look at that article, check it out on the SANS ICS diary. It's a really good read for the recent campaigns that Emotet is trying to run with what they're doing for executing Office macros, either through, possibly through zip, docm, and through XLSM as well too. So now that I talked about where to find samples, right, where do you want to go to check them out and look for other information? There's tools that you can use to go ahead and examine these macro samples. These are a few tools that I recommend. oleadump.py is a good Python script. I can't remember the person who wrote it, but what it does basically is it pulls out any strings or streams in an Office document or XLS document or specific Office document in general, and it goes ahead and shows you a list of all the different macros that are there. And as you look through the list of macros that could be hidden, maybe not found, it'll go ahead and show them. And then you could go ahead and be able to review the contents of how that macro is running. What type of techniques are they doing? XLM macro deobfuscator is another tool that I started using recently to go ahead and actually decode XLM macros now recently. And it's been a really good tool that I've liked to use for XL 4.0 macros. And CyberChef is another good tool that I like to use as well for decoding payloads. So most of the time when macros are running, either if they're running PowerShell, WMI, or certutil, I like to find ways to use CyberChef to decode some of the obfuscation or the techniques that they've done. And the last thing, of course, I like to do is also use a hex editor. Sometimes malware campaigns will love to change certain bytes, and it will have in their macro code to change out and flip those bytes on the fly so that AV can't detect it, defenses can't detect it, and on the fly, it goes ahead and actually executes the macro. So there's been some pretty interesting malware, macro malware that's been out there that could do something like this. So here's an example of OEL dump I mentioned earlier, right? How it basically grabs the VBA from the XLS file here, right? And you can see all the different sheets, the projects that are in here, the VBA project, and also, what workbook is also there. So we could go ahead and take those VBA projects, try to extract the contents of the VBA project, and then see what code they're running, how they're, executing their macros, right? How they're bypassing defenses. We could see that there. And then here's another example that I wanted to take for using CyberChef. There's a lot of people in the, there's a lot of people in the InfoSec community that like to post their recipes for CyberChef that I like to take for any latest Emotech campaign or for any other malware campaigns that are out there that are using Office macros. So a person in the InfoSec community went by the name, I'm probably going to butcher this, Kostas, created a cool CyberChef recipe. And what this does is it easily extracts the URLs from the Word document that's downloaded from Emotet malware. Like I said, there's many other recipes out there that you could test out, against other types of macro malware. Sometimes, when I was working as a SOC analyst, we would write our own Python scripts that would go ahead and look through any of the bad or like false macros that some campaigns would have in place to find the legitimate one, and then try to break that so we could actually see what type of URLs are trying to call back home, right? So it can run its malware or anything else to grab from those sites itself. But we have to keep in mind that this threat landscape for macro malware constantly changes. I can't recall the last time Emotet has officially died. Emotet malware campaign has been around, at least from what I know, is 2010. And working as a SOC analyst before I was a pen tester, we would always get constantly hit with it. It was a nuisance. And then it would have like a break, like 2 weeks in, didn't see anything from Emotet. A lot of their URLs got busted. And then all of a sudden they would just show up. They would come back, right? So just keep in mind when you're looking at a lot of the macro malware that's out there, it's going to continue to change. And some of those techniques will be valuable that you could use on your pen test or red team operations as well too. So now that I talked about, those specific tools, right, for debugging and examining macro malware, right? I think I have an extra slide here. I'm sorry about that. Here we go. Tools to build your own macro payloads. That's the next thing I wanted to get into. There's a lot of tools that the InfoSec community has released publicly. And one of the main tools I like to use for modifying macro malware or any specific code, for VBA, VBS that's used, Empire Framework is really great. MSF Venom, I still love to use to make VBA payloads. And if you can be able to modify the source in the Metasploit framework to go ahead and add some obfuscation techniques to your VBA payloads, sometimes Defender and other different defenses, EDR tools out there, might not find them because, of course, right, everybody that wants to run like Metasploit or Meterpreter, right, runs the default exploits or something that's already packed already there. So take some time to modify it, right, and you might have a lesser chance of being flagged or caught by AV itself. Empire Framework was another one. They have a really cool macro. I believe it was another macro payload that they had that I've used, but I haven't used in a while. Macro Pack is a tool that you can use to automate obfuscation and also generate retro formats in old MS Office documents. So you could also run not just VBA, but even VBS formats as well too. But what's really cool about their obfuscation is that they add what they do for their macro is that they rename their functions. They make different variables. They add custom API imports, and they do a lot of other things too. But keep in mind, these are public tools. These public tools are already flagged and signatured by AV. So if you want to get an idea how to build your own, right, these are some good tools to at least get started. Another one I like to use is Evil Clippy, right? It's a cross-platform assistant tool, right? So it can be able to hide VBA macros. It could do VBA stomping, which is another macro malware technique. And also try to confuse macro analysis tools, right, that I showed you previously. A recent tool that I'm starting to use a lot more is XL in Donut, and that's for XL 4.0 macro generators. That's really good. So what it does is you could take your C# code that you have, so your C# payload that you write. So I like to usually do Metasploit. I'll go ahead and have a C# payload made, and I'll go ahead and throw that through XL Donut, and that will go ahead and save the macro as an XLS file, and we'll go ahead and when I go ahead and drop it, onto my campaign, it'll go ahead and run. So these are some tools that I like to use for testing for macro malware, and also just to get an understanding of how I can build my own. And really, I think that's what we're going to have to get to at this point. A lot of these tools that were shared publicly by the community are really great ideas, to understand, how macro malware is made still. How can we be able to bypass certain things? And really, most of the time, pretty much everyone has Microsoft Office installed on their system. So the next thing I want to get into is creating creative techniques for building macro payloads. So unfortunately for this talk, I had a bunch of other techniques that I submitted to Microsoft that I wanted to talk about, but unfortunately I am still waiting for Microsoft to get back to me on some of those that I have. And since that didn't happen, I am unfortunately not going to be able to share some of those, but I do have one technique that I at least want to share with you and some general tips that I have. So let's get started with some general tips here. So PowerShell is heavily scanned by AV and by AMSI, but there's still ways around it. We still can find ways to get through. Even if we don't go ahead and try to download the actual file itself, we can still invoke a web request, call the file itself, and have the file run directly from that server. And not have the file be saved on the disk. One other thing I want to mention too is pretexting is a great technique. And the reason why I say that is because, our job as pen testers and red teamers is to try to convince our target to open our malicious documents, right? We have to know what stuff we need to put into that document or how we can try to tell them that, hey, this is a very important file. There's confidential information into this, but we need you to enable the content so that this will go ahead and remove anything that's blanked out that you can then view the sensitive information, right? So pretexting is a good way to go ahead and have everything set onto your document. What I like to do usually for pretexting is I will go ahead and have another macro created. And inside that macro, what I will do is when the user enables content, I will go ahead and have that macro fill in auto text for me. to make it look like it was actually a legit sensitive file. It was legit information that they had to read about. But in the back end, I have a second macro that runs, and that second macro goes ahead and runs my payload. It goes ahead and runs the dropper, gets my payload, and goes ahead and gives me a shell back. So if I could get that user to convince to enable the content and to open that file, then I'm set in, right? A lot of clients that I usually do pen tests for, mostly in finance and HR departments, sadly have their macro settings set to allow all macros to run and execute. This is a big no-no, and I wish a lot of people who are, not technical or not in a security position would understand the security awareness and also the threats that could be involved, when really that setting should not be enabled at all. So other things I like to do, running shellcode, or other things that I recommend not to do, running shellcode directly into macro is definitely going to get flagged, right? There's already signatures for it, right? If you try to run the default MSF Venom VBA payload into your macro, that's going to get flagged with your shellcode that you have. So try to modify it if you can. Another thing I like to do is set a delay on your macro. This one is fun because most of the time AV is always looking for a macro that auto opens. What I like to do usually is I actually wrote a function in my macros where I have a timer that's set, and it goes ahead and delays the action once the user has enabled the content. So basically the process of what I do is when the user gets the file, they enable the content, the pretext starts first. And then once the pretext is done and shows up, then it goes ahead and it runs my macro with the set delay time, or it runs at a later time. The other thing I like to use, instead of using the auto open function, I'll actually use the auto close function. And with the auto close function, instead of the user, when they enable the content and they have the macro open, nothing runs on the back end. But when the user is done looking at that document or viewing it, and they close that application, then my macro runs. Now, I haven't really seen, at least in the environments that I have tested and the operations that I've done, where they look for sub auto close, right? Macros usually try to detect for anything that runs immediately, quick, on action, auto fast, right? So that's one thing I would recommend is try to set delay, and then from your own payloads, try to create your own obfuscation tools. So there is a tool I'm going to go over a little bit today where we use our own obfuscation for our macros itself. So enough about me giving a lot of this pretext and all this information. Let me show you an actual macro that I have written that I did literally this morning. So in this macro we have here, this is for a Word document that we have. We have sub document open, and we have sub auto open setup. The name of our macro is spawn. So what spawn does is spawn goes ahead and it downloads a file that I have set up on a server, right? And this is all done locally. This is what I do for testing. And so what it does is it downloads an obfuscated PS1 file. And when it downloads that file, or if it can make the connection from my web server, it'll go ahead then and download the file where the obfuscated file where the macro is actually placed. So the active document path goes ahead and prints out the actual path of where this document is located, and will save my payload there. Then, as you see there in the wait 2 second, if we go down to the subsection here, let me see if I could use the laser pointer here. This right here is what I was talking about earlier about setting a delay. This sub wait function that I have here actually creates a timer that I have, and it goes ahead and loops and waits until that payload is downloaded. If I don't have this wait section here, the macro could go ahead and immediately download the file, but might not run it because it might not be done, right? So we need to have some time set for it to actually download the file. And then what I have done afterwards is I go ahead and I set an object for WSH shell to go ahead and run a WScript shell. That WScript shell will go ahead and then run with PowerShell our no exit file, and then runs our obfuscated PS1 file to go ahead and give me a reverse shell back. So this is pretty easy. I mean, you don't have to get really like super heavy into obfuscation, adding different, evasion techniques, right? Because a lot of things that are out there that EDR tries to flag is mostly for anything that looks really suspicious. But in the case that I wrote this file, this could be used for a legitimate case. So now that I've created this macro, right, here's how the execution then works. As you saw earlier, right, macro goes ahead and calls out the obfuscated file. It goes ahead and downloads it, executes it. And as you can see here, I have a reverse shell and PowerShell. So how does this not get flagged by EDR? So this is the reverse shell that I used. This is one that I wrote a long time ago that I actually have in my PowerShell for pen testing guide that I did. And I had a bunch of people in the community reach out to me saying that, hey, your Joplin template's getting flagged by Windows Defender. I'm like, what? Like, why is it getting flagged by Windows Defender? And sure enough, the reverse shell that I wrote for this is getting flagged. So I worked with someone in our community who is a community monitor for offensive security. Goes by the name of Tristan, but online he goes by Ghost0x0, I believe. And he went ahead and wrote a obfuscation script and also wrote a good blog and article on how you could write your own obfuscator. So here's what it looks like when we run the obfuscation, right? This is the output that we have. So in the article, we talk about using PowerShell obfuscation to go ahead and change out the class names, change out certain variable strings. We also have PowerShell objects that we can utilize that do same functions like system text ASCII encoding. We can use different strings for. And so with this obfuscation, it goes ahead and it takes our payload originally that we have, we throw it in through invoke obfuscation, PS obfuscation, and it goes ahead and actually creates an obfuscated PS1 file that we can then use. So if you want to check out the article, I posted that as a reference here. And I also have the tool that he created that I was able to help contribute with as well, that you can utilize as well on your engagements. But the point I'm trying to get to is that, yes, this is going to get flagged probably in the next couple of weeks. But at the same time, too, the article that Tristan wrote really shows you how you can create your own custom obfuscator. And the obfuscation that I've used through this tool for PowerShell has really bypassed a bunch of different EDRs in the past several months since he's released this tool. So some lessons learned that I want to give to you guys when you're creating your macro malware. Be patient. Seriously, be patient. I'm not a coder. I cannot code anything really crazy. It'll literally take me weeks to get some stuff done. And trying to code stuff in VBA and VBS can be a pain, right? There's a lot of trial and error that comes to place when you're trying to create your own macro. And also, like I said earlier, create your own obfuscation tools for your payloads, right? If you don't want your payloads to get detected by EDR or by, a defender that's trying to look at that, start creating your own. There's a lot of companies I know that started doing that. And that's something, if you're interested in getting it, check it out. Also learn to use other applications to your advantage. I know PowerShell is heavily used, right? MITRE ATT&CK framework even states that too. But it's going to come to a point where maybe one of these days PowerShell is going to die. I don't think it will. Personally, myself, because I mean, you see the campaigns that are out there still running PowerShell to this day. But learn to use other programs, right? Windows 11 is going to start having some interesting programs that we could probably call back to. Audvar Mo, running the low bass bins, right, has a bunch of different ones that we could probably start looking into as well, to start actually using applications to download our payloads, right, act as our droppers. And again, like I said before, macro techniques are constantly changing. There will always be some new different vector or some little secret that Microsoft has left us from the old days, right, that we could utilize to our advantage, or some APT group is going to find it. So if there are any techniques that you have that you find, I recommend you responsibly disclose them to Microsoft, right? Because that's the only way we're going to be able to get better in this world. Or if you think there's a big risk, work with your employer on it so that, those stuff out there in the wild doesn't get caught, doesn't get tracked, and hopefully doesn't cause, a critical impact to the world we live in today. So with that being said, if anybody has any questions, I can certainly take questions here. But if you want to be able to ask me about anything online, you can reach out to me on Twitter, Discord as well too. I'm in a bunch of different community platforms that you could find me on. But in the end, I hope you really enjoyed this talk. I am also really sorry that I couldn't show a lot of other different creative techniques that I've had. But hopefully in the future, I would love to do this talk again for other conferences, and maybe even again for Mystikcon as well too.
Well, thank you for your presentation. I really enjoyed it, as it seems familiar to me, as you probably know. Yeah, if there are any questions, yeah, you can ask them in the chat. We have plenty of time left, so yeah, do not hesitate to ask your questions. Teacher Noel is now here, so take your chance. It's very early for him, I know. So let's give them some minutes to type their question. And yeah, if perhaps there's some question popping up in your head later, well, you can reach out to him on Twitter, GitHub, or even Discord, as you see in the slide. Seems, yeah, your presentation was really great. No questions. I think it's all clear. You can expect many macros coming your way now, all obfuscated well.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you having me on here, and also being able to present this talk as well too. And like I said before, for anybody that was watching it today, I hope you guys were able to learn some stuff that I've gone through today.
Yeah, I really enjoyed your talk, and yeah, of course, thank you for your contribution and your part in our Mystikcon. I hope you enjoyed it talking, besides the very early morning for you. So, yeah, I don't see any questions popping up, so I think there are no questions yet. So, yeah, for the people who are watching, the next question the next session will start in about 20 minutes. So yeah, you can go grab dinner or breakfast in case of DJ Null or whatever, lunch, or go to the toilet. And yeah, I think we will see you guys in 20 minutes then with the next talk. So say goodbye to DJ Null. Wish him a great applause. And I go to the next. Hello guys, well, the time is up, the break is done. I hope you all have gone to the toilet or grabbed some snacks or go for dinner or breakfast because the next talk is going to begin. The next talk is a little bit different because the speaker who should be talking, unfortunately, he had to cancel because of some work-related stuff he is doing. But instead of the old talk, we have a new one, and that's called Security in Microservice. So I hope you will enjoy this next speaker and next talk. It's his first time, so wish him good luck. And yes, here we go with the next talk.
Hello, good morning, good evening, and also good afternoon for you all. Thanks for Mystikcon team for having me. So today we will learn about security in microservices. Before that, let me introduce a little about myself. My name is Ahmad Saifuddin. I'm a farmer, a pen tester at pentesting.id, red teamer, DevSecOps team, co-founder of at encasa.io. My hobbies is about farming, adventuring, gaming, and also free diving. So, objective today, we will learn about microservice concept, and then securing microservices. And the last thing is best practice in microservices. Oh, microservices. What is microservices? Microservices are an architectural and organizational approach to software development, where software is composed of small independent services that communicate over well-defined APIs. Microservices architecture make application easier to scale, fast to develop, enabling innovation, and accelerating time to market for new feature. So, microservices, it's small service that one service handle one business logic. So microservices connect service to API, and service to public. So what different about monolithic service and microservices? Monolithic service, it's okay. Could you hear me? Okay, sorry for interrupting. Different about monolithic and microservices, we have defined some case. The first one is design. For monolith, it's simple design. And microservices is more complex because we must define a connection service to service to on DB, service to API, or service to public. And for the availability, monolith is low availability and microservices is high availability. For team, monolith has big team, microservices has small team. And for data flow, monolith consistent, microservices is dynamic data flow. And for starting effort, monolith it's little, become one code for all. Microservices is more effort because we must define per services. And for development effort, monolith is more difficult. Microservices is easy because we define one service for one business logic. And for technology, monolith is for long-term or static, and microservices is dynamic. And for scaling, monolith is uniform, and microservices is independent. And for service integration, monolith based on function call, and microservices based on API call. And for deployment, monolith is single deployment, and microservices is partial deployment. Okay, microservices is complex, but microservices has a pattern. The first one is decoupled component, and the second is increased complexity because we must define per service to DB, service to API, and also service to public. Microservices is immutable architecture, and microservices move faster, shorter development time frame, and might be a possible lifetime in general. Because if we add new services, the other service it's not disturbed. Microservices he has minimized dependencies and shared concern. And microservices is small and focuses per service. Microservices less commitment to a specific technology or stack because it can build anywhere, any OS, and many framework. And for microservices, integration is a key because good integration tests are really important because for both avoiding fragility as well as security uses. So security in microservices is not just authentication and authorization, but it's also quality of services. So for securing microservices, we must know the architecture that we will build. And then we must secure our code base or source code. And we will secure our container and then secure services or microservices itself. And the last is secure sensitive information. So monolith architecture is user connect to API or the system, and system will connect to DB. It's just one line. But for microservices, is user connect to UI, UI connect to API, API has their own DB, like out, like microservice, like service user has on DB, like history has on DB, like searching service has on DB, like store service has on DB, and transaction has on DB. And it's of service, it connect out, connect to user, user connect to store, etc. So it's more complex for the architecture of microservices. Type of service microservices we will learn. For service, like example, out service can connect email service, SMS service, and notification service. For email, SMS, and notification, it's not required DB, but out it also connect user service, recommendation service, and address service that need a DB. So user service has on DB, recommendation service has on DB, and address service has also on DB. So we can classify that email, SMS, and notification is stateless service. And for service that has their own DB, like user, recommendation, and address is persistent service. And for out is aggregation service. So this is type of service in microservices. So basically we have three: the aggregation, the persistent, and stateless. Okay. What is security in microservices? Common problem in microservices, it's all about implementation and operation. So we must define our service and make best possibility for make best secure. Security in microservices, sometimes the issues is come to developer. So developer may be lazy, just copy and paste from internet, but the code that was he copy, it's contain a backdoor. So when they build microservices has contain backdoor. And maybe the security in microservices sometimes is their lack of built-in or is a security control for stack, because maybe the operator is lazy to update the system. It can be a vulnerability in microservices system. So if we make trade-off for functionality or feature over security in microservices, so we have make a good job, because services in microservices is offer security, and security in microservices is all about speed. In microservices, more service is more complexity, because if a database per service or something like that, now we have more database to manage and secure. So more service is more complex, because we have to manage and secure more database. And microservices is more complexity in deployment, because we must define segmentation and isolation. And if the microservices deploy in multi-cloud, like in Amazon, in DigitalOcean, and maybe in Azure, it will be little difficult to connect its service. And then we must identity management and access control per service. And also we must make sure data or message integrity per service, and then the rapid change and depreciation cycle. So security in microservices is more service is more complexity to handle. The second one is secure your code base. The first one for secure your code base is don't put sensitive information in code, like a token, result, database credential, and API key. And also pay attention to the dependencies uses. Always use the latest and the stable one. Don't use beta. Then validate input from user. Make it simple for your code and don't push your luck. Always update your framework or technology because it's will become vulnerability if you not update your framework or your technology. And then nothing new, implement OAuth, send top 25, etc. Make sure no SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and zero trust to external data. Make authentication and authorization simple but secure, like use a talisman before a commit. And the last, scan your code. You can use SonarQube, Fortify, or Checkmark. So for secure code in microservices, it's the first thing is make your code as simple as possible, but also hygiene. Okay, talk about microservices. It's talk about container because microservices with container, it's like a pudding. Microservices with container is faster to build, faster to deployment, can running everywhere, any OS, and common pipeline workflow. Post to GitHub, build and run tests at Jenkins or DevOps or DevSecOps. Like sample, it's one service. So just one click, we can make from the source code checkout until the production. So we can check out the code and we can automatically build in pipeline or DevSecOps, and then automatic Docker build and Docker test, like Docker scan or Trivi, and then shipping to Herber, clean up workspace, development, prepare to staging, perform tests, and ready to production. And we can manage and take a look in its parameter. So we can click its process and we can a lot of log. So if microservices with container, it's like a pudding because if it built in Jenkins or DevSecOps, is just one click, we can make from the development until the production. Okay, what is container contain? So in container, it has application code, has runtime, has system tools, has system libraries, has config, and also has environment variable or env. So tactic and technique attack in container, we can take a look in Mitre, has some attack technique like initial access, execution, persistence, privilege escalation, defense efficient, credential access, discovery, and also the impact. But common container attack, it's privilege escalation or container breach out. So to get root and credential breach to move to other container and extract data from data breach, some backdoor, and question Docker image. So attack pattern in container is the first one, the attacker will exploiting misconfiguration in container, can manual or can use scanner or automatic tools. And then attacker is leveraging excessive privilege to access Docker host and identifying and weaponizing additional Linux capabilities assigned to the container and targeting share namespace to breach the container isolation. And we can take a look pattern in Hectoric, attack defense, or bleeping computer. So best practice for secure container is, first one, we must build our base Docker image from scratch. Don't easy trust code from internet because it can contain backdoor. Using our base image in production, we can prevent Ocean Docker image that Docker can contain for mining, and we can prevent backdoor Docker image. So if we build Docker from scratch, we can prevent two vulnerability. The first one is poison Docker image, and the second one is backdoor Docker image. The second is use secure registry only or use private registry only. Because using the unsecure registry in production can cause, the first one is Docker image corruption. So attacker can pull Docker image to modify the Docker, such as changing the version to be more insecure and putting a backdoor or Trojan, and then push the modified Docker image to the registry, and then your container become a vulnerability in microservices system. Using unsecure registry in production also can cause stealing Docker image. So attacker can pull the Docker image, analyze it, and steal sensitive data. So we can use Harbor, Docker Hub, Google Container, and also Amazon ECR. The third for best practice secure your container is define user in Docker file with a low privilege user. Make sure you define the user that container will use in Docker file. Make sure that user has minimum privilege to run your program, and avoid using root user or user with sudo capability. For the fourth, it's for securing container, it's scan your Docker image with Docker security toolkits like a Docker Bench, Claire, Trivi, Docker, and etc. It's a lot of Docker security tools to scan Docker image. Then we must pay attention on container capabilities, because when container was deployed, can be vulnerability in container into system host, like capsys admin, it can mount host root directory, capsys can modify modify PID host system. Capsys module can add new kernel module to host. Yes, read search. We can read and search file in host system, and override it's we can override file in host system. And don't mount Docker socket in your container. It's like suicide if we mount a Docker socket in the container, because mounting Docker socket or Docker sock can be a dangerous thing, because attacker can use it to add or modify running container, and then be used to a security vulnerability like container breakout or privilege escalation in container. But if we must mount Docker socket, please make sure the service only can be accessed local or VPN network, not just public consumption. And then we must pay attention to host path to mount it in container, because data in container is temporary. When container is restored or deleted, all data will be returned to its original state, like the first time we built Docker image. And when the service requests data storage, the operational team will prepare a special space storage that can be mounted in to the container. So when the container is restarted, our data not lost. We can use Amazon or NFS. So best practice for secure container is we must build a Docker image from scratch. We must use secure registry or private registry. And we must scan Docker image. We must define user in Docker file with low privilege user. And we must pay attention on container capabilities and don't mount Docker socket to your container. And after we secure the container, we secure the services. Secure the services, we must make service as simple as possible. We must make service with small impact to other service. We must put right man in right place. We must maintain access. We must define API gateway. We must use authorization, and we can monitoring our services because we can check log if any something that not right. So the first thing is make service as simple as possible. So we must make service is a smallest part in system. So one service is one business logic. So one service must handle one business logic. And small service must easy to develop and easy to repair when have a bug. And make simple code easier to transfer knowledge to new developer in team. So make your code is simple as possible. Maintain one service for one business logic, make easy to develop and easy to repair, and make it simple to transfer knowledge to new developer in team. And then we must make small impact service, because we know every system or service has bug. So if one service has error, it's make sure every services has minimum dependencies to other service. Example, when service send email down, it's make sure not make whole application down or can be used. It's just one service down, not disrupt the other service. So this is small impact service. We must put right man in the right place. Maybe like one piece. Every man or every people has own role, because microservices a little tricky, and because microservices are multi-technology, polyglot, it has a different framework, different DB. Its service has own dependencies. Service has own connection to connection, service to service, service to API, or service to public. So we must put the right man in the right place to handle microservices, because it's a little complex. And then maintain access, because we know microservices, it's not all service need connection into DB or other API or service. We must manage and define two dependencies and also connection its service. If service doesn't need connection to DB, we doesn't make a service connect to DB to make the environment more secure. And for API gateway it's a bridge between outside access to the service. So some API gateway we can use in microservices is like Nginx, Kong, Glue, Zul, Ambassador, and Spring Cloud Gateway. And also we must need authorization, because not only for external to internal communication, but also the service, because to connect service to service we need authentication and also authorization to make the all microservices is secure. And for the authorization from outside, we can integrate it with API gateway to make it more secure, and we can use GWT or Auth2 or OpenID. And then we can monitoring services. So monitoring is basic thing in microservices system. In microservices, monitoring its method it's slightly different from the monitoring in monolith system, because in microservices log are not only issued by one system but by many services. So we must monitoring its services. It's like CPU, its log, and etc. And tools for monitoring, we can use Grafana with Loki and also ELK stack. And the last one is secure sensitive information. In stupid way, sensitive information is built with code. So in sensitive information, it's contain secret key, DB credential, and API key. And then we commit to Git. There is stupid way. In traditional way, sensitive information is separate with code. Code commit to Git, pull to CD, and when pull to CD, we include the sensitive information and then ready to deploy. And better way to secure sensitive information, it's we build differently. So from code base it built different with sensitive information. So for code base is commit, pull, deploy, and for the sensitive information, we deploy in Kubernetes as Kubernetes secret. And for code base, we can deploy as Kubernetes deployment. So this presentation to security in microservices. This
Yeah. Thank you for giving this presentation. And yeah, for those who are watching, if you have any question, now is the time to ask your question. Yeah. So put your question in the chat. Doesn't matter if it is on YouTube or Twitch. And yeah, he will answer the question. Let's give them 1 minute to type their question if they have. And of course, if you are for some reason not possible to answer your question in the chat because you are on your phone or whatever, then you can always contact him on social media and he will answer your question from there. But if you are in reach of a keyboard, then pick it up and type your question. Now is the chance.
Okay. Any question about security in microservices?
I don't see
You
any
can-
question
yes.
so far. Seems your presentation was very clear for the people who are watching, as there are no questions. So yeah, I think let's wait a little bit longer. No, I do not think there are any questions. So yeah, if you still have any questions by tomorrow, you can reach to him on social media and he will answer your question. And yeah, I want to say thank you for giving us this presentation. It was really nice, and I hope you enjoyed it too for your first time giving a presentation in a conference.
Okay, thank you for Mystico team that let me the first time to give a presentation to public, and thanks for you all. And if you have question, you can contact me in LinkedIn or social media. Thank you.
So for those who are watching, the next talk will begin in about 20 minutes. So you can go to toilet or you can grab some food or snacks, whatever, and come back in 20 minutes. So I hope to see you all in 20 minutes with the next speaker. And again, thank you for speaking, B1M. And for those who are watching, yeah, I hope to see you in 20 minutes. Hello guys, welcome back. Yeah, hope you all had a great dinner, breakfast, lunch, or toilet break. We are going to the next talk, and that is our own Mr. Volk, the tea lover. You all know him as Mr. Reboot. It's a surprise session. He calls it No Time to Pwn. So yeah, let's just jump to the session and let's go to see another great talk. So have fun, everybody, and enjoy.
Cool. Hi, everybody. Mr. Co, thank you very much for having me. Today, we're here to run through a surprise session. And as you can see from my my meme on the front, the topic was left open for me to decide. So today I'm going to talk about some real world cyber experience and cybersecurity outside the echo chamber, because I think that it's very easy from a security industry point of view to live in a slightly obscured world. So I'm going to talk about some of my real world experiences and see what I see outside of the security industry from a business perspective. I'm just going to give like a parental advisory warning. I will try not to swear every 10 seconds, but it is possible. I'm not known for not swearing. So if you've got sensitive ears, feel free to not watch. And just a little bit about myself. So my name's Daniel Card. I've been in the industry for over 20 years. It gets scary every time I think about that. I'm a cybersecurity consultant. I run my own business. I've been doing so for over 6 years. And some of you will know me from Twitter. So I'm at UK_Daniel Card online. So what have I done in my career? So I've worked with like an entire range of organizations, from government, police, military, and through to commercial organizations in healthcare, oil and gas, finance, retail, logistics, supply chain, pensions. Like I've worked in a lot of verticals. So hopefully I bring something to the table that is a bit of a rounded experience from an industry point of view. And I've worked on lots of projects, and I've worked with hundreds of customers. I couldn't tell you how many different organizations I've worked with in 20 years. I've probably got a list somewhere, but it's a lot. So hopefully I can bring some perspectives that some people might have seen, but also some people might not see. The world of InfoSec we live in can vary dramatically between organization, across different verticals. And it's really like, it's a very varied position that I see in my travels. So when Mystikcon asked me to do this talk, I was thinking about like what I could talk about, and I was like, should I do a technical talk? Should I talk about some pwnage? Should I go through some common kill chains? And I looked at the rest of the talks on the agenda, and I was like, okay, maybe I'll talk about something that most people don't talk about a lot, and might fall into the less exciting end of the world. But talk about cybersecurity in business, because fundamentally, like from a career point of view, that's where we work. Like most people are not working for government departments doing nation state hacking. Most people are defending organizations. Most people are working to improve the safety and security of people in a direct manner. So I thought what I'd do is like look through and talk about some of the things I see in the industry, look at how I see the world of cybersecurity, look at how I see some of the changes in the landscape, and try and give some different perspectives. Like some of which I'm trying to talk about is like the financial side, and looking at like the program side and looking at how security is from like a what I call cyber reality point of view. Because I think that it's very easy if you work in a large organization or if you're in a specific area to see the world in a certain way. So hopefully I get to bring in some views of the world that are slightly different. They won't necessarily reflect everyone's experiences, but they do reflect mine. And hopefully that will give people some insight. So I wanted to show people like some different ways and perspectives of how I see this. And the aims of my talk are really to sharing some of my realities of cybersecurity, looking at what it looks like from a consulting and a business perspective, trying to help people understand some of the business picture, and also trying to motivate people as well, because this is an industry that, you know, imposter syndrome, burnout, and various different like human factors are talked about quite a bit. And, you know, we've got challenges on our hands as a human race. So I think it's important to work out that as a human race, I think we should defend harder. There's so much talk about offensive security. There's so much stuff in the news. And I'm like, well, how do we solve these problems? Because looking back over the last 20 years, I don't see things changing hugely. Like our technical capabilities increase, but so do the attackers. Looking at how technology is deployed as a human race, how the speed of things and the impact of cloud mobility affect people and how they affect our landscape, I think is important. And I think it's also to talk about the fact of not everything's all about sockets and payloads and exploits and vulnerabilities. There's a lot to the information security world that is far more human. There's a whole range of project management, governance, risk, compliance, and various different areas of the world, which I don't think really get enough time. So that's sort of to reiterate how we go with this. There's stuff you can do with technology that's amazing. The world is like highly connected these days. But with that, that brings a load of different threats. So what does the modern day threat landscape look like? What are the realities of that threat landscape in the business world? What does that impact mean from like a geopolitical and conflict point of view? Everyone's probably seen like the news and the number of cyber events and the events that are starting to impact people from a daily point of view. You can look at that from the pipeline perspective. And looking at how we can use hacking skills to enable ourselves. But also, again, remember, it's not all about hacking, right? There's so much more to InfoSec than that. So when I first started in the world, the technology was amazing, right? Like I remember having my 486 and I was blown away. Playing Doom was like super awesome. And that was like really cutting edge. Like when I was on the internet when I was a kid, that was pretty abnormal. From my friend's point of view, it wasn't like a standard thing. Not everyone had a computer, let alone their own one. And not everyone was online. So I think it's really important to understand like what we can do, what the world looks like and how it's changed, and also the difference between what we can technically do and what people actually do with technology and security. Because there is it's a world apart, I think. You can talk about capability, you can talk about the latest and greatest endpoint detection, having monitoring, having taps, having honeypots, having every capability technically under the sun. But I don't really see that in the real world. I don't see these capabilities deployed in an effective way. So I think it's important to look at like how technology can enable, but also the threats that it brings. And that's like when we look at like modern day cyber threats. Now, I remember back in 2003 during the Blaster and Nachi incidents, looking at like the devastation like an SMB RCE worm caused. Like it was insane. I worked for a local government at the time, and we had about 3,500 machines, and within minutes, hours, an SMB worm was running around the network, blue screen devices, infected well over 50% of the estate, and crippled the services of the local authority. I remember at the time saying to a colleague, fuck, like, it's a really good job they didn't delete everything. Now, I hadn't really thought about ransomware at the time, but given how long ago that was now, we've seen a different change, I guess, in how malware, how viruses, how hacking, how activism are deployed. We've gone from, this being relatively niche, relatively, less impactful from a global humanity point of view, being to something that's on the radar of every government. You've got government cybersecurity strategies, you've got ransomware task force, you've got this whole ecosystem around cybercrime. But it's not just ransomware. We've got to think about the fact of ransomware makes up a percentage, and it's really newsworthy, and the potential for ransomware to cause impact is massive. But we've also got to think about all the other things like crypto mining, like denial of service, like the extortion elements, like hostile nation states and the spionage, and what this looks like as well from just a general fraud point of view. I mean, we talk about ransomware loads, but BEC, like business email compromise, is an absolutely huge problem. It doesn't require a lot. A bit of social engineering, a couple of hijacked mailboxes, and you can start getting people to transfer money out of their accounts into a criminal account, or at least going through a supply chain and going through that washing process to steal your money. So the threat landscape is absolutely huge, and as we've put more technology into more people's hands, as we've increased bandwidth, reduced latency, as we've enabled mobility, as we push everything into the cloud, all of this stuff just gets sort of worse, because humanity doesn't generally tend to deploy technology in a safe way, right? And if you look at from the 80s to now, the technology adoption rates are absolutely phenomenal. I mean, I've got a graph somewhere, but you look back to when when TVs were introduced into households, and I'm talking black and whites, and when color TVs came in, and then the pace of change over time, the pace has so dramatically increased. It's insane. So with this, what we've got is we've got this massive change of pace. We've got this miniaturization. We've got this adoption of tech everywhere. It's completely pervasive. I don't think you can, I don't even remember having cash. Literally, you can't do anything these days without interfacing with a computer, even if you try not to. I think even if you go and get a bus now, you're basically going and connecting to a network, which is insane. So the threat landscape is absolutely diverse. It's absolutely impactful to daily life. It is absolutely a humanity problem. It's not just an InfoSec problem. This is a life issue. And then you can roll into that additional threats like snake oil salespeople, marketing, and all of the challenges you get around the technology and cybersecurity industry, which in some aspect becomes a threat, because not everyone in the world lives in the cybersecurity community. They don't live in the InfoSec bubble. So there's quite a lot of different perspectives on the world. And what we also see is, what does it actually mean for businesses? And, every breach, it's we take your security seriously. But is that the reality? Do organizations really take security seriously? And I'm going to touch on this in a bit later. But when we look at the amount of money invested, it's a really important consideration to make. And this goes on back to the reality of that businesses aren't there to be secure. They're there to make money, or they're there to achieve their mission. If you think about non-profit, but businesses don't exist with security at their forefront of mindset. That's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Businesses operate with risk. They operate with market conditions. They have cost profiles. They have profit and margin requirements. But in the end, business is about business. So when we talk about cybersecurity and we talk about some of these things, we've got to look at the position of why doesn't everyone see the world the same we do? And I think that's like a super important perspective to have, because developing a good security understanding and a good security posture requires understanding different stakeholders and different elements to the business and having a range of different viewpoints. Because if we just said everything should be confidential, the integrity should be maintained, and it must be available all the time, that sounds great. But generally, security causes friction. So what we see, and this is, you haven't got to take my word for this, you can just put on the news and look around you, right? Go into different networks, go and have a look at what the posture's like. Security is not, in most organizations and in most verticals, the #1 priority. Doing business is. And in this sense as well, it's like the number of vulnerabilities in the landscape and the way we see the world from a cyber perspective, there's so much to worry about. There's so much high levels of technical debt. There's so many vulnerabilities. There's so many misconfigurations. The conversation around, like, if you lead it with risk and fear and, all these, the list is huge. It comes across quite differently, I think, to people who don't live in this world, right? There's also the reality about, like, what actually matters, because you've only got a finite amount of resource and you've only got a finite amount of time, and you've got to go to market and you've got to make money, you've got to stay afloat, you need cash flow. There's all these like competing demands. And security is really based on a constraint model. Even like the organizations that throw billions at this stuff still have major incidents. So security isn't simple. It can't simply be solved by throwing money at it. And it's not the primary objective. So you've got to look at that from a business perspective. And I also think there's this point of, your realities that you see and the way that you interface. Different people don't have the same level of education. They don't have the same levels of experience. They don't see their digital landscape the way that someone from a cyber point of view might do. And that's also like, that doesn't mean that one's right or wrong, because if you take too hard an approach, you'll probably introduce friction and you'll probably create availability issues. Conversely, if you're too risk hungry and you don't consider this stuff, you might survive for a while, right? Like, I see a lot of organizations with really shocking security postures, and for luck reasons, I guess, they aren't pwned. I mean, I've run honeypots where I'm like, I've put a service up that's vulnerable to RCE, and they don't get pwned sometimes. So there's sort of like a balancing act of reality. So I think it's important to understand what different people see, and not everyone lives in our security rabbit hole. Now, I said I was going to talk about money. Now, don't take these figures like as gospel, because they're not. They're literally just broad brush strokes. But when we think about cybersecurity and how much money is spent on it from a business perspective, and this changes completely down to each organization, but as a general broad rule of thumb, marketing budgets are estimated to be about 5 to 12% of revenue. When we look at technology spends across verticals, they're around 5%. So you can already see that there's a potential, what's more important, marketing or IT or technology, right? And then when we start looking at security spending, which is a bit of it's a bit of a black hole, because for loads of different reasons, it's quite difficult to work out what an organization spends on security. Not only that, but organizations aren't particularly open book, either internally or externally, with what they spend, mainly because they often don't know. But we've got marketing, say 5 to 12%. You've got technology at 5%, and then you've got like security, according to Hiscox, is estimated to be on average about 20% of the IT spend. That's about 1% of revenue. So when you compare like security spend to marketing spend, that puts things into perspective a little bit. When we go into security spend as well, you then look at the different types of spending people make. And I haven't done some analysis on this specifically for this talk, but when we look at like broad brush offensive spending across all businesses and all organizations, out of that 1%, it's a much smaller percentage, right? The defensive spend and the product spend usually gets far more allocation of budget. So I just want to sort of put that into perspective about money, because money is important to understand. Saying just patch, saying, you know, no to everything, disabling everything, locking it down and investing loads of capability is easy to say, but really hard to do, because most organizations have got far bigger financial constraints on the position than most people think about. And what does this equate to, right? In reality, if we currently are spending 20% of our tech budget on security, what outcomes do we get from that? Because the way I see it is that if we're currently spending 20% and the postures are generally quite reactive, quite low maturity, and everyone's getting pwned left, right, and center, what does that mean for us? And what does the world of an attack surface look like? And I literally mean the world, because thanks to services like Shodan or Census, we can look, or at least we can start to look at what the public internet looks like. And I think that in my slide here, I've got 4.7 million exposed port 3389s. Now, some of those will be false positives. Some of these won't be RDP, but that's a shitload of exposed RDP. So why am I talking about that? I'm like, well, what does the attack surface look like? Well, fundamentally, like looking at kill chains, what we see isn't particularly novel, right? We see loads of exposed admin interfaces. We see insecurely exposed RDP. We see exposed WinRM. SSH is usually like a bit of a different angle, but you've still got the same point that you've got a lot of organizations' assets and personal, like people's computers, webcams, and routers, and all kinds of devices exposed to the public internet. So they've got like a, you know, an any rule that says anyone can start attacking them, or at least they can start probing them, which is an odd position, right? You're literally just exposing yourself to the whole world. On top of that, you've got the, you know, and it's been bad in the last few years. You've got the unpatched vulnerable VPN services. You've got like the unpatched software products with RCEs in. And this is like all the security products that people go to rely on have got security vulnerabilities, or have had security vulnerabilities whereby threat actors are exploiting those. So the products they're relying upon and are investing some of that money aren't particularly helpful all the time. And then you've got the usual bits like lack of authentication protections, lack of MFA, incredibly shit passwords. It's 2021, people still making the most stupid passwords, which is bonkers. And then you can throw in the social engineering and the phishing and the what happens when you get into the network, because generally speaking, you know, it's all nice to talk about zero trust architecture. So many networks are flat. And if they're not flat, like from a VLAN perspective, they're flat from an ACL perspective. So sure, someone might have segmented, but actually in reality, it doesn't really make a huge difference apart from for broadcast traffic. And then we've got the lovely, like the pieces of resistance from a threat actor point of view. You've got a domain joined backup, and it's so common. So all of these things that the security industry like shouts about not doing, well, the world keeps doing it. It's still there. Like, and it's, you know, the attack surface is huge. So what do we do about it? How do we combat the cyber threats? Now, recently I keep seeing like an increasing rhetoric of like hacking back, of taking offensive measures, of being proactive and taking, you know, a more aggressive stance. The problem with that I see is that it's a great idea. It is sort of in your head, in a Hollywood perspective, you know, if someone attacks you, you pwn them back. But like, what does that look like from the world point of view? Well, what's attacking you is like victim infrastructure, it's cloud infrastructure, it's pwned routers, it's botnets, it's proxy traffic, it's this like world of infrastructure that's being abused. So how do you go about actually combating this? And at the start of the talk, I started to talk about like defending harder, because, you know, that's a phrase I've used quite a lot from a business perspective. People have heard me say it before. I think that if we aren't careful as an industry, as a human race, a rush for conflict and a rush for escalation, given our current postures, given our current like threats, our current vulnerability landscapes, is a huge problem. You know, and I joke around about stuff I see online, but I'm not kidding. I'm expecting someone to start talking about cyber bullets, because we see cyber missiles, cyber nukes, cyber Pearl Harbor. Like, the level of military rhetoric and terminology being used, to me, just feels like it's massively on the up. So how do we actually, you know, combat this? And I don't think it's by rushing off and being gung-ho, right? For starters, security is a massively team event. Intelligence sharing, enabling capability, community work, industry work, all of this stuff goes about sharing knowledge and about sharing how to defend better. And don't get me wrong, there absolutely are cases where action should be taken from a legal, political, and, you know, from a computer network exploitation point of view. You know, let's not be stupid about this. There are people out there doing serious damage. And things do happen, both on the attacker and the defender side of the world, right? There has been cases where a hacker has been droned. I think that's happened more than once. I'm fairly sure that's happened more than once. So, you know, there are physical impacts to cyber, right? The matrix that we all live in and interact with, and the real world do mix. But this also happens from a defender perspective. I'm not going to go on about the pipeline stuff, but knocking out a pipeline, even if it wasn't a direct action and it was because the pipeline shut the service down because they couldn't bill, the impact of cyber and reality is increasing. And I'm not saying that from a FUD point of view. It's just the nature of the fact of, as technology is more pervasive, as technology is more integrated, we're going to see more impact from technology and cyber related events. But I'm a bit of a James Bond fan, and I think it's important people realize that, you know, when's the right time to do something. Because it's not just about what you can do. It's not just about stockpiling 0 days. It's not just about to be able to, you know, hack back and impose cost and impose consequences. Because you've got to think about what this actually means and what escalation looks like. And, you know, it's all very well and good to be able to do something in a CTF. It's very well and good to be able to do it in a lab. But you've got to think about what this like the impacts of cyber and cyber conflict are from a reality point of view. This shit could get worse. And I'm saying that like, you know, it's not already bad enough as it is. So, you know, we've got to really think about how we approach this, because it's not just a nation state issue, it's a business issue, it is a people issue, right? Technology is everywhere. Victim infrastructure is being used. This is not an easy game. So this is what, like, partly about education and how we communicate as an industry. It's really important that communications are good, right? And I mean this from an industry to its customers' perspective, but just also from a general educational point of view. There is, to my belief, a huge gap between board decision makers, cyber understanding, through to cyber education in the general, like, human landscape. Where we've got high skills and education, it must be a fraction of the percentage. And inside of that space, we've also got the challenge of, we work in an industry that's highly technical. You know, there's lots of focus on hacking, exploitation, on vulnerability research, on, you know, cool stuff. But if we aren't able to communicate effectively with people that are non-cyber, like, and non-techies, it creates a real big problem. So communication is something that I think that the cybersecurity industry needs to up its game on. I mean, it doesn't help as well if you look at the impact of this. The difference in understanding between the cyber industry and someone that was the leader of the free world thinking that you need 15% of a password is insane, right? It just doesn't compute in logic. But the world isn't logical, humans aren't logical. And cybersecurity is really difficult, right? There's so much to learn. It's so fast paced, but it's not all about technology. At the end of the day, it's so easy to wreck someone's infrastructure with a simple mistake. It's so easy to click a phishing link. It's so easy to click approve on an MFA app. Human error is something that boards that I talk to are really worried about. Resilience in the workspace, resilience from a digital landscape point of view is not an easy thing to click your fingers and implement. It's not something you can just buy. You can't just deploy a product and all of your cyber risks disappear. And you've got to do that, generally speaking, on top of a mountain of technical debt. So like from a business point of view, this stuff's really not easy. And it's most certainly not all about code. It's not all about technical vulnerabilities. There is so much that makes up this landscape. And not everybody really understands this. I still am talking to organizations where people are saying, we're not a bank. We don't need these things. And another typo famous for Dan here. People that haven't had incidents, they don't think it'll happen to them. Or when you look at the juxtaposition between current investments and current spending in organizations to what they probably need to spend, the gulf could be huge. And then you've got the view of, people think that security is a product, which doesn't really work. Now, I'm not going to go deep diving into this, but I like using Pencastle a lot. It's like you can do most of an internal pen test in about 2 minutes. But from the audits that we've been running with customers, so many organizations have got the classic list of vulnerabilities, right? They're all vulnerable to the same shit that's been there forever, essentially. So how do we help people see this? How do we make sure that we're communicating effectively? How do we make people understand what a pen test is and isn't? And I think that also goes for inside the community, and how do we enable people coming into this space? Because at the minute I sit around like this, right? I'm like, when you start looking at all this stuff, it all starts to look a little bit like the world's on fire. But in reality, the world is continuing to exist. So there's definitely a balance between what you can see from a risk perspective and then the chaotic nature of life and what happens. But this is kind of where you sit from a knowing point of view. And when you're in the rabbit hole, when you've gone down the rabbit hole from an InfoSec point of view, it kind of changes your perspective on things, which may be a good or bad thing. The good part about this stuff is that we as an industry are sort of maturing, right? What was really good for me to see this year was insecure design being on the OWASP top 10. It's something that sort of people generally haven't thought about. At least that's my experience. Unless you've got a contractual requirement, designing a solution and a service to be secure from a people, process, and technology perspective is not bloody simple. It's really difficult. It takes time, effort, commitment, motivation, and resources. And if we look at the normal vulnerabilities, I've just picked a couple of the ones that get people pwned and are used in ransomware actors, like Kerberoasting, crap passwords. Jesus, the number of incidents you'll see where the threat actors got in and their privest route, if they aren't already admin, is to open a document and read the admin credentials. That, let alone the fact of so many organizations don't have monitoring, or they think it's monitoring, but they never test it. So you've got this whole reality where we've got insecure organizations, insecure infrastructure, and a whole pile of security debt. The good news is that we've got awesome people with great skills, right? The InfoSec community is like blood. It's awesome, right? But it's also not just about hacking. Now, when we look at the kind of skills and capabilities we need, I've talked about communication already, but it's really important to understand that not everything is solved by a pen test, and a pen test is not the answer to everything. There are so many things to consider from a skills, capability, roles, and how this works from a target, like from an operating model and a business perspective. InfoSec is like one of the broadest industries and deepest that I think I've worked in, because it is so varying. There's so many different skills and capabilities required, and it's absolutely a team game. And it's not all about exploitation, right? I mean, I sometimes worry whether or not like people think that pen testing is getting shells all the time and pwning everything. And sure, in some situations you get really deep levels of access, you get really high privileges. Sometimes you don't, right? Like web app testing, you're not going to be popping shells generally everywhere and breaking from someone's hosted web service into their corporate backend and getting to their backups and stuff. Like the way businesses are architected and the way that networks are set up generally doesn't look like that. That being said, there are some really cool tools, and you don't need a lot of capability to go quite far, right? If you can get a position in a network, you can run the standard tool set, and you can start causing damage. Now, we are starting to see some of that change, like operating systems and applications are getting better, but this is like the tortoise and the hare, a glacial type movement. Interoperability is a huge challenge that people need to understand, is that you can't just put everything out there with all of the old stuff turned off. It breaks things. But I do think that, you know, when we look at how we are deploying tech, there's still not a secure by design, secure by default position. It's it could be hardened if you do the effort. It could be better if you want to disable interoperability. And we're seeing a slow change, but it is really slow. So you can still run all of these tools generally and get to DA pretty quickly, which is, you know, again, a bit shocking really, given it's 2021. But going back to business, right? What do we do about all of this? One of the challenges I think that we massively suffer from is people seem to think security can be bought, in terms of it's a product, it's a box ticking exercise. That, like, in reality just doesn't work, right? I've not seen anyone just deploy a product and suddenly all their security worries go away. So there's some sort of messaging that I think is important for people to think about and to communicate to people, right? Non-security people. It's like, what are the realities of doing security programs, like standing up capabilities that often don't exist? Well, discovery and pen testing and audits and stuff are the starting point. They're not the end point. You don't buy a pen test and then once it's, you know, yay, you've got a report. You know, that is the start of investments, the start of change. You could argue that isn't even the best point to start, but that's a whole talk in itself. You can't defend what you don't know about, and so many people don't understand their networks or their data or their systems, and that's because it's hard, not because they don't want to. What you don't know doesn't get you pwned. Sorry, it doesn't get you pwned. What you don't know gets you pwned. That's generally the case of, you know, looking deep. I find a lot of organizations don't look at themselves from different perspectives, which if it was me and I'm looking after a network or I'm looking to try and understand it, I want to put myself in loads of different positions so that I can get different perspectives, and I want to talk to different people. People are the key to security. And you know, there's no adage of a fool with a tool is still a fool. That's easier to write than say. You know, being too tool reliant is a problem. Like, it's really important that people understand the protocols and the whys of how things work, how they could be, and how they are. And I think a really important piece as well is, it's easy to sit online and talk about things and pretend everything's perfect and you've never built anything insecure. That's rubbish, right? There's always gaps. There's always constraints. So you have to sort of work in that sort of space where you're like, what are the acceptable gaps? So that goes back to risk management. I think there, as I said about constraints, like understanding this stuff takes time to change. Yeah, you don't go into someone else's organization, spit out a report and change everything quickly. Changing systems requires people changing, requires processes changing, it requires configurations changing. If you can change it too fast, you've got to then question about the change management in the org. So this stuff takes time. It's very much a marathon, not a sprint. You can do stuff that's really tactical and you can do like big gains fast. But in reality, you've got to look at the systemic causes for this stuff. And that's changing mindsets, that's changing culture. That's all about like putting effort in, because if you don't put effort in, you don't get a lot of good return. This is then quite difficult because the security world is nuts in terms of pace. At 9 o'clock on Friday morning, you might think you're all good. At 9:05, you might see a tweet that says your Exchange server's vulnerable to an RCE. How do you keep on top of that? Really key point here is like defending as a team. If you aren't working as a team, not just in the security department, but in the technology, but outside with the business, you're not in a winning position, right? People and change do not go well. Some key points. Defense without testing, without offense doesn't really work from my perspective, right? You end up making too many assumptions. I found in my career that like I've built loads of stuff that's insecure when I was younger, and it was because I didn't have enough offensive knowledge, right? And I think that's a general piece. So I'm really like keen on improving people's offensive knowledge. I think that through offense, we build better defense. I think that we need to sort of recognize that pen testing shouldn't be a goal, right? It should just be an activity. Security testing, security assurance, simulations, tabletops, and validation of your current state is like a continual activity. A few changes on your systems can change your risk landscape dramatically. And I think to enable this, we need to sort out communications. Being able to talk to people in businesses, to be able to talk in language which is not completely techno jargon and gobbledygook is really important. I also think that rushing into cyber war isn't a great idea either, right? Like you've got to really think about what you can do from an offensive perspective. I don't have like a particular view on that at the minute. Like it's too complicated a subject, but learning offensive skills needs to be done in the right manner. Deploying the capabilities, again, there's an ethical, moral, and implication and impact that has to be considered. So, these days there's CTFs everywhere. The level of knowledge sharing is growing and it's great, and but we've got to look at like what we do with that, right? Knowledge is good if used sensibly, not when it's used in the wrong way. And I think overall, it's like security change takes time. I worry about the change of pace as like a human race. I think it's taking too long in some instances. There's definitely things like from a policy point of view that should be done, I think, to speed things up. But in reality, change is slow. So what I wanted to get across today was that, this stuff isn't so different to how it used to be. The way that things change, and the capabilities we see, new stuff comes in. We're still fighting the same old vulnerabilities. We're still seeing SQLI. We're still getting RCEs on our edge. We're still seeing weak passwords that are, shocking. Because as the world evolves, both sides change, right? Increased defense, attackers will change. Increase the level and impact and the volume of attacks, defenses will change. And we're seeing that, I think, like from an industry perspective, organizations are starting to take security more seriously. Do I think that's enough? No, I think like, the levels of spending I'm seeing in some orgs is still woefully bad. The level of investment in people is seriously low. And I guess like the final point really was making sure everyone's got a backup plan, right? For the times when the shit like hits the fan, when things go wrong. And I mentioned about domain joined backups, but I see it so often that I think it's really important to repeat. One thing that people, if you know me, you'll know that I say the same things a lot, and my message hasn't changed a lot, right? That's good and bad, but I'm still seeing all the common mistakes. I'm still seeing all the common types of positions. I'm still seeing people rely too much on assumptions, and I'm still seeing weak security postures. So we've got lots of work to do. And that really brings me to the end of the talk. I want to thank everyone for taking the time to listen. Hopefully that's been a useful insight into the world of Dan and how I see businesses and organizations and how I see like geopolitical security at a really high level. And hopefully that gives the inspiration to keep researching, to keep learning, to keep pushing forward, to keep driving for change, to keep educating people. Because the more we educate people, the better we get at communications as an industry, the less vulnerabilities we hopefully have to deal with, the better defense and depth architectures we deploy, the industry that can start to push policies through government to have secure by design. And, you know, I hate the word regulation, but having legal and regulatory requirements to not put out like IoT infrastructure or internet access infrastructure like, you know, Soho routers with default creds and all of that madness. All of that needs us to communicate effectively to help people change the way they do things. Because in a world of faster, cheaper, we actually need it to be faster, cheaper, and more secure. And they don't naturally go hand in hand. So thank you very much for listening. And I think Mystikcon might be doing a Q&A. Or not.
My microphone was muted. Oh. Sorry, guys. I muted my microphone accidentally. But yeah, here I am. The session was great. Thank you for the great session. And yeah, indeed, as Mr. Fok already said, yeah, I'm calling him Mr. Fok. Some people calling him Snackoy.
I have got Kermie Hacks with me. Don't worry, he's never far.
He's always with him. Well, yeah, as he already mentioned, it's time for a question and answer session. So, yeah, if anyone has any question, please put it in chat, and yeah, he will answer your question. So now's the time to answer questions. And yeah, please, Cyber Panda, no Snackoy today. He keeps talking about Snackoy. It seems he really wants Snackoy.
I should have put a Snackoil advert up in the slides, right?
So I don't see any questions popping up yet. Let's give them one more minute. So yeah, don't be afraid, guys. He doesn't bite. He loves tea, but
the frog might.
Yeah, the frog might bite you, but he first needs to fight you.
That is true. That is true.
Ah, here I have a question from our old good Rastamouse. What are your thoughts on convincing management to increase security budget?
Ah, cool. Thanks, Rastamouse. That's an awesome question. What are my thoughts around it? Right. Okay. So the way I approach this generally is to first understand the baseline of like spend, which is not exactly easy, but to demonstrate a contrast if it's relevant, right? So if there's a low maturity position the organization has, try and give a management briefing where they can see the security posture, look at the highlight risks, look at the potential impacts, align that to relevant like threat intelligence. And I say threat intelligence, I probably wouldn't phrase it that way, depending on the audience, but looking at things in the news and looking at events in the customer's vertical or even in the customer's incident history, to try and give the perspective of what's the X% their current spend, what does that equate to posture, and what does the level of risk look like? So that they've got that really clearly in a simple way, so they can take a risk-informed decision on it. In the end, there is that point that, you know, investment and ROI and value, they have to know there's a problem. They have to see and believe that there's a risk to their business, and then they have to want to invest, and it has to fit their risk appetite.
Yeah, well, thank you for answering that question. I hope Rasta Mouse is satisfied with the answer, and I think you're totally right. It's like the same what happened to Media Markt, if you know that attack that happened some days ago, weeks, or did they share it in England? I don't know.
2 seconds. I've been living in spreadsheets and Word documents, right?
Yeah.
So, MediaMarkt, $50 million demand, right?
Yeah. They already decreased, I believe, to less, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, one of the hard things around like cyber investment is how much money should an organization spend, and you know, it's quite challenging sometimes in the sense of, if you look at headcount, loads of organizations. So I was in a 6,000 seat organization recently, and their security team is very light on the ground from a people point of view. Getting people to invest in people is generally like harder because the spending often comes in capital form, and budgets don't tend to give massive OPEX increases as a general rule of thumb. So it is a real challenge to make the business case, right? And that might sound weird, but like I said, I think the way that we see like risk and the way we see the threat landscape and how the world sees it are quite different sometimes. So it's about trying to get alignment and put yourselves in the stakeholders' points of view and perspective, and then, you know, the rest of it's about convincing people to make a change if it's appropriate, right?
Yeah, that's true. Well, thank you for answering my short question, and yeah, I don't see any questions more popping up, so I think we can, yeah, close this session. So, of course, I want to thank you for your time and contribution to this Mystikcon 2021. Hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much for having me, and thanks for everyone taking the time to listen.
So, for those who are still watching after 10 hours, the next talk will begin in about 8 minutes. So, go to the toilet quick, or go to do some smoking, or grab a snack, drink, and we see you all in 8 minutes. So see you in 8 minutes, and yeah, a warm applause for Mr. Volk for his great presentation.
Oh, hang on, we've got one more question if you can fit that in.
Oh yeah, I see. Sorry.
Right.
How do we make the defending side skill to be able to compete with the attackers? That's the question.
Cool. Dark Horse 404, that's a really cool question. How do we make the defending side scale to compete, right? Firstly, I think it's about understanding attack surfaces, and it's getting rid of that low-hanging fruit, right? There's a lot of stuff that, if you look at kill chains, like there's that myth that's like attackers only have to be right once. Well, they don't. They need like 7 things or whatever it is for a kill chain to be successful and for impact to be successful. So I think the key thing is like picking your battles, targeting the tactical positions you can improve, and then looking at what you can do, right, from a scalability point of view. So looking at what tools you can deploy, but also looking at your cybersecurity workforce, right? In like military doctrine, you'll hear loads about like sensors. You can make far more of your organization become sensors for your security. by enabling yourselves through security champions, through improving awareness, improving communications, and telling people how to report stuff, right? Might sound stupid, but enabling a security culture that fosters communication, that fosters sharing, is a really key point to be able to scale. Leveraging tools, right, is important. Okay, if you have the wrong tools to, I'm not a builder, but like if you're going to build a house, you want to have the right tools, right? You don't want to fall down. So deploying the right capabilities, investing in spaces that are going to give you a good return. Like that's what I think is key to being able to enable this. Because if you can demonstrate value, if you can demonstrate ROI, you can then start to push, you know, and expand your security program, right? Some organizations are going to do massive levels of investment, but the majority don't. So you need to build that program over time. You need to build that investment to enable you to scale. So it's not an easy answer to give. It's not like there's no silver bullet, but make everyone part of your security team, expand your visibility, demonstrate ROI. That's my what I would look at.
Well, thank you for answering the Dark Horse 404 question. Hope you're satisfied with your answer. And yeah, that's really the last question, because yeah, the next speaker is already waiting. We can't wait.
Mystico, thank you very much for having me, and thanks to everyone for listening.
Yeah, again, thank you for helping us out, and thank you for your part and contribution. And for the viewers, we are back in 5 minutes, so see you then.
Cool. Cheers, guys. Bye.
Hey guys, well, the break is over. We are going to the next talk. And the next talk is about server-side template injection. So enjoy the next talk, have fun, and hope you will learn something new. So have fun.
Okay, so hello everyone for this wonderful beginner-friendly talk. The topic name itself, everyone aware with, is SSTI, a server-side template injection, which I'll be focusing more. First of all, I'd like to really thank to our admin for the Mystico and Mystikcon, who really works really great for these knowledge sharing and such a grateful stuff. So I really thank Visarian for all the needful things he did for this talk, for this conference. And yeah, Visarian, I just want a small update that I'm audible so I can continue with my talk. Hello. Hello. Okay. Super. So again, a warm welcome to everyone who joined for this talk after such a long period or long time of 10 hours from other guys for the different flavors on different knowledge sharing sessions related to some malware threats, hunting, and so many stuff. So many wonderful sessions happen in this Mystikcon. Another beginner friendly session from me. Unlikely other advanced stuff, I this time I decided to go with the very basic beginner friendly session, and yeah, that is what way it is. It is related to SSTI, server side template injection, a simple decent sweet session for the same. Let me quick introduce myself, and my name everyone are already aware with, Rikun Sinwar. I do most of the time of freelancing stuff, doing some researches, doing some private projects related to from the multiple companies around the world. I have many connections for the same. Also, I do teaching and training for the corporates for on-site and off-site or online for this pandemic. I recently joined August as an associate consultant, and I do independent research a lot, in which I'm an author of multiple articles which are already published over Pentester Mug. Multiple CVs assigned to me from Microsoft, and there are a couple others such as AMD and multiple. I got multiple bounties, but that was really small. And a lot of experience related to how this cybersecurity world and fields are going on. So I have a great knowledge. Those icons are available on my bottom. It's just Instagram, Snapchat. It doesn't mean those are the links where I can or where you can find it. Just look, it was just looking great, so I decided to put it over there. But yeah, I'm not really active on any of the social media, so you won't find me anywhere. Yeah, likely you'll find me over a LinkedIn a lot. So if you want to reach out to me, just search Curriculum Sandward over a Google or LinkedIn, and I'm pretty much sure that there is no one with the same name. So yeah, that's all about me for the introduction. Let me move to the quick agenda. For agenda of the talk is pretty much simple. We will be understanding what is the template or what are the templates and what is exactly the template engine, how the template engine will going to work, what are the Python objects. Well, I will be talking about the object just to understand the behind the scene of the template injection, and the object is something which is really required to understand the same. How we can abuse the template engine in order to exploit the template injection, or how we can exploit the template engine by just injecting a malformed data. Malformed data can be XYZ. We'll be looking into it. And multiple demo will be there. A practical demo instead of recorded one I have chosen with. So if you have any queries later on when you watch this session, you can just reach me out over a Telegram, or you can connect to admin of this specific talk. The admin will going to include in our wonderful team name is Mystico, and you will be very happy to be a member of the same, because we do a lot of knowledge sharing sessions. We do a lot of knowledge sharing over a text messages as well in the group named Mystikcon, over a Discord, and of course a Telegram. All right, so let's really dig into the template or the template engine. So in a learning template injection requires learning about the template. What is the template itself? In simple term, if I say a skeleton snippets or a skeleton code, or another word, I can say it's a function that returns something and takes something as an argument. What does it mean? It's simple. Function that accept a user supplied data as an input, it processes that specific data supplied by a user and provides an output including the user supplied data. It's still confusing, but yeah, that's why I did that small diagram like structure so you can understand it better. So for example, I'm a user, okay, and I'm doing an activity over a website. The activity contains a login activity, or it can be forget password, right? So website will going to send an email to a user, of course, which will be me, and saying that, hey, we detected login attempt from the XYZ IP address, right? For the forget password, the email will be delivered something like this. Your password or your temporary password is XYZ. It can be multiple different snippet, or it can be multiple, I can say, a different code or text or XYZ, right? So basically, those are the templates which will be same for all the user who does use that specific functionality. For example, I'm as a user trying to log in myself as a Mr. Robot or Rob, whatever you say. I tried to log in into websites. Of course, the user will be replaced with a Rob. It will be say, hey Rob, we detected a login activity from XYZ IP address. Of course, that IP address will going to be a dynamic. So I'll say it's just a skeleton code without any dynamic data. Okay, it just a skeleton code without any dynamic data is known as a template. The dynamic data will be replaced within that specific template using a template engine, which we will be learning very next. This is pretty much simple, right? Template is just a skeleton code or a skeleton snippet which can be used to reproduce, or I can say to combine it with some other things to get the right output. Let's understand the template engine, so you will be pretty much clear with the template itself. And template engine renders a dynamic data over a web application. What's that? It's again a simple. A template engine will going to render whatever the dynamic data you want over the web application. For example, as I said earlier, there is a template which is just a skeleton code. There are a reference. For example, here a user, similar. The user is a reference. The IP address is a reference. So the role of the template engine will going to be like getting the right variables or the specific object from this required part of that specific code. It can be from the database, it can be from the variable which is defined locally or globally, right? For example, here variable IP address is a local variable or a global, whatever you can say. And that IP address will be replaced over that specific IP reference, right? And the second user will going to be replaced with the user object, or I can say user reference location. So those activity or your skeleton code and the data which you already have, that will be combined in order to get the right output, and that activity is being done by the template engine. Simple. Now it is simple. So if you have any queries related to same, you can of course reach me out anytime, or you can even just feel free to ask Google. Google is really great for finding some juicy as well as some really informative stuff. So I always go for Google for finding anything which I want. It can be XYZ. So always make a friendship with the Google. That's a great tip. All right. So as we are done with the understanding of template are nothing but a code snippet and template engine, which adds the references or the placeholder data inside that specific template. And it automatically gets the required data or an object from the specific code, which you already have written. So it just combines that. So what is the template injection, right? So I have explained in a simple way on my own wordings. So there can be a spelling mistake. So just forget me about it. So yeah, this vulnerability can occur when the template engine uses user supplied data without adequate validation or sanitization. What does it mean by? Well, if I'm supplying any XYZ data as a parameter value, and if the data is not being validated, validation is nothing but checking the data has the right content or not, and sanitization is filtration of that specific data. If it has some unwanted data, just remove it or maybe do some sanitization over the same, right? So if my data is being supplied over a parameter value and it is not being sanitized or validated by the backend server or server functions, then this vulnerability can occur. If the data is sent to a template engine, if it is not sending, if the data is not sending or going to the template engine at all, then of course there will be no template injection. Injection means the same, to injecting something over or inside something, which will become all together like that, right? The injection meaning is the same for all kind of injection. So here injecting template inside the template engine is known as a template engine. So instead of text, the user or attacker can transmit an object. Well, that is true. User, instead of just sending a text, user can reference an object. An object can be referenced a function, right? The template engine will render the object, and it will then able to load or execute an object given by the attacker. Well, so many object things are there. So that's why I added a demo to explain you a little bit about the object, what object is, how object is. Okay, so object can include reference to a classes. What is object? It can include a reference to a classes or a functions and other objects as well. Means it is just considered as a variable that is reference to another variable or another classes or another function, or it can even reference to another object, or it has a different properties and so many things. I'll explain you in a little bit. The attacker has ability to run any available functions or load any available object from the available source code. What does it mean by? For example, I have 10 function in the same page or in the same program which I have created for the server, right? So if there is a vulnerability of template injection and I can supply my data to the template engine, I can just reference those functions to the template engine, and whatever functionality is designed for that specific function, the functionality will be occur. Remote code execution may occur as a result of loading the command executor function. Yeah, that is true. When a specific function can execute any commands or operating system commands, I can just load that function, pass the arguments to it, and yeah, boom, I get a remote code execution or command execution over the same. It's not really easy to understand, but yeah, it's something which can be done. All right, so let's understand about the demo for the Python object. Let's just get digging. It's simple. So for the same, I'll be sharing my Kali Linux screen where it will be a normal, what I can say, the normal Python terminal screen, and where I'm going to showcase all the required stuff. All right. I hope that my Python screen or my Kali terminal is visible, and I have loaded my Python environment over the same. I have chosen the Python for the specific object and understanding the specific object because Python is object-oriented programming. I'm not saying that. The Google itself says that. So if I go to that Python classes, or I try to go for the W3 school for very beginner friendly tutorial for the programming, it says Python is an object oriented programming language. What does it mean by? Well, I need a little confirmation that my screen is visible. All right, it seems. Cool. So Python is an object-oriented programming language. Almost everything in Python is an object. And we are learning here the template injection. And template injection really requires the objects in order to execute any specific function, because the function will be referenced from the objects. So yeah, Python is a great because in Python, you'll find everything or most of the thing as an object with the properties and required method or necessary method. A class is a like object constructor or a blueprint for creating object. It is just like the specific class has a multiple objects like that. It is just like a tree. So I'll give you an idea about the in a practical way. So don't worry about it. So in simple, I have chosen to explain object in a Python because Python is a object-oriented programming language, and everything in Python is an object. So let's just get digging. I already have my Python terminal open, and I would like to showcase one of the example. I already have those snippet copied in my screen. So I'll just do copy and paste and instead writing over the same. So here, the first, I'm trying to check the type of a specific list, which I have added over here. It says it's a list, right? But the list is specific in a that specific list comes under a specific class, and that becomes an object. So this is entirely an object. So all the list, whatever you specify in a Python, is an object. Second, if I check another example for the list, the earlier was just a number. This time I'm trying with the characters or the alphabets. It's still the same. The lists are an object in the Python. The second, dictionary. Well, yeah, dictionary is something which is also an object. So whatever you do in your Python, it is an object. So this dictionary is another object. Let me try to write a function. and let's see what exactly the function will be. So this time I have written a small function. Yeah, written a function named as say hello. The say hello function, let's see what it is. If I check the type of it, it's again an object. Next, here, everything is an object. There's an error. No, never mind. I forgot the one. That was a copy error. Here. Okay. So here, everything what you need here, it's just a string. I'm just referencing the main class of it and a base class of it. And the base for all the data you specify here will be an object. So in Python, everything will be an object, and that is really great. Now, object can be even referenced to a function, right? As I say. So for example, if I'm setting a specific parameter, or I'll say a specific variable to a function, and if I try to execute that specific parameter, then it will eventually execute the referenced function, right? So that's why we can use the object in order to do much more activity over the system, right? So let's understand, or let's get dig into the specific. So getting subclasses is really required when it comes for the understanding of objects and template injection specific. So here, what are the exact subclasses available for a specific object, which is of course the string, right? So here it's a string. I navigated to the main class for the same and the base class of the same. In a base class, all the object will be considered, all the object which are available for your Python. It can contain a type, it can contain a list, it can contain a dictionary. So all the objects which you find in a Python are listed here. So everything in a Python will be an object. Let's see if we can find anything which any function which can be used to get the command execution over the same. So here I'm still using the same who am I got this just a small typos, and there is one of the function named as a warning cache warning. Warning catch warning. So if I try to look for that specific function, it should be somewhere in middle. It's hard to find, but yeah, this is one of the class available, or one of the subclass available within this Python, which can, or which has a specific function which we can use for execution of our code. The function is pretty much simple, and it's here. Again, there is a typos. Yeah. So what I did here, the main for the specific string, I tried to, as it's everything is object, right? So the who am I is a string, and a string is an object in a Python. So I reference the main class, then the base class, and the base class will going to have all the subclasses, right? So from the subclasses, I have selected that specific class name as a warning cache warning, and within that specific class there is a function name, or there is a specific module loaded, which is the sys, and sys has a function of popen. It's getting little bit difficult, right? So let me just make it quite simple. Yeah, so repeating here, who am I is just a string, but as it's a Python, everything will be going to an object. An object can be referenced to any classes, functions, or anywhere or anything which can be accessible for that specific file or for that specific layer. The first here, I'm trying to get the class, the main class, and a base class. Base class will going to list all the available or all the objects and whatever it have, right? All the objects basically. The subclasses will going to list basically all the available classes of here. Within that specific classes, I try to load a particular class name as warning catch warnings. From that, I try to init the global module of a sys, because the sys is a module, or it is something like we import sys, right? So if you try to look the source code for the specific function for the specific class warning catch warnings, you will find that sys module is loaded. You can go for any of those. It doesn't mean you can just keep with the specific. This is just an example. I can choose type. I can choose work reference, weak reference. Okay, I can choose any one of them, right? The condition is whatever module or whatever libraries are imported, that should contain the OS, or that should contain a command executor function if we want to get the remote code execution over the same, right? So here from the global, I try to include the sys module, and from the sys, from the sys module, I try to import the OS, and OS has a specific function which name as a popen, and within the popen, I try to execute a ID as a argument. So OS module is loaded from the system, and that system can, or the OS module is loaded under a specific class, and that class is warning cache warning. You can check all the available classes to find more information about the same. Just Python, all the libraries you will find as open source most of the time. So just go and check what are the import statements available over the same. It will going to say import OS or import XYZ, and check how you can abuse that specific library in order to get your code or command execution. So I tried to read, and here we go. It successfully executed this ID, and done. I managed to get the output for the same. Similarly, the main motto here to just explain you that objects are really critical, because those can be referenced to a specific function, and that can even supply another or a more data into that specific function, or it can just execute any function available on the system. So that's why the objects are pretty much critical. And when we supply an object as a user input, that can reference to a suspicious or a vulnerable, not the vulnerable, I would say, it will be a critical function such as OS or popen or sysexec, or there can be multiple, right? For this talk, I already designed one of the lab, okay, which you can get from the Mystico admin or from the Docker as well. The basically that lab is pretty much simple. Let me quickly book up. I already have it in my Docker container ls, Docker container start. All right. Okay, so the specific website is available over a Docker as well. You can find the name for that specific Docker later on from the admin of Mystico, right? The application is pretty much simple and really small, which you can find it. Application is hosted on port number, of course, 80. So yeah, there is an error. Unfortunately, something is wrong, no problem. But yeah, I'll later on patch it. For now, everything is fine. There is a Mystico CTF registration. Some data is really obfuscated here. That's weird, but yeah, basically I can register myself for us. There is a functionality which allows me to register myself to the specific CTF, right? And we will going to abuse it in order to get the command execution on the same. So instead going further over the practical, let's just go back to our presentation to get more about the theory for the same. Wait, share screen here. Cool. Now how you can find such a vulnerability as a template injection. We are done with the objects. Why objects are critical? Object can be referenced to a class function, and that can be even execute a function, and that could be gone critical. Finding will be pretty much easy for the same. So how you can find when you have the black box approach? It's pretty much simple. You just have to find any location where data supplied by the user is reflected. For example, you try to enter your name and the name is reflected over in a response. It can be response on the same page as well as a different page for the service, such as an email. You might get an email from the application owner saying that, yeah, your login is worked, or the XYZ activity is done with your name, what you enter, or with the data you try to send, right? So that is something which could be there, or it is something which you can first try to find the vulnerability on it. The white box approach will be pretty much a little difficult, but yeah, the easiest way is to check for loaded libraries. Check for libraries. Libraries are really helpful to find what exactly, to just get idea about what exactly the application will going to be, right? Modules and libraries, modules, and find the template engine over the source code. Once you know that, okay, the specific template engine of Twig or XYZ, the template engine is being used, you just have to find all the location where that specific file is loaded. Grep will really make it easy. If you use grep -a and r, but as for a recursive grep of that specific string you want, you can just specify your file name or the template name, and it will going to showcase all the pages where your template is loaded, right? And once you have all the pages, you can of course go for the gray box approach too, in order to just check and verify if the vulnerability is exist or not. So you can just try. The payload you can use as an initial as a dollar curly braces 7x7. It's a very common one, and yeah, as the talk I said, it's for a beginner, not for the really guy who are already aware with the really core of those concepts. But yeah, it's a beginner friendly. So let's take us easy payload, which is a dollar curly braces 7 and dollar. Simple. The exploitation, we know that, okay, we can find on the location where user supplied data is reflected, and we can, for the white box approach, we can check all the libraries or loaded modules for the possibility of template engine, right? And we can just use a grep to find all the pages which or all the location where that specific libraries is being used. Now how we can find, once we are aware, okay, the finding location will be there, how we can exploit the same? By just using a payload $7. So to find or to exploit that, the most important thing is to understand or to check which template engine is being used. And this is a really old school diagram for the template engine, which just tells you all the information which is required, right? This is not only the template engine which is being used, but yeah, there are so many template engine, and there are still many which is on the build process. So when you just supply this $7, and in return you get some data, right? In return you get for example 7x7, it becomes a 49, right? If you get some return data, then there would be a chances of exploitation for, or there would be chances to get the code execution on the same, right? But for the code execution, we have to know what are the functions available, what are the objects available which we can use, and for that we should aware what template engine is being used. So by just adding this, if it works, you can go for this couple checks. The first one says a curly braces star comment star and your b, and if that works, then you can consider that this is just a smarty as a template engine. It's a template engine basically, nothing else. If it didn't work, you can go for the specific string. If that works, that confirms that there is a Mako. If it is not confirmed, then it's an unknown library which is not in the list. You might have to find more. The next, you can try, if that specific doesn't work, then you can go for this payload. If the $7 didn't work, you can go for this double time curly braces, and if that works, then all good. You can just verify it further by adding seven curly braces $7, and within the apostrophe another 7. If output is something which is 49, then yeah, it's either Jinja or Twig. Just for information, Twig is no more vulnerable. However, I'll be showcasing over a Twig because of the simplicity. But at the current time, Twig module is not really vulnerable at all. But there are so many template engines which are still exist and vulnerable. Twig has already implemented patch within the core, which is not implemented in other. Jinja 2 is there if the specific payload works. However, if the dollar curly braces 7*7 or 7 apps to 7 and curly braces or the second payload doesn't work, there is a high chances that it is not vulnerable at all. Or you might need to use some encoding mechanism to verify the same. But there is a high chances of non-vulnerability when the both payload doesn't work. This is just for a very beginner friendly template injection, and yeah, for the beginners. So you can find the location where you can supply your data, and in return it reflects. You can inject a payload such as dollar, the specific which I have highlighted here. You can try the second one if first one fails, and yeah, if first one succeed, you are lucky. Second one succeed, you are lucky. You can try to find the template engine. Well, yeah, I know the template engine, but how I can get the RC? Now I found, suppose there is a Twig template engine, how I can find the specific RC? So RC is very common for the template injection. However, it is difficult when the basic concepts are not clear. The concept about the objects and how you can reference the functions and really core of those programming languages not clear, then it can go really mess. So I would really suggest to go deeper into object. It will not just only clear your concept about templates and usage of object. It will also clear another concept related to object loading, or there are so many vulnerabilities for the object, which not for the object, but yeah, which uses the object and gadget chain things, right? So I would request you to get more deeper into this object in order to understand it further. You can always redirect to me. I'll be helping you with some good resources to understand the specific object. To understand objects and their usage must be clear with the proper practice. An object can reference to a function execution, and this could be leads to RC over the victim machine. It's simple. An object can reference to a function execution, and this could be leads to RC. Every language has a different way of printing object properties, and according to the same object property can be retrieved. For example, in the Python, we were able to get all the classes and subclasses and stuff, but not all languages allows us to list those information just straight, right? Directly from the remote system specific by just exploiting through the uh, vulnerabilities such as SSTI. However, For Python, it's pretty much simple because Python has everything in an object, and that really makes it vulnerable a lot or critical. Let's go with the quick demo with the PHP twig. It won't be very long, but it will be very short demo, just to give you a quick idea about the same, as it's a beginner friendly, right? So here is user supplied data. I can just write my data and that should print somewhere here. Or what I can do, I can quickly fix it. Let me open container, sorry, Docker container exec-it bash miss what Docker container exec, okay, -it and bash. -it and bash. Okay, ls cd. The issue is with the background image. bg.png. It's all good. It's with the png cd dot slash. Man, there is no nano. Cannot. Come on. Okay. That should work. Weird. Sometime it happens. That's really weird. But data is still there. I have highlighted that for a short time, but yeah, I hope you can understand. Cool. Never mind. It is just because of the system change, maybe. Yeah. All right. So how and what you can do, but still I don't feel good to go with this. So let me just do it another way. So I'll go to desktop, cd mystical, ls cd source, cd c, ls php -s 127.0.1 colon a081. Yep. 127.0.0.1 colon 8081. Yeah, it worked here. That's really bad. Never mind. Cool. So here my CTF, I'll fix that Docker one as soon as I can. But yeah, it works here. Cool. So I can supply my data. For example, I can add test here, and the test is being reflected in a response. As I say, whenever you want, as I said in a presentation, whenever a user supplied data is returned in a reflection or in the same page, it can be stored in a database and later on reflected in another page. So those locations are the victim for finding the template injection. You can initiate by just adding the curly braces, 7 apostrophes, curly braces, 7 and the curly braces. This is the initial payload which you should do. I'll open my text editor just to get a bigger screen. Yeah. So as soon as I click on this register, it did fail. Yeah, but there is another way. We know we can add twice the curly braces 7 apostrophe 7, we we add that specific curly braces again. Wait, what? Yeah, and let's click on register. This time the 7 into 7, which is 49, is reflected on the screen. That means it's a good point. So we know that, okay, this is something related to wait, let me share my presentation screen. Share here. We did try the $7, it failed, right? Then I did try the double time or the twice curly braces and my calculation, and it worked. It doesn't mean that I can only do the 7 into 7. It means I can just type whatever I want. It can be 7 plus 7, which is equals to, of course, 40. And here the calculation works. Sorry. Hence it proves that that is something related to this negative side. Now I can try this another payload, which is curly braces, and one of them will be in a apostrophe. Let's just give it a try. So curly braces, the same payload, but one of them will be going to in a single apostrophe. It is something like this, right? One is with just a integer, one is a string. Let's just click on register. Voila, it worked. And 49 is reflected back in the response. Means that I managed to identify that specific engine as a twig or Jinja. It can be either twig, either Jinja, right? This is the PHP, and I'm 100% sure that this is the twig, right? So yeah, I know that this is the twig. Now I just have to find the right exploit for the same, like how I can get the more information for the same, like which version is the twig exactly. Maybe it is the patched version, maybe it is not. So how we can get that? It is simple. Again, within that curly braces, you can specify any reference to any variables available, any object. So within that, there is a class name as a self underscore self, right? Within that, there is a env, and we can print all the env for the same. A good reference will be found from the Google. If you just search for TPL injection cheat sheet, it will be in a GitHub one, probably. GitHub. There is a payload, all the things, always the best. All right, there is a multiple cheat sheet I found, and we are morely focused to the twig, which is the template engine we discovered. All right, the GitHub is always slow for my side. Twig basic injection. Let's just go there. No, I don't want those information. Code execution. No. There are a few code executor. It says by just using those, I can execute my code, right? So one of them, I can just give it a try. So to just execute my code, because I identified which template engine it is. But I'm still finding something else, another payload. So that would really help a lot. No, this is the useless. And never mind. Let's just go with just this final thing. That's fine. Okay. So I'll try to use one of the payload from the payload all the things, where a list of payloads for all the vulnerabilities are available. Here it is trying to get the cells from which it is getting the env, and the function name is register under find filter callback, which has the exec module. or exec function. So it is trying to get the exec function, and exec function has the user has to be sent the user supplied data. So it is adding another function which can send the user supplied data as a ID, right, as a parameter basically. So I can just copy and paste it to my what I can say, the text box, and by just hitting register, I got the output. It says that the UID is root, and it says check your email. You got the you should have the registration link, but the here this reflected data is something which is my code output, right? There is another way to find it. If you just manage to get all information about the vulnerability, if you manage to find by just $7 or curly braces thing, it's easy to find the template engine using one of the tool named as a template or TPL map. TPL map. TPL map really makes it easier for you. It is designed in a such a way that it has almost or most of the template engine and exploitation to the same. So you can download it and you can use it all together. You can go for releases, and yeah, of course, you can find it from there. Or else you can just clone it. I already have that in my system, so I'll just prefer to go with that. CD Mystikcon ls, and here TPL map, Python 3, well, TPL map.py, and there is a error saying the arguments got 3 method 2 data. Is it with Python? No. The requirements maybe Python 3 -m pip install -r requirements.txt. It should not, I should not get too error at this stage at least. Chmod +x TPL map. / TPL map.py, no module name YAML. So it's with the PIP instead Python 3. I should use Python and this should work. Yes, it is not designed for Python 3. Good to know. Cool. -h for help, and all the SQL map like help menu will be discovered. The finding is really pretty much simple. You just have to specify a URL. For me, yeah, sure. I'm almost done with my talk. Always I get more time, I utilize more time. Never mind. So yeah, let me quickly go through it. So basically you can specify your URL, right? And by just applying your URL, it will going to check what are the template engine, whether it is vulnerable or not. It will try to do whatever things it can. It is just like a SQL map, how you use it. And yeah, it is pretty much simple. You can follow the README file and you are done. It has those templates supported on the bucket. So it's really great tool for understanding the same. So that was it for the PHP demo. There was some error with the Docker container due to I changed my system just for the stock, and yeah, never mind. But it happens for the beginners things, but all good. So here, that's where I end up with my session. I'm expecting more queries and questions later on over my Telegram. So I will be happy to answer the same. Any question for now? By Zillion?
Yes, well, hello everyone. This was server-side template injection. If you have any questions, then you have now the time to ask questions. You have 3 minutes before we jump to the next speaker. who is waiting. So if you have any question, just put it in the chat, and Mr. Robot will answer the question. Let's give them some time to type if they have any questions. And of course, in the meantime, while we are waiting, thank you, Mr. Robot, for your amazing presentation, and thank you for the contribution to this conference. Hope you enjoyed.
Yes, 100%. And thank you too for managing and arranging those great knowledge sharing sessions, talks, and things. And I'm expecting you to do it furthermore. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. I see no questions so far, so I think it is all clear to everyone and they understand it.
Yep.
So I probably see a lot of server-side template injections soon spamming over everywhere, but
okay.
Well, we will come back in about 3-4 minutes with the next speaker. So those who are still watching after 11 hours, stay watching because we have still some topics left. So see you all in 5 minutes, and a great applause for Mr. Robot and his session.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Ciao, everyone.
Yes, it's now just you and me. So again, yeah, thank you for your presentation, and yeah, I'm going to the next speaker. Dave Kennedy is already waiting. I accidentally made him a little bit upset, I think. It's not my meaning, but yeah. Oh, you are already. Ah, you're already left. Oh, okay. Stop converting. Okay. Hey, good morning, evening, or afternoon. I have no idea. Probably good morning there in the United States. Not sure. Ah, good afternoon. I was thinking it was morning there, but ah, yeah, that's not morning. Yeah. Oh, hey, I see the Destiny in the background. Nice. Oh, really? Yeah, I know that one. That's nice. You don't see many Destiny players at this moment, unfortunately. You did it like part 2? Yeah, it felt more like grinding instead of actually story and questions. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, with the entire situation with Blizzard and that they were, what was it? They were disallowing a lady to join or something. It was a weird story about some lady trying to get a job, right? Or yeah, from Blizzard. Yeah, yeah. I have been playing World of Warcraft for years, but I've never thought that there was a company like that behind the game. If I knew it before, I would probably say, well, I skipped this game because you first need to manage your own business, it seems. But yeah, I really hope there are working some good people there. I think. I hope. But yeah, anyway, enough of games. Yeah, my apologize for disturbing you that much. I was really, yeah. It's my second time organizing, so I just want, yeah. Yeah, good to know for the next time. Then I will, yeah. I will not spam you that much. Yeah, your feedback is welcome. You have 25 years of experience, well, I am just 1 or 2 years, so I still learn. Yeah. Yeah, you are of course proud owner of Trusted Sec, so you'll probably organize conference to an entire year. Hello guys, well, welcome back after a short break. I heard from someone that I accidentally was already talking live without knowing me. My apologies for that. Yeah, you probably know the next speaker then already. But yeah, the next talk will be how Red raised the bar. So I hope you all have enjoyed the last talk, and I hope you all enjoy the next talk. So have fun and enjoy.
Hey there, everybody. How's it going? Appreciate having me here today and speaking to you all on how Red raises the bar. First of all, special thanks to Mystico for having me here and to speak to everybody. Hopefully you have a good time on this presentation, and feel free always to hit me up if you have any questions after this at Hacking Dave on social media or on Discord or a lot of other areas that I'm always hanging out with. But this talk today, probably one of my favorites because it's, I think, one of the biggest issues that we struggle with in the security industry. So this talk could be a combination of both, super technical and getting into the weeds, as well as, kind of what the problems are, I think, in our industry and what we can do to really fix it. As of late, there's been a lot of discussion around offensive security tools and, do we release them? Do we release exploits? All these different things. And I think, you look back historically to where we were to where we are now, there's no question that, when we start to look at how red impacts blue and how offense affects defense, all of those different things really work together to really bring you a big picture of what we're dealing with today. So we'll be talking about that a little bit and getting into understanding how defense works today, how we can circumvent the defensive mechanisms in organizations. And what I focus on, a lot of my areas of expertise is going to organizations that are just starting off small all the way to, some of the most elite, defensive security programs that we've ever seen in our time, and really trying to figure out ways of getting around them, both from a red teaming perspective as well as exploit research or things to that effect. So, again, hit me up with any questions that you have as we start to go through this. My name is Dave Kennedy. I've been in the security industry for over 25 years. Started my career off working in the military intelligence side of the house, where I did cyber warfare. Got out and was everything from a chief security officer to a Fortune 1000 company to releasing a number of the open source exploitation frameworks that a lot of folks use. I wrote the the penetration testers framework, co-authored the book Metasploit, the Penetration Testers Guide, wrote the Social Engineer Toolkit, Magic Unicorn, Trevor C2, Artillery on the defensive side of the house. So I've been on the open source development side and helping out, on offensive security tools as well as defensive security tools for over 20 years. I'm on the news quite frequently on Fox and CNN and CNBC and BBC and any of the ones you can probably think of, talking about cybersecurity related issues. I helped create the penetration testing execution standard with a number of other folks. Helped out with the TV show Mr. Robot, and I've been in a Chris Brown rap video, believe it or not, where I was a hacker in the background, basically typing on a fake keyboard that wasn't doing anything and pretending to be a hacker in the background. So I've done a lot of things, but most, where my area of expertise is and what I really like focusing on is understanding offensive capabilities of adversaries and how do we get better as an industry to better defend against them as time goes on. I also, in my spare time, rebuild a DeLorean. I'm a huge Back to the Future fan. So my dream as a kid was always to have a DeLorean. And I, about a year and a half ago, bought a DeLorean. It was in kind of really poor shape, and I've been restoring it over time and building it to the Back to the Future machine. So you see here, here's some pictures of the restoration process as it's kind of gone through. On the top left side, for the folks that care about this, I promise I'll get the security here in just a second. The top left, I actually have foggers built into it with lights, and it'll shoot fog out of the front, and it'll also shoot fog where if you see in the bottom right-hand side where the Mr. Fusion is, it'll shoot fog out there as well. So I have like foggers that kind of go in different locations and tubing through all of that. And then on the bottom left is where I get most of the questions. The car isn't actually hovering. These are like fake wheels that are cut in half that basically mount over the real wheels. If you look really closely in like the back right-hand side there, you can see like the wheels that are still there. It just gives it a nice little hovering effect as things go along. But everything on the right, it's programmable, so you can actually customize what date you want to go to. I really spent a lot of time trying to make it as accurate as possible to the screen itself, and it's been just kind of a fun project. I also do a lot of weightlifting and powerlifting and things like that as well, spare time hobby stuff. But my passions are obviously security, building DeLoreans and lifting weights and family and friends and stuff like that. So, but that's not why we're here today. We're here today to talk about security and really kind of some of the shifts and changes that we've seen. So I want to go back 10 years ago really quick, where security was very different. And we had, the past versus now, we had, different groups that we would hang around with. I remember, I'd be in IRC all the time. I was part of the remote exploit team. I was part of the backtrack development team, the exploit DB development team. We would share tools and attacks and things like that we wouldn't share with anybody else publicly. We would have 0 days that we would share back and forth together. And red was really, when I say red, I'm talking offense. Offense was really closed off. We really didn't share, our secret sauce or our tools or the things like that. And what ended up happening is that the industry, from a defensive perspective, really had a tough time with that because, all these hackers had these tools and these weapons and these exploits and things like that. They would rip through defenses. And then, ultimately what would happen is, you'd go into a pen test, for example, a company would get a pen test done and you just absolutely destroy them the first day or second day. And then you'd have, maybe 5 more days on site and you'd literally just write another tool or write something cool or do some research or something. That's why I like to call that the easy days, because, like usually like the first hour or two you're in, you already have access to everything. You can literally write an entire report and there you can just mess with their systems and just like write new tools or exploits. I mean, I can remember, probably half of the social engineer toolkit or, half of Magic Unicorn was written on a customer site because I've already finished my engagement pretty much, in the early stages of it. I was just tweaking things or making things better or getting around certain defensive tools. And so that was kind of what I would call the glory days, because, it was super easy to rip into computer systems. But what happened, from a shifting perspective, and I think this, it's obviously better. I think we're in a better state than we were 10 years ago or 15 years ago. Is that, we started sharing collaboratively with Blue. We started working on, instead of focusing less on fixing, the initial root causes or what we would consider initial access, if you look kind of like the whole chain of attacks, we started looking at, hey, how do we stop an attack if it's successful in our organization? So if you look at the post-exploitation scenarios, like everything from, initial access to privilege escalation or persistence, command and control, lateral movement across an environment, exfiltration of data, you go through those varying stages of attacks. What do those look like? And how can we either A, prevent them, or B, detect them so that we can respond much more effectively throughout throughout the attack itself and reduce the amount of damage to an organization. And so this collaboration or this relationship between Red and Blue started to happen. And again, that's a very good thing. Red sharing their capabilities or their techniques, their tools, how they go after an organization, and focusing not just on that initial exploit that got you access, which is still important if you have flaws, but also focusing on all those other stages. What does pass the hash look like? What does unconstrained delegation look like? What does Kerber roasting look like? What does local link multicast name resolution look like, or NBNS attacks against the infrastructure for using a password theft? What do these attacks look like, and how do we stop them in our environment? What does Mimikatz look like when you're injecting into LSASS to extract clear text passwords from WDigest? All of these different ways that attackers would approach going after an organization from a post-exploitation perspective were now in the hands of and communicated to defenders. And so we had this era where we started seeing some massive increases in security. And I always look at us from an industry perspective as I feel like we always go the hard way of things. And I'll talk about most organizations here in a second, but most organizations are still at a very basic level of security, because what happened is, we shared all of these tools and techniques and all of these other things in a collaborative way, but most organizations don't focus on continuously building their security program. What they do is they buy an EDR product, or they buy an MSSP, a service from an organization, and they expect their security to be magically fixed, right? When they have historical issues throughout their entire organization, they're not doing the fundamental principles. They're not even doing basic things like multi-factor authentication. And they're expecting all of these things to be fixed by a single product. And what we'll find very quickly is that, these products are commodity. It's what I would consider, a basic or average hacker could figure out ways to get around these types of products, whether it's an EDR product or whether it's an antivirus component or endpoint protection product. If you have enough understanding around how these products work, circumventing and getting around them is typically trivial. Now, some are harder than others. Some of them become a little bit more difficult, but in most cases, when you're going against an organization that has a specific product, if you're a decent attacker, from a threat modeling perspective, if I'm a decent attacker going after this organization with just this tool, for me to circumvent that, at least I know what I'm getting into. I know what I'm going after. I can test it beforehand. I can ensure that my attacks, go unabated or undetected. I can craft things or manipulate them or obfuscate in certain ways to get around those specific detection criteria. I know exactly what I can go after. When you start getting into organizations, though, that have understood their environments, where they have built out their environment, they understand how their environment works, they focus on network segmentation, least privileged access, they focus on monitoring and detection from their own environment, not specifically from a tool or commodity or from a specific TTP that was found in a different organization. It starts to become very difficult to navigate that as an attacker. And so, what we have to look at is, why aren't organizations investing with stuff that's already out there, and how do we, in the offensive side, still continue to contribute to make organizations that are continuously investing in security better, but also recognize that there's going to be potential, damages to organizations that don't. And why I bring this up is, most recently, there was a security consulting firm that had a 0-day that they used within their engagements. And, it blew the minds of a lot of people. Why wouldn't this security company actually release this exploit, to get fixed? And, I definitely tend to veer on the side of responsible disclosure. Notify the vendor then fixes it, gets it out to his customers. That's one less exploit that you have. In the case of this one, though, they were using it for targeted red teams. And there's a very big difference between a penetration test and a red team, or a purple team, which should be more on the emulation side of the house, versus what an actual simulation is, going after an organization to specifically simulate a specific adversary, most specifically someone that has the capabilities of developing 0 days. And so, we deal with organizations that are very much in that level, that what I would consider less than 1% type of level for elite security, an elite security program. And so for those types of organizations, they want us to use 0 days against their organization, because they don't care about the initial access point. They want to demonstrate that it's possible, so that they can continue to get funding for their program to continuously advance it. But they also want to show that, hey, once you have access to my environment, even from that 0 day, what does post-exploitation scenarios look like, and where do we have weaks and gaps in our visibility? I'll give you a good story. We were targeting a financial institution, a real high-end security program, very difficult to break into. It took us 6 months of research, found a 0 day, weaponized, command and control infrastructure that that was completely undetected by any endpoint protection product still is to this day, still hasn't been detected not once. And we used, undocumented deserialization techniques for remote code execution, stealth, command and control infrastructure, domain fronting through services that haven't been discovered. I mean, like the whole attack chain was just beautiful, right? Like we had everything from remote code execution all the way to command and control established 100% perfectly. And we knew their security stacks through open source intelligence gathering, what they were using from a product perspective. And we got into their environment. And what was interesting is, we wanted to see what network we're on. Now, when you're looking at attacking an organization, operational security or OPSEC is really, really important. And you don't want to just start running commands, especially from a parent-child process relationship, or what we call Markov chaining. Markov chaining from a detection perspective is very important, especially for organizations that have actually baselined their environment and look for deviations of patterns of behavior. Like, for example, if you see export.exe, which is spawned under the context of a regular user account, kick off, outlook.exe, which then kicks off excel.exe, which then kicks off command.exe, well, obviously something's wrong there. What they had done, though, which was really interesting, is that they had baselined their users into two different categorizations. One was, are they technical or non-technical? So if you had an IT role or a web developer role, or something to that effect, you would get a technical designation through Active Directory. If you were sales or marketing or things like that, you would get a non-technical designation for that. And then they basically mapped out anything that a technical person would do directly to a non-technical person and flag off of any deviations of those. So for example, if you dropped into a command shell, which we don't typically ever do, because regularly that's a common thing, especially if you're using things like net commands, those types of things. Typically, if you have a good program, you're going to see those being executed and hopefully alert on those detections from an anomalous behavior perspective. But one thing that we did is we just simply looked at an IP config to see what network we were on. Didn't drop into a command shell, just looked at IP config just to see what network we were on to figure it out. And they had that non-technical flag trigger on that specific system, and their IR team started focusing very heavily on this box, and they figured us out, and they booted us out within about 10 minutes of being on the system. So this whole amazing attack that we did, all of this 6 months worth of work was shut down in 10 minutes by us messing up on IP config. We didn't know, when you get into a customized detection area, you have no idea what these landmines are. You're really trying to navigate and figure things out. Now, there are certain ways around this. For example, you can go into a assumption that you're going to be detected. So what's the story you're going to tell the security analyst or the SOC analyst that is actually, reviewing the alarms? So there are certain stories you can tell as you're going through, knowing that you may get detected through certain commands. So we have to think about that consciously if we're going after a mature organization to say, well, hey, can we make this look like something legitimate in some way, shape, or form versus obfuscation? I'll talk about that here in just a second for detection commodities. I'll give you an actual demo of that. So we look at the past versus now, very different, right? We actually have organizations that do security very well. We have that's actually possible. You talk about, network segmentation, not allowing workstation or workstation communication, going more towards, web applications for your users, instead of having full access to a VPN, minimization of ports and protocols, not allowing direct server access. You always hear that zero trust thing. Well, it does apply. I hate the buzzword, but it does apply from a methodologies perspective or a way of thinking of just really reducing your attack surface to make it harder for attackers. Now, you look at cloud as an interesting piece here. A lot of research being done in cloud. You look at what Durkheim's doing and a lot of the other folks out there. Cloud has a lot of problems, especially from misconfiguration perspective. So, I think a lot of people are thinking, hey, we're going to go cloud centric, and that's going to eliminate a lot of our attack surface. But now you see all this research going into cloud infrastructure, and a lot of these organizations are not prepared to even handle that from a basics perspective. So we have a long way to go, but it's possible. Whereas 10 years ago, I can't remember one customer that I ever touched that I would say had a good security program, right? It was always possible for us to hack into them in some way, shape, or form. Whereas it starts to get very challenging now. I'll go back to that topic on the bank that we went into. We found other ways of getting access to them. Like, for example, they had really good coverage in their Windows environment, but their Mac and Linux environments didn't have good coverage. So what did we target next time? Targeted their Mac and Linux environments. And we had a lot of success in that infrastructure, which allowed them to get better, right? So there's a lot of things that we can do from an offensive capabilities perspective to always drive that program forward. But again, the uproar around a company holding on to a 0-day for a year, I understand why there was concern there. Again, I lean more towards responsible disclosure than not. But at the end of the day, if they're trying to simulate red team capabilities against direct adversaries that have nation state capabilities, for example, and might I add, a lot of the ransomware groups are getting these same types of capabilities as well from a 0-day perspective. So you're really simulating those specific types of groups. You have to have the same type of capabilities. So we get yelled at for releasing offensive security tools, but then when we keep them in, we get yelled at again. So it doesn't make any sense where that's at. Trust me, you want red to be more transparent, to help provide new tools, techniques, research, to provide these types of services, or else we're going to go back to what I'd like to consider the glory days for red teams, where we kept everything internal and just shared between close-knit teams. And now blue is completely defenseless against everything that we're doing. And again, I would say 10 years ago, 15 years ago, there was not a company I would say had a good security program. Today, again, that's contrastly different. Now, it's not everybody, it's not the large majority, but there's a lot more companies that are investing in security than not anymore, and that's a very good thing. So we look at different levels of an organization. Let me get to a demonstration in a second. I would consider that most organizations fall into the basic security organization side of the house. No formalized security program. They lack basic principles like monitoring detection or any type of visibility into their environment. They lack multi-factor authentication. Again, most organizations unfortunately fit in this, especially if you start going into the small to medium-sized business areas. This is really a problem for a lot of companies. And that's where I think in security we're failing a lot, is not providing easy, simplistic things for basic security organizations to do. And I do blame a lot of this on Microsoft. You look at some of their default security settings for when you sign up for things like Office 365 or Microsoft 365, it's very difficult to navigate even basic security principles through there. And, I understand the security defaults are on by default, but that doesn't incorporate multi-factor authentication unless suspicious activity is detected. So, some things can be addressed by changing behavior in default applications and how default applications work. Like, for example, macros, disable them by default, allow the organizations to reopen them up if they absolutely have to. Multi-factor authentication enabled by default, allow them to open up if they have to. But really trying to get more towards security-centric defaults versus kind of open from the get-go. Same thing for like LLM&R or MBNS, like disable them by default, allow them to re-enable it if it's absolutely needed from a multicast perspective. Average security organizations do fundamental patch management, normal patching of workstation operating systems, maybe some third parties, typically have multi-factor authentication deployed, maybe not to all their assets, and have some sort of commodity detection, like an endpoint detection response tool or EDR, or an MSSP may incorporate some offensive testing, like maybe like a penetration test yearly, probably for compliance reasons. We start getting into the above average security organizations. This is a very small percentage. Customized detections based off of their own environment. That's the key right there, is making it their own, understanding what's normal in our environment, what's not, and then having detections across the board to say, hey, this is unusual activity from a regular user. Like, for example, does Bob in sales ever execute PowerShell? No. Okay, trigger an alarm anytime it happens, or disable PowerShell completely from regular user accounts if we're not using it across our environment. So this is the above security type of organization that incorporates some sort of offensive testing regularly and are in varying stages of the security program. Their monitoring detection program may be, beginner, intermediate, advanced, but typically this is what I would consider more of a above average, going above commodity in a specific tool. The elite security organizations, that's less than 1% of what we see personally. This is just us from a global security company perspective, dealing with Fortune, 1,000 companies, Fortune, 50, Fortune 10, Fortune 5s, global organizations. We do work all over the world. I would say that sub 1% are in the elite categorization, and they have all of the other things that we talked about before. But their whole focus is understanding threat models towards their organization and building detection capabilities that encompass all of the different aspects of an attack, and then continual offensive testing to identify gaps and weaknesses. That is what I would consider the elite security organization. And also focus on things like minimization of attack surface, making sure that they have standardization across the entire enterprise. Those types of things have become very difficult to do from a culture that may not be security centric in nature. So the current state of security is most organizations are at a basic level of security. They do not invest what they need to in the right areas to really skyrocket their security programs. Leadership is a major problem in our industry. Most CISOs that I've seen have no security background whatsoever. And I'm not saying that is absolutely a showstopper in any way, shape, or form. A good leader has a good supporting team to help them make good decisions. So you trust your team, right? To be able to say, hey, this is the way we should go. But I do think that, having more security knowledge around how to build a security program or how security works in an organization is really necessary. And I've seen some really poor leadership, unfortunately, in this industry, and people that aren't even part of security or may have a different type of degree. There's definitely exceptions to the rule that I've seen. I've seen a lot of great leaders that have never been in security and that listen to their entire team, and they forge a path that way based off of their team's recommendations. That's a sign of a good leader. But I often think that you have to have some good security. I'm not saying you have to be technical, but I'm saying that you should have some security experience if you're leading an entire organization around security, especially business risk in a security organization. So where we're at today is if you can understand programming, if you can take tools that are commodity today that are on the shelf, whether that's Cobalt Strike or Unicorn or Metasploit or whatever else, and you can manipulate or modify that in some way, shape, or form, you can typically get around most of these security organizations. We're talking about most of the security organizations. We're talking about the basic and average security programs, which make up probably around 85% of the organizations out there today, maybe 80%. So 80% of organizations, if you're I would say an average hacker, you could typically break into around 80% of the companies or organizations, which is contrastly different than again 15 years ago, where it was 100% of the organization. So we're doing better. We're not great, but it's better than before. So especially if you build your own C2, build your own attack, type of attacks that only is specific to you. Good luck. You're going to go undetected, unevaded for however long you want, probably years, which is fantastic. I'll tell you a story really quick here. I'm going to show you a demo. I wrote a tool called Magic Unicorn, which I'm going to show you just a little bit of that here in just a second. And with Magic Unicorn, the problem with that one is that it looks like obfuscated code. So it takes Metasploit shellcode or Cobalt Strike shellcode. It'll chunk it up. It'll obfuscate it, and then it'll repackage it and redo it so that you can do memory injection through shellcode through PowerShell. And when I came with this attack, there was a way to do what's called the x86 downgrade attack, which targets both 32 and 64-bit platforms natively through the syswa64 directory. Anyways, in that specific type of model, the problem is Unicorn became very popular. And so every week, Microsoft and other antivirus products would release new signatures every week for the detections that I'd write. And I'd automate it and I'd push new things out and things like that. So, it became one of those things where, it was this cat and mouse game back and forth. Well, you look at a different tool that I wrote, which is called Trevor C2. And Trevor C2 looks like a more legitimate application. It doesn't have code obfuscation in it. And that has only had one detection written in the 4 years ago that I wrote it. And I changed a variable that was encrypted stream to encrypted streams. It circumvented that detection criteria, and there hasn't been a detection written ever since then. And so, we can base our tools to be a little bit more believable in some way, shape, or form, and usually get around most of the detection criteria out there. But again, if we can write our own tools, it's a good chance that we get around most of the stuff out there. So when we look at examples of detections today, here's a good example of how easy and trivial it typically is to get around. Now, obviously, this is an antivirus example, but it's very applicable to EDRs or anything else that's out there. Again, if you have the product to be able to test it through, or you have resources that automatically submit it without submitting the things like VirusTotal that community share it, you can obviously see whether or not you're going to get detected in some way, shape, or form from a lot of these. We do a lot of this through like Snap Labs and things like that, where we can actually, pop up a virtual machine, test it out, test our detections, stop the actual reporting back to their cloud mechanisms and see what's actually occurring so that we know that we can get around the specific tooling that we're going after. But in this specific case, this is an example of Windows Defender. And this, is whatever version of Windows you want to use, whether it's 11 or 10. And registry32 is what we call a living off the land binary script or a LLBIN. And so with a living off the land, it's a legitimate application within Windows that's code side by Windows that typically has additional functionality. That could be download, that could be execute, that could be whatever you want it to be. And so in this specific case here, if you were to Google how to misuse registry32, or if you go to the LalBass project, who's run by a number of great folks like Odvar Mo and those folks there that run that project, you can see all of the living off the lands. There's CertUtil, there's CSC.exe, CBD.exe, MapInject, RunDLL32, MSHTA. There's a number of different living off the lands that are very useful from an attack surface perspective. And so when we look at how we use Reg SVR32, if you Google how to use Reg SVR32 to download and execute something malicious, you're going to get a command very similar to this. So in this specific case here, why it's important to understand is that in this specific case here, this is a commodity attack. It's already been discovered. It's already been published. You know, who originally discovered this was Casey Smith or Sub-T. And what's happening here is we're going and downloading a text file that contains what's called a scriptlet object. And a scriptlet object is just a small blurb or code that can execute. We're parsing it with the scriptlet object DLL. And so what will happen here is Reg SVR32 will reach out to a website, whatever website we want to. It'll download that text file, and then it'll execute that with the scriptlet object, then thus executing our code. So it allows us to get remote code execution off of a system if we have remote code execution. Now, why this is important is, let's just say we're targeting or attacking a system, and we get in through Excel via macros, and we don't want to use PowerShell on the system because we're concerned about being detected. LALBANs are a way of getting around application control, because it's code signed by Microsoft or other third parties that have this type of functionality. And it also kind of helps us go unevaded. Now, I would argue Reg SVR32 is probably one of the most abused, so you typically probably don't want to use that one as an example if a company has good detection programs. But in this case here, when we run Reg SVR32 and we parse it with the scriptlet object, we get an access is denied, and then Windows Defender trips it up and says, hey, this isn't right. This is malicious. Now, what boggles my mind here too, and again, a lot of great stuff coming out of Microsoft from a security perspective, but what boggles my mind here is that instead of removing this malicious functionality where it can download and execute, they basically write a very fragile detection for it, or preventative mechanism, prevention, that is very easy and trivial to get around. So again, if you're an average hacker or even a basic hacker that's just getting started in this industry, getting around this detection is pretty easy. The way that we do this is that we chunk it up into 2 different commands, or we do a few different things. There's a number of different ways. This is just one example. You can rename the scriptlet object to blah.dll. That gets around this detection. You can copy it, obviously, from the System32 directory as a regular user to the current directory that you're in, which typically doesn't trigger any alarms, have that execute. And you can run this exact same command just by typing, copy, C:\Windows /System32 /strobj.dll to current directory, and then and Reg SVR32 /s/n/u/i HTTP, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We just call blah.dll instead of, strobj.dll. That'll also get around this detection. In this specific case here, we're using bitsadmin. We can use a number of ways. I think curl is in the most recent versions of Windows. You can use curl. You can use Excel. If you use Excel, you just type in excel.exe from the command line and have that with a URL on it. It'll actually download that file to a temp directory. There's a number of different ways to download something from the internet. In this specific case here, you can notice that we're using bitsadmin to download our test file instead of using Reg SVR32. And then we just do a second command. We're just doing the 2 ampersands there for the second command. And then we do Reg SVR32 /s/u/i. And then we're just calling that text document, which then calls our scriptlet object, parses it with the scriptlet object DLL, and then we completely circumvent this detection. Again, the fragility of these detections, whether it's a preventative mechanism or a detective mechanism, are literally very minute things that you have to change to get around them, because they're previously defined attacks that have been seen or researched, or researchers have released them. And the fragility of these are very simple. I'll give you another example here. If I go to my Windows machine here, my Linux machine here, and it crashed on me, I think. No, it didn't. All right, hopefully you can see that. So we boot up real quick here. Actually, I'll just get out of big screen so it did crash. I just switched to ARM recently, and funny story on that, I was giving a podcast, and my whole computer locked up as I was doing my video, everything right in the middle of a presentation. So hopefully that doesn't happen this time. So I'm not going to go to full screen again because I don't want to tempt the gods there, the demo gods. But what I'm going to show you here is the difference between obfuscation and changing. Now, one of the tools, let me blow this up a little bit here for everybody. One of the tools I write is called Unicorn, and Unicorn is a PowerShell exploitation framework. Now, what's interesting about this is, I'll just use Meterpreter as an example. I'll just put a fake IP address in there. It's not going to matter. And what's interesting about Unicorn is that it got around the encoded command detection. If you're familiar with detections, a lot of times in PowerShell, common commands like encoded command -e -ec -enc, invoke expression or IEX, those types of things get detected. So when I wrote Unicorn, this got around it by basically using what was called two strings to reassemble encoded command later on down the thing, getting around the detection criteria for encoded command. Additionally, we use Rasta Mouse's, it's been modified to get around antivirus, the AMSI bypass. So for AMSI, if you're familiar with the anti-malware scan interface, this will basically disable AMSI in the current process that you're running and then execute the rest of your code. So you don't have to worry about getting around the AMSI provider, which would be the antivirus product. And in this specific case here, what'll happen though is if when I release a new version of Unicorn, what'll happen is Microsoft will release a new detection for it, and usually within a couple of days. So it's always this cat and mouse game. But in order for me to actually write a bypass to get around Windows Defender, literally takes me less than 5 minutes. So it's again such a fragile preventative detection signature that anybody can go and do this. And I've done multiple videos on how to take Unicorn and to modify it so that it gets around the detection, how to detect exactly where inside of that code it's being detected at. But really it's honestly trivial. But this is obviously an example of Unicorn. And if you were to run this command on a system, it would do shellcode injection via interpreter directly into memory through PowerShell. But if we look at this other tool that I wrote called Trevor C2, this is a command and control infrastructure that I wrote. And it has a number of different agents. So if you look at the server agent model, server is going to be your listener, and agent is going to be your command and control that gets executed on the system. And there's a number of different versions of this. There's a C version, which is cross-compatible between Windows, Linux, and OS X. So you can cross-compile it to any native binary. Same thing for Java, PowerShell, and Python. Python is cross-compatible via all three operating systems as well. But let's just take a look at the PowerShell one. And as an attacker, if what I would obviously do is remove anything that was comment code. I would also change any of the ciphers, time intervals, any of these variable names, changing any of these, and obviously site URL to be your command and control. It could be HTTPS, are all things that I would do. Now, when we start looking into the actual code itself of how this works, we're using legitimate functions within PowerShell to execute this. So we're using, everything from, advanced encryption standard or AES, encrypt string, decrypt string, and then our socket-based, our HTTP-based web request handler directly through PowerShell as well. So all of this stuff here is legitimate code in every way, shape, or form. So writing detections off of this, if it's not obfuscated, is very difficult to do because it's legitimate programming. Now you could say, well, if I see, cookie container within that, and then there's 10 lines, and then you see connect Trevor, you can write a detection off of that knowing it's Trevor C2, but those are even more fragile detection criteria. So if you change variable names, which is super simple to do, change basic areas here, you're going to evade most detections that are out there today. And one thing I could say is that this still does to this day, I wrote it 4 years ago, doesn't get detected by Windows Defender. So you can run a full-fledged command and control infrastructure, that is multi-threaded, supports, multiple shells and things to that effect directly through HTTP or HTTPS, right out of the box without any type of detections out there. So, something to take in consideration there. Again, our fragility of detections is a major problem in this industry. So when we talk about castles, there is no castle. Like I always hear the mentality of organizations trying to build these castle walls. And the issue is that there never was a castle. Now, organizations that have done a good job in consistency and baselining, maybe they have a castle, but you look at cloud, you look at BYOD, you look at everything else, it's a mess. Most organizations are a mess, and that's why you see the breaches that you have. There's applications and systems that they never knew existed. There's all this complexity that we talk about. When we talk about complexity is legacy systems, on-premise, cloud, workstations, laptops, full VPNs, you name it. All of these things introduce complexity. Technology introduces complexity. I always love the argument when I go in organizations, so like, hey, we're thinking about, switching off of Cisco to Palo Alto because Palo Alto sounds more awesome. And I'm like, well, okay, well, let's talk through that. Like, why do you want to go to Palo Alto? Well, they have, next generation firewalls. I'm like, okay, so does Cisco, but let's talk about that. So you have an entire organization that has 15 years, of built up Cisco experience. Okay, and now you're going to completely switch that to a completely different vendor or browser, different vendor and technology stack, and you think that's going to go okay? With everything else you have going on here, where you can barely even keep up the lights in your security program or even in your network infrastructure, and you want to take over this multi crazy insane year conversion from this to this. Do you have the staffing for that? Do you have the people? Do you have the expertise? We want to implement a SIM. Okay, well, you don't even have any visibility whatsoever in the first place. Is that the right way for you to go? And I always feel like, we always look at this big picture stuff, which takes years to implement. But when it comes to detection engineering and understanding our environment, it's still a foreign concept to us. And what most organizations would benefit for day one is by investing in detection engineering that is super fast to move and to write new detections continuously, again, throughout that entire life cycle of an attack to get better and better and better what they're doing. So it's those specific things that make a big difference. And again, I'll go into organizations that use EDR products or that use information off of VirusTotal or source threat intelligence that has, common TCPs that are shared across multiple breaches. Again, we as attackers know that, right? So we know that, if we're going into an organization and we're using a research from somebody that has more than a few weeks old, there's probably a good probability that if they're using any type of EDR product that they're going to get detected, right? Just from a commonality TTP perspective. That's shame on us as being an adversary and attacker using that same type of capabilities. But if it's within the first week, first couple of weeks, you look at something like Print Nightmare, took a while to get detections out there, even preventative mechanisms, or even to get a patch that worked the right way. I think we had 4 or 5 patches that it took Microsoft to fix that one. You look at other attack avenues, like it just takes a while for those detections to get there. But if we modify those attacks, we customize them in some way, shape, or form, we now have the ability to go in a much larger breadth in organizations that don't have their own detections. Again, when I say your own detections, it's based off of the actual environment in your organization. Hey, we probably have the system account using PowerShell all the time. We probably have all these admins using PowerShell all the time. So let's put exceptions of those in place. Let's look at whenever PowerShell is actually ever executed from a regular user context perspective. What does that look like? Okay, we have 15 applications that use PowerShell. Let's put exceptions in for those. And then now we have this baseline, right? And this baseline is what is normal. And then we have what are deviations of that. Now, deviations may happen, and those could be false positives. It might very well be legitimate, but those are things that we actually need to investigate. And those are why we actually need people looking at things, saying, hey, this isn't legitimate, or hey, this is legitimate, to actually start to work through those. Again, companies are investing in that fast detection engineering piece. And that's what's concerning, is that, in order for us to get better in security, yes, we have to have this grand scheme, large security strategy that takes us years to implement, and we'll eventually get there. And then we're going to have another 3-year strategy and then another 3-year strategy to continuously make the security program better. But at the end of the day, if we don't have a fast way to implement things that can help us now, that doesn't require a culture change or a mass, amount of resources or completely redesigning how users do things, we're going to fail, because we don't have that stopgap in between this part here and when this part here is being implemented to actually address those. We have to be able to move fast and understand what red is doing or what offense is doing, and continuously build those out across our environment. And most companies can't do this. They just don't focus on this one missing link here, this one little piece here around detection engineering and that continual offensive testing, that continual detection building that is paramount for us to get better as an industry. Taking that 20% number I threw out before and making it 50% or 80%, it just isn't there. And so our whole goal should be really understanding offense to build our defense, right? And this is a thing where I even look at from a strategy perspective. This is why I question a lot of our leaders in security. They're trying to use what the buzzwords are in the security industry. Hey, we need to put DLP in place. We have to do multi-factor authentication. We have to do this. We have to do this. We have to, redesign all of these different things here. We have to re-architect our network to be zero trust. We have to do all this other stuff here, when they don't even understand the threat models towards their organization or what the capabilities of the adversaries are. There's probably 10 things you can do first and foremost that are much more shorter term objectives that have a much bigger impact on the risk profile to your organization then these massive strategy things that you're talking about that's so far high level that you're never going to probably implement in the first place. I still have not seen a good DLP program in my entire life. Like my entire life, I have not seen a good DLP program. That's something that people talk about. Okay, we need it for compliance. We need it for this. We need it for that. So unless you understand offense, you cannot have a defense. In order to rephrase that, you'll have a very poor defense. Your defense will not be able to withstand what offense can throw at you. So instead of talking about defense, we need to be talking about what offense can do and what are the ways that we can defend against it. And that's ultimately what this industry is somewhat shifting to, but it's kind of stuck here in the middle. We know that we have to fix these vulnerabilities from a patch management perspective. We know that we have to understand it's more than just initial access. It's about privilege escalation. It's about, lateral movement. It's about,